November 2019, we launched a report that, as I say, had all these different crises. And we announced something that it was very important, which was the safe travel standards. And in that case, I have to say the collaboration was tremendous. The role that Jamaica played, the Caribbean, and a lot of the leaders here today was very important because we led the way to implement the safety protocols so that the reopening was going to be successful. And as a consequence, now we have seen how travel is back. We have numbers better than we had before pandemic because we were able to work together. I think the Global Center that we have here, your efforts and dedication have been very important to make this connection and to make the sector more resilient. And I'm very proud to be part of that and seeing that. Now, something also is very important, as you know, I'm here in my official capacity as a UN Secretary General candidate from Mexico. As I'm sure you know, there has never been a woman. Yes, I'm a champion for women, as Aradna say. 50% of the sector are women. I'm always supporting women. But it's not only about women, and it's not about me. It's about you all and the sector, and how we can take initiatives like the Resilience Center here to the next level. And that's why one of my commitments is resilience. I believe we need to take this together to the next level and maximize the legacy that Mr. Bartlett, or His Honorable Mr. Bartlett, my friend, and Dr. Wallace and the team here, the wonderful job that you have done. We need to work together and take this to the next level and share this with more people from around the world so that the communities can benefit. So let's celebrate the Global Tourism Resilient Day, that as a beacon of our success, and at the same time, work together, combining experiences, these innovations, and together we can create a new era for our beloved tourism sector. Thank you for the invitation, my friend. Thank you for the wonderful organization. Thank you and congratulations, Jamaica, for the amazing success. And the Caribbean, I have to say, not only Jamaica and everyone that is here. And thank you for being part of this new era of tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Next up, we have a special presentation from Dr. Esther Kagure Muniri, who is a distinguished figure in tourism management, currently serving as the director of the Global Tourism Resilience Crisis Management Center for Eastern Africa, based at the Kenyatta University in Kenya. She embodies loyalty, precision, tireless dedication. She's a leader in her own right, yet someone who thrives in the art of supporting, elevating, and executing at the highest level. Ladies and gentlemen, let her demure ways not fool you, because I've known Esther for many years, and I tell you, she has a mind that cuts through chaos, a heart that leads with integrity, and a spirit that never backs down to a challenge, and she ensures that no mission is left undone. Esther, come on up on stage.
Wow. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to participate in this landmark event, and we extend our deepest gratitude to the United Nations for designating this important day, and to the government and the people of Jamaica for hosting this global forum for the third time in a row. This is truly appreciated. Then special thanks to the Honorable Edmund Bartlett for his visionary leadership and conceptualizing this initiative. So us at the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center in the Eastern Africa region, we are privileged to be the first satellite center that is based in Kenya, in Kenyatta University. Under the leadership of our chair, who is the Honorable Rebecca Miano, who is the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife, who was not able to attend due to other challenges that came up, but sent her Principal Secretary, who is with us here, the Honorable John Ololtua, who is here with us with this delegation, and the Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University. We all remain committed to driving tourism resilience and innovation in this region, in the Eastern Africa region. It seems like this center actually was established majorly for us because we took full advantage of the situation. And of course, with COVID coming immediately after we started the center in 2019, this center has been an icon that has helped us overcome crisis after crisis. And now we have policies, we have initiatives, we have programs that are transforming the Eastern Africa region. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to highlight some of our flagship projects within this center. Under research and policy development, over the past 5 years since the inception of this center, we have conducted extensive research in tourism resilience, particularly in crisis response. This was after COVID. We did lots of research, of which some of the recommendations are being implemented, like domestic tourism expansion, diversification of tourism products, and advancing digital transformation, which is shaping the landscape of tourism in our region, in the Eastern Africa region. Also, emanating from all those researches, we are mapping tourism products and experiences across the Eastern Africa region, a move that will transform this region completely, so that in a click of a button with your mobile phone, you are able to see a small village in Kinshasa or anywhere else in the region and be able to see the current status at that very time of your safety, of your transportation, accessibility, etc. Under region tourism standards and capacity building, we are partnering with the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife in Kenya to offer capacity building to tourism stakeholders on safety and security matters within Kenya. So we've been traveling across the country to offer training on this, and this is being cascaded also to other Eastern Africa region countries. Also with the UNEP and other key stakeholders, we've developed harmonized sustainable tourism standards for East Africa. We have already trained major government, private sector, and civil society leaders from 8 countries in the East Africa community. And now we are looking into training auditors and implementing these standards within the center in Kenya. And this, after the implementation of this initiative, once you come to Princess Hotel in Jamaica and come to the future Princess Hotel in Nairobi, you will expect the same standard through this initiative. Also, we not only work nationally and regionally, we also work at the county level or regional level within countries. Like, for example, we have assisted multiple counties in Kenya in formulating robust tourism policies to strengthen local tourism governance. You know, tourism is very local, so we go also local to ensure that we support small regions to develop their own tourism products and their tourism policies. Lastly, on strategic tourism human capital development, we are leading a transformative human capital strategy for East Africa through 4 initiatives. One, together with the Middle East and Africa Future Leaders Challenge, we are putting together top minds in the tourism industry in various regions across Middle East and Africa, bringing them together within regions so that they can solve or create solutions for challenges in the tourism industry, particularly challenges that are in the future. We just completed the finals in Dubai last month, and the next regional meeting will be in Nairobi in April this year. So you are all invited. We come together, young talent, industry leaders, and policymakers to solve any challenges that we expect to have in our industry. The second initiative under human capital development is with Top Talent Initiative, where considering what's happening in the US and the policy changes that are there, we are engaging East Africa youths in remote work opportunities with US companies. This is an initiative that has just kicked off, and we have a launch next month on 10th of March. So also you're invited for that event, and our Minister for Tourism will be the chief guest, and we shall have hubs, such hubs, where young people will be working virtually for US companies. The third is a Placement International Program, where we facilitate 1 to 2 years paid internship for East African youth in leading US hotels. So they travel and work there for 1 to 2 years, and then come back and transform their countries using the ideas and the training that they get. Lastly, in collaboration with Europe, we have this robust program called Erasmus+. It is an exchange program, very, very highly funded by the European Union, and we appreciate this support. So what we are doing is that we are supporting East Africa and Europe educators, policymakers, and students through this European Union funding to move East Africa to Europe and Europe to East Africa. And this has been quite successful. And what now we are doing, we have been doing this for 5 years, and now where we are moving is in the remote areas. So the next meeting that we have is in May, where we have two important meetings for 2 weeks in very remote areas in Kenya, Garissa and Turkana, and we are bringing together educators and learners from Somalia, Ethiopia, Greece, Spain, and now Kenya, to develop policies that will help open up remote areas through internationalization that will bring peace even in the conflict-affected areas. And this has been quite successful. We appreciate all the support that we get from the different partners. So these efforts have earned Kenyatta University the top university ranking in Kenya. That was last year. And also has led the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center Eastern Africa into receiving the esteemed Global Resilience Award in 2024. So together, let us build a resilient, innovative, and sustainable tourism future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Esther. At a time when global tourism is at a crossroads, leadership demands vision, resilience, and the courage to challenge the status quo. Very few people embody this more than Theo Harris, who, as Greece's Minister of Tourism, led one of the world's most effective pandemic recoveries, ensuring local communities, hoteliers, restaurants, and small micro businesses had the support they needed to survive and rebuild. His decisive policies balance public health with economic resilience, making Greece a global model for tourism recovery. His ability to navigate complexity, whether through pioneering digital transformation, championing sustainability, or driving economic resurgence, has cemented his reputation as a leader who delivers results. Now, as a candidate for Secretary General of United Nations Tourism, Harry brings the same unifying global vision that extends beyond borders because he understands that tourism is more than an industry. It is a force for human connection. He's a technocrat. He's non-controversial. He carries an air of quiet confidence. He's seemingly shy, but don't let that fool you, as I learned yesterday, that he's trained in the military and can wield a gun and a pen with equal ease. His calm and cool demeanor often resembles that of a captain steering through turbulent waters with steady hands, ensuring stability and direction in times of uncertainty. Please welcome Harry Theoharis, former Minister of Tourism for Greece.
Aradna, nobody can beat Aradna in introductions, I think. Not even an operation in my hand could stop me just for coming here and listen to your kind words, really. Minister, Your Excellency, my dear friend Ed, thank you very much. Thank you, first of all, for giving me the chance to feel Jamaica in its place, because I felt Jamaica in your stands, in WTM, in Itabe, in Fitur, but it's a different thing. You come here in this island, and immediately the thing that comes to your senses, I think it's spice. Spice in the food, spice in the music, spice in the way that people smile and laugh at you. I think you embody this spirit of openness, kindness, and hospitality, and thank you for allowing me to be one of your guests. Thank you very much. But also thank you for giving me this chance and opportunity to speak at this important third Resilience Conference. Those of us that followed the struggle to establish both the center and the day recognized by UN, and of course this conference, which is now, by now, it's a staple of the touristic calendar, and this is only thanks to the stamina and the resilience of Ed Bartlett, who had the vision, but not just the vision, because a vision without the ability to implement is nothing. It's a steering wheel without the gas pedal. Implementation is what makes a leader what they are. And Ed Bartlett is a leader who's very different than many of the ministers of tourism that I've met, in that he's always there to provide his advice to other ministers, and he's always there to showcase the things that Jamaica is doing well and the things that Jamaica is not doing so well in order to help his colleagues in the different countries. And that is a true ring of a big statesman. Thank you, Ed, for your help over the years. Now, I was thinking, coming here, and what I would say in terms of my opening remarks. What can the experience of a minister that I was a minister during COVID crisis, where tourism was not even allowed, it was an illegal activity. What can I offer in this audience in order to broach the subject of resilience? I think three things would come to mind, and I would like to offer my thoughts on those three things. What did Greece do so well or not so well? I think you've heard already that Greece managed to deal with the crisis, I would say, better than other countries. We were recognized by WTTC. Gloria Guevara, a good friend, and a fellow candidate for the position of the Secretary General, was there at the time where Greece was awarded the best prize for the COVID recovery. We reached 2019 levels back in 2022, so we have already 2 years of record growth since that, whereas the average tourism country is reached last year the levels of 2019. So we did some things well and some things perhaps not so well, so I will say a few words about that. The second question is, why are there different paces of recovery? Why do countries respond to those crises differently? And the third thing is that the third question that comes to my mind is that is the global tourism community any more resilient now than it was before COVID struck? Now, in terms of the first question, Greece, first of all, did a multifaceted approach on dealing with the COVID crisis. First of all, we stopped thinking and dealing with the immediate problems of how do we bring tourists back. We focus on our clients, on our people, on the people that choose Greece to come and come again. So all our campaigns during COVID were not about Greece, were not about how lovely Greece is and would like you to come. They were about our friends abroad. So we said them initially, we told them, please stay home, be safe. There will be time for traveling again, but this is not the time. This is the time for safety, this is the time for prudence, this is the time to keep yourself safe, and then we'll have times later on to come again and enjoy life. But now we have to preserve life. And in the second wave of communication with our clients, we really try to give them a taste of Greece from abroad, a digital taste of Greece. So we tried to engage our chefs to show videos of cooking, Greek cooking, or music with famous Greek singers, etc., etc. So basically, we try to keep the connection in order to ensure that they are supported both physically and psychologically from the point of view of Greece. The second goes straight to the heart of this conference. We use the AI and we use the digital tools in a very, very innovative way in order to be able to target our testing and get more people tested that had higher risk as opposed to doing just random testing. This way, we were able to control our borders. We were able to convince our doctors that it was safe to open our borders. We were able to collaborate across the ministries and ensuring that we accepted people with great safety. This was not just planned on paper, but it was proven in practice because we were able, for example, to find the positivity rates of different countries 2 days before those positivity rates were publicly available with the numbers that the countries were publishing. If you remember that time, everybody was looking at the data of every day the countries and checking how things are. And of course, the third and most important thing, and I know that this is very important in terms of the vision that Ed has, is that we supported the workers of the tourism community. This is the most important thing. When we supported the enterprises in Greece, we stipulated that they were not allowed to lay people off. That as soon as they reopened, they had to rehire the same people that they had during the crisis. Now, this is not a decision that other countries did. They, for example, the UK made a different decision, Holland as well. But when the time came to restart and reopen the airports, our airports were able to engage personnel immediately, whereas Heathrow or Schiphol or other airports had a great difficulty in hiring people again and finding people to restart their airports. As a result, we had far, far fewer problems with suitcases. You remember the time everybody would lose their suitcase in Heathrow and in Schiphol and in Charles de Gaulle in Paris and whatnot. Well, we did not have the same problems in Greece because we immediately were able to restart with full personnel. So that is, if you like, the lessons that we find from at least the Greek experience. This was all in all positive. Engaging with the stakeholders was another important factor, but at the same time, sometimes we were forced to make quick decisions, act quickly, and surprise our partners, the tour operators, the other international corporations, but it was something that was, I think, to a large extent inevitable. Now, not all the countries follow the same path, and that comes down sometimes to different priorities. In Asia, the skies were much more strict and closed for a much longer period of time. And this is an understandable priority. So this is not just about tourism. When you have a global pandemic like COVID, then of course you have different approaches and different policy decisions and different policy ideologies that drive those decisions. And of course, those priorities will be manifested in the kind of recovery. Now, when the countries make those decisions rationally, that's okay. But if they make those decisions haphazardly and by mistake, then, of course, this is not okay. And I think what's unique and what's important is to ensure that centers like your center, Professor Wallace, is there, like UN Tourism, are there institutions that can actually assess those policy decisions, assess the good and bad things that Jamaica, that Greece, that other countries have done, Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, Kenya, Nigeria, South Korea or Indonesia. Those policy decisions have real consequences. And we are uniquely placed, Natalia, to use UN Tourism to assess those policy decisions, and through that assessment, ensure that we highlight the best practices. Because in my vision, the UN Tourism is a pedestal for the member states. The member states are actually the creators of the value. And UN Tourism can be the catalyst, the accelerator of that value, so that we copy those best practices, we conceptualize them, make them into products, and ensure that there are enough consultants and practitioners to copy them, to push them on the ground and on the field in order to make the transformation that we all deem necessary. So the third question is the most difficult question to answer. Are we wiser than 2019? I think the answer is mixed. Yes and no. I think COVID, for example, accelerated your ideas and the pressure and the need, and gave you arguments to convince everybody that this crisis center is required. And the work that this crisis center in Kenya, for example, what a lovely speech before, and thank you for that. The work that the center does in Africa and how important that is. So we are much better than before. But I'm sure at the same time that we are poised to make similar mistakes should a new crisis arise. And if there's one thing we know for certain, is that new crises will arise more and more often, more and more stronger than before, and with bigger and bigger consequences. As I speak, in my home country in Greece, Santorini is being rattled with earthquakes every day, more than 200 earthquakes. Thank God this is waning now in the past few days, but nobody knows whether this is just a small cycle and it will start again in earnest. I guess this is the price you pay for an island which is a part of a caldera. It's on top of a volcano. And that's part of its beauty and part of the appeal for the tourists, but also it's a part of the problems that we face. In Spain, in Valencia, we had this huge devastation with the floods. And of course, the Caribbean is an area where people are used to building the same thing again and again after hurricanes and devastations and problems arise. And I think it's time that we found out what works and what doesn't work. And UN Tourism, as well as the Resilience Center, are huge tools to that end. And finally, we need to not just showcase the pilot projects and give awards and switch off the lights and then go about to our business, but it's time that we take those best practices and we push them out to the world. But in order to do that, thank you, yes. Yes, I think but this is not what I'm saying. This is an applause for the work that the Center and UN Tourism can and should do. This is what we should be doing. And in order to do that, we need to find adequate funding. So I think UN Tourism has to work with the multilateral institutions and establish a tourism resilience fund, a fund that will actually allow all the countries to collaborate together and to help each other, because we cannot think about growth without thinking about unity. We cannot think about the positive future without safeguarding ourselves and the countries next to us in the extent that a calamity might come. So this is a job which is difficult to do. It requires a lot of collaboration. And of course, I have submitted myself as a candidate for Greece in order to ensure that UN Tourism will rise up to this task and ensure that we work in the next few years to bring real and meaningful change and meaningful value to its member states, 160 countries around the world that are thirsty for solutions, are thirsty for support. So I humbly tell you that I'm here to work with you, Minister Bartlett, and to work with all the ministers across the member states to ensure that this happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hari. From one military man, we are moving to an army man next. We have next up Kevin Nielsen, who's the CEO of Eco Canada. And I just learned that Kevin started his leadership journey as a member of the army for Norway. And then after many years, in 2000, he moved to Canada to study, go to university in Calgary. He did have a detour where he kind of got lost and decided to join the oil and gas industry. We have forgiven him because he came right back. And that's when he came back to Eco Canada, and now he's here to talk about all the cool things that Eco Canada is doing as a CEO of Eco Canada. Please give up a big applause for Kevin Nielsen.
Well, thank you for that welcome. I've had quite the journey arriving in Jamaica today, as many of my Canadian colleagues have had. Snowstorm all over the place. And when she was giving me that introduction, it kind of brought me back to my army days, where I had the pleasure of spending 70 nights in a tent in the winter above the Arctic Circle, which I guess was harder than traveling to Jamaica this time around. Most of my Canadian colleagues in delegation have not arrived yet. We started traveling on Saturday, and some of them are still working their way here. Some are in Orlando, some are in Toronto. And my colleague, who is supposed to tell me that I'm speaking today, he is working his way the wrong direction, so he's in Vancouver. But anyways, we'll make the best of it. Eco Canada will be leading the day tomorrow, so make sure you're here bright and early. I want to thank Minister Bartlett for this honor and privilege to being part of this event. Your friendship is dear to us, and I had the pleasure of inviting you to come to our Blue Economy Summit in Halifax, and it was a joy to meet you at that time. Since I didn't know I was going to speak today, I don't have a script, so that means it's going to go a little faster. So I'm just going to share a couple of things that I think will be relevant for for this session today. One is AI and jobs. Many are, Canada, by the way, we are a workforce development organization. So people come to us to try to figure out what's the future of jobs, what skills do we need, what are some of the gaps that are emerging, and how is AI going to fit into it? Very short, I think that AI will initially not steal anyone's job, but those that embrace AI will likely steal a promotion from those that do not embrace AI. And those of you that are looking for work and are embracing AI probably will be hired before someone who's not embracing AI. So we need to look at this from an optimistic side. With this sharp light, I can't see, so if I was going to make a little exercise, everyone needs a little movement, if I can get everyone's participation here. If you have to make a determination of which camp you belong in, are you excited about the future of technology, or are you anxious? Excited or anxious? If you are excited, I'd like to invite you to stand for one moment. Very quickly, stand if you're excited. Surely someone is going to be excited. I'm going to say, oh, Minister Bartlett's not quite sure there. You're standing. So what we're going to see by the end of this two-day event, has that changed? Are we all excited? I guess we'll try to find out. You can have a seat again. The other thing I wanted to kind of mention as I was sitting there and my neighbor from Mauritius was telling me that I'm up next, I was thinking that we're all on a digital transformation journey. And there's three sort of levels in my mind of where you're at on the digital transformation journey. From digitizing your operations, which I think we have all done by now, most of us have done it, to embracing new technologies, which we're doing, but we keep doing it because the new technologies are coming up all the time, to what I think is the most important aspect of it. How do we embrace it, and how do we create value out of it for ourselves and for our corporations and for our societies? What are we doing to kind of change everything upside down? Personally, I'm very intrigued by some of the California companies that achieve $10 billion valuation before they have generated a dollar of revenue. How can I embrace that and think about, okay, how can I turn some of our models upside down and think about new ways of generating revenue, capturing value for ourselves? How can we be entrepreneurs even within our organizations? Speculating here, how would tourism be if you have a resort like this and you charge $0? Is that possible? How would you generate revenue to kind of make up for that gap? And I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but I'm trying to say that we need to think about it in that way. How can we change everything we've thought about in terms of funding models, in terms of how we generate revenue to embrace the future? And I am impressed when I'm talking to my kids who are Generation Z, which is a generation where all those of us in the employment business are nervous about. They do not want to work for an employer because they want to make money on YouTube. And I'm still amazed at how many people can wash their hair. And people are watching this, and they're generating revenue from it. And we can laugh, because it's kind of, how is that possible? But I think we can learn from them. What is it that we can learn from them? And they're creative, and they're different, and we have to embrace that if we're going to be successful in adapting to the future. So again, thank you very much to Jamaica. Thank you for having Blue Mountain Coffee for breakfast. It was tremendous, and I look forward to meeting all of you throughout the event today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Next, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce a force of innovation within UN Tourism, Natalia Bayona, who is the Executive Director of UN Tourism. Natalia is spearheading groundbreaking initiatives that are not only transforming the tourism sector, but also fostering economic growth, sustainability, education, and equality. Over the last year, she has championed programs that prioritize entrepreneurship, empowering women and youth to become key players in the tourism industry. Through her work, she has shown that tourism is not just about travel, it's about creating opportunities and strengthening communities. She has championed programs with UN that has resulted in remarkable progress in advancing sustainable practices, creating a blueprint for tourism's role in combating climate change and promoting peace and development. She is recognized as, she's an Eisenhower Fellow, correct me if I get all of this right, off to Harvard next, Young shaper at World Economic Forum, and also one of the most powerful Latinas living in Spain. An endless list. Please welcome Natalia Bayona.
These are the benefits of working with the family, no? So, good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today again with all of you. Dear ministers, dear minister, dear delegates from the embassies. I have seen that we have people from Panama, Korea, Canada, Dominican Republic, India, Japan, Mexico, my hometown, Colombia, of course, dear Gloria, dear Harry, former ministers of two strong countries in the world when it comes to economy and tourism, Greece and Mexico, my dearest friend from Tour España, Miguel, our hometown, and of course, we are here today to celebrate this important moment where, first of all, Minister Butler, we are here together again to celebrate and to empower the most human economic sector. And I have to say something, Dr. Lloyd as well, that today we have a lot of things to talk related to the center. The center today, of course, has the headquarters in Jamaica, but the center has been scaling up the knowledge, and now the center has, of course, a strong presence in Canada, in Kenya, in Jordan, in Belize, and is moving forward into some new partnerships in the US, that's really strong, in the UK, and in Belgium. So congratulations, because of course, this is giving us an international way to promote resilience, to promote tourism, but as well to serve through academic challenges and to help the young generations to know a little bit more about what is tourism about. So, as Aratna mentioned, I'm really happy. You know, I'm loving the opening. I have to say that, normally speaking, the opening is something really protocolarian, but I love to have leaders here that have experienced a lot related to resilience. But what I love the most is having the young generations here, coming from Kenya, coming to explain what's the most important thing and what's the vision of the young generation, because the young generation is the present of this sector. This sector is the sector that employs the most number of youth in the world. But we need to remember that 50% of the young generations working in tourism only have secondary school. So that's the first point. I remember pretty well that the last year we were announcing the book. So now we have a book, the book that His Excellency Minister Butler wrote down to guide a little bit this agenda related to resilience. And of course, we have the commitment to train the people, to train the young generations, and to train the workforce on this very important thematic. So, some messages for you. I have 5 messages for you. First message that I want to talk. Gratitude is the first one, because we are here together again. And events, of course, like COVID-19 have shown us the vulnerabilities of our sector and the urgent need of strengthening our capacity to anticipate, respond, and recover the crisis. I don't know if you remembered, but in UN Tourism, we created the first crisis committee, and we worked together with Gloria when she was in WTTC, with Harry, because Harry was the chair of the UN Tourism Crisis Committee, with you, Mr. Minister, because we needed all the voices together, and of course all the UN agencies working on how we could revive the most human economic sector during the most important crisis. Then, of course, however, the data today is positive. And what we see in the UN Tourism Barometer, first of all, is that, of course, we have surpassed the crisis. An estimated of 1.4 international arrivals were recorded around the world in 2024. So it's an increase of 11% versus 2023. Second of all, our projections is that the sector will grow this year from 3% to 5%. And last but not least, we have tourism reached a record of $1.9 trillion in 2024 when it comes to exports revenues. So of course we are there, again, with a very strong positive messages. Resilience, to me, is not only about recovery. Resilience, to me, is about equipping our sector to withstand the future challenges, to safeguard jobs, and of course to safeguard businesses. Our friend was speaking now about digitalization and that digitalization is our present. But I have to say that 50% of SMEs that work in tourism just spend less than $5,000 for digitalization. And 80% of our tourism sector grows thanks to the power of the SMEs. So it's very important that this year we are talking about digital transformation because we need, as a UN agency, to prove that we are near the SMEs, the most vulnerable, the academies, and at the end that we can support the whole innovation ecosystem to create better solutions. So what are we doing, no? What are we doing in UN tourism? First of all, of course, Jamaica, I'm going to say some good data that helps me to show you how Jamaica has significant opportunities when it comes to leverage technologies and digital transformation for resilience. First of all, I don't know if you know this, but Jamaica is in the top 10 of the ranking of top startup and tech innovation ecosystem of Latin America and the Caribbean. Second of all, when it comes to investments, and this is really important because you cannot talk about digital transformation without talking about investments and talking, of course, about education. When it comes to foreign direct investment, Jamaica in 2024 announced $1 billion on investments. It says that more or less it was invested per project more than $260 million, and more than 5,000 jobs were created thanks to the tourism sector. And third of all, that is really important, is the government and the public policies. Jamaica have launched 9.5 million euro digital transitioning program to empower SMEs and to foster digital infrastructure to promote innovation. So, with this said, of course, technologies are there. Artificial intelligence can help us to predict how to manage disasters. Of course, can personalize the journey when it comes to education. A smart destination management is crucial because today we're facing over-tourism. We're facing that the residents all around the world are complaining about tourism. The students are complaining that they don't have good jobs in the sector. So we need to be ready, we need to be prepared. And what are we doing? So this is my second message of the day. The first message is, of course, the importance of doing this summit in Jamaica and why Jamaica. The second point of my message today is, what is UN Tourism doing with Jamaica? First of all, we are supporting the education center. So Professor Walid, you know pretty well, we were last year there. We are working to create courses on resilience, because we don't have it inside UN Tourism, so that we can spread the knowledge all around, using Jamaica as a hub for knowledge and education, and to be unique and to be pioneers, because if you Google the academic institutions that teach about tourism, we don't have resilience courses for people. Second of all, we are working with Minister Butler on investment promotion. So with the Latin American Development Bank and UN Tourism, we are creating an investment guideline. Why to invest in Jamaica? What are the key factors, the economic growth? What are the projects that are seeking for public-private or public-private investments? Third of all, we are working to identify startups and young people, to empower them and to give them scholarships so that they can benefit from the UN Tourism Global Scholarship Program, so that we can bring Jamaicans to study in different parts of the world. So we discussed this with the minister since January, and this will be a reality. So we are working with La Roche. So soon we will announce this special program through the Center for the Jamaicans to go and study in Spain. And last but not least, of course, we have another plan that is, of course, to use the book. We have different academies all around the world. We have one in Saudi Arabia, another one in Samarkand in Uzbekistan, another one in the Dominican Republic. So we need those books when it comes about resilience and technology in our academies, of course. So you applaud, but you know that we need to deliver our tasks. So these were the commitments of the last summit, and today they are realities. And last but not least, my last message of today, what is UN Tourism doing in general with the AI agenda and the digital transformation? That is the thematic that is really in my heart, because as you know, I created the innovation department of UN Tourism. So when it comes to UN Tourism and artificial intelligence, first thing, we already launched a roadmap in London, in WTM, with Saxion University and affiliate members, so to empower public-private collaboration, to guide member states with good practices of using artificial intelligence for good. Second of all, we are working with our sister agency, ITU, that is the International Telecoms Unit, that is, of course, the UN agency that is in charge of regulating artificial intelligence and technology. So we are creating with them an agenda specialized in tourism, so that tourism has a voice in the digital economic agenda. Third of all, we have opened, since November, an artificial intelligence startup competition, so to call innovators from all around the world, creating new technologies, so that we are able to bring technology for good to this sector, and of course to implement pilot projects with the member states. And last but not least, Minister, this is new for you, and I hope you love it, but we did an alliance with WhatsApp, and love, but this is something that took me personally some time, because normally speaking, when we speak and when we talk about education, it's really difficult to train people, not in the professional part, because for that we have the professional top universities, and we already have those alliances. But the question is, in a sector where we have people, as I already mentioned, that they don't have secondary school, that they are 24/7 here in a hotel, or that they are taxi drivers, or that they are touristic guides, what we can do to train them. So after some brainstormings that I personally did with the team, with the education team, we look that in the US, the way that the US is fixing education, not in tourism in general, is by working through WhatsApp, using artificial intelligence, so for those people that are not at home, that they don't have access to a computer, so through WhatsApp, we are able to have there a personal assistant. We launch models there, basic models on services, hospitality fundamentals, on bilingualism, and then you just need 10 minutes per day. After 10 minutes per day, you have to reach an exam per day, a very easy exam, and then after you finish 8 modules, you will have, through WhatsApp, a diploma with UN Tourism plus the government that is supporting this initiative. We pilot these in my hometown, Colombia, with the taxi drivers of Cartagena for the Executive Council. And believe it or not, we have trained 500 taxi drivers with UN Tourism and the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Tourism of the country. Why I'm saying this? Because in November it was a pilot, now it's a reality. This is a new service that we are offering to member states. And this, I'm sure, I believe that this will help us really to scale up the way people are educated, how we really impact on those parts of the tourism economic sector that needs the most. And today we're ready. So here, Minister, I know that after this, I'll be more than committed to still working, but why don't we create, through WhatsApp again, some models to train people on emergencies, on security, of course on resilience. And then we send the voice again in a massive way. The good thing of artificial intelligence is that we can translate this in different languages and we can adapt this, and it's for free, because at the end, the knowledge is in UN Tourism, is in the center, and this is a very good way to give back and to strengthen all the collaboration that we are doing together. So without further ado, welcome to the One Love country, to Jamaica, the country that always makes us smile. I have to say that I came from Qatar, then Madrid, then New York, now Jamaica, so that's good. And this country always makes us smile and laugh. So with this further ado, those are the news of today from my side to you of what we are doing in UN Tourism. Count on us, count on me, and of course, welcome to this amazing day, and let's celebrate together resilience. Thank you.
Natalia, thank you very much. Now I'm going to take my time with this one. Because long before resilience became a buzzword, long before the world had even heard of COVID, this man was already out there rallying, lobbying, and most importantly, doing. When others were still figuring out what resilience meant, he went ahead and built it. The Global Center for Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management stands today as a beacon for nations to build back stronger, and that is just one chapter in his extraordinary legacy. But his work has never been about titles or records. It's always been about people and about safeguarding livelihoods, especially of those from vulnerable regions like the Caribbean, because he sees resilience not as a corporate strategy, but as a commitment, one that protects the very soul of travel. Beyond his policies and strategies, anyone who's had the privilege of working with him knows that he doesn't just lead, he inspires. And if you ever find yourself in St. James's Parish and just mention his name, you will feel the love his constituents have for him. Or like me, as I was being driven from Kingston to Negril yesterday by Colin Crossdale, who went on to tell me that he's not just a minister, he is a GOAT, the greatest of all times. He has spent decades shaping global tourism. He is the longest-standing Minister of Tourism in the world, and just when you think there's nothing more he can do, he went ahead and got himself a doctorate. And today, he has done the unthinkable yet again. He managed to get not one, but 2 candidates for the Secretary General post of UN Tourism to share the same stage, and that is a historic first. It is a pity Zurab is not here, but folks, that is not just next level diplomacy, that is what it means to show how tourism unites and brings people together. Because true transformation happens when men of peace step up. Those who build bridges, foster trust, and create ripple effects far beyond their immediate circles. He's a statesman, he's a visionary, he tackles the impossible and somehow makes it look effortless. And above all, he is a Jamaican at heart. Now, I know he is going to be miffed when I say this, but I can't contain myself because he was in hospital till yesterday. He is in pain, he's drugged up on painkillers, he can barely move, but he's here. And that is what it means to have a sense of duty and to be of service. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the force, the legend, the one and the only, His Excellency, Honorable Minister, Dr. Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism for Jamaica. Everybody up on stage, welcome him, guys.
Wow. I shouldn't forgive myself for asking the second prettiest girl in the world to be in Jamaica today, but more so to introduce me at this very important third Global Tourism Resilience Day and Conference. Aradna, you are special, and I want us to give a very special round of applause to Aradna Wallace. I want also for us to give each other a nice smiling glance. Just look at each other and smile at each other today. Just look at each other and smile at each other today. Yes. This is the third renewal of Global Tourism Resilience Day. And this is a special day for all of us in tourism across the world. But it's a special day for Jamaica because it's little Jamaica that went to the UN, first with a speech to UNGA by our Prime Minister, and then by resolution delivered by, and I don't speak in third persons much, the Minister of Tourism. And at the end of the presentation, 94 countries subscribed to the resolution and made it difficult for the President to take a vote. And so Jamaica became only the second country in the world to have the UN designate a day for tourism. The first being Nigeria 50 years to 2023 when we did, and then Jamaica. And so, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, partners in tourism, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you well this morning. Very, very fond, rich, strong, bright, warm and friendly Jamaica. Good morning to you here. Good afternoon to those elsewhere. Good evening for others elsewhere, even wherever you may be, joining us from around the world just feel the nice Jamaican warmth, the Jamaican welcome, the Jamaican greeting, the Jamaican vibe, and to close it all, the Jamaican Irie. You know what Irie is? Ask Bob Marley. Irie is? Irie. What is Irie? Irie. All right, that means it cannot be defined. It's just something very special that you only can have it if you are Jamaican. So, Jamaica is giving to the world now that Irie feeling this morning. So we're gathered here at the dawn of an era that demands new vision, renewed commitment, and unwavering resolve. We come together at this third Global Tourism Resilience Conference to celebrate our shared achievements, confront our common vulnerabilities, and chart a course forward for tourism worldwide. Today's session is doubly significant as we also observe Global Tourism Resilience Day, a day dedicated to raising awareness about the importance of building resilience across our sectors and creating spaces for dialogue and transformative actions. Tourism is not merely about leisure or sightseeing. It is a lifeblood of many economies, a catalyst for world development, and a critical pillar in the architecture of global growth. For developing countries in particular, tourism represents a path to empowerment, job creation, poverty alleviation, and the preservation of cultural heritage. It fosters cross-cultural exchange, promotes tolerance, and deepens our shared sense of humanity. Yet, the benefits of tourism are not exclusive to developing nations alone. Tourism is a worldwide economic driver, employing 1 in every 10 individuals globally. It is a unifying thread that weaves together people from different walks of life, bridging continents and cultures, and serving as an engine of prosperity. When the COVID-19 pandemic swept across the globe, few industries felt its fury more intensely than the tourism sector. In a matter of weeks, borders were sealed, flights were grounded, and flow of travelers ceased almost entirely. This abrupt halt has not merely been a momentary inconvenience. It was an economic earthquake that shook communities and livelihoods worldwide. However, tourism by its very nature is resilient. It thrives on human curiosity, our innate desire to explore the unknown, and our deep longing to connect with the global community. Indeed, in its essence, tourism as an instrument of peace and resilience embodies the true sense of what peace really is, that it is not merely the absence of conflict, but it is the presence of connections. And that's what we do and have done so well over the years. Yet, even as we recover, we must not ignore the vulnerabilities that tourism has. From natural disasters to geopolitical shocks, from health emergencies to climate change, these challenges stand ever present, testing the durability of our beloved industry. That is why our collective mission must be to mitigate these vulnerabilities and strengthen the resilience of tourism. We must harness innovation, champion sustainability, and foster collaboration across all sectors to ensure that the next crisis, whatever form it takes, does not cripple our progress, but rather spurs our creativity and resolve. Here, I want you to allow me to underscore the role of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, headquartered here in Jamaica. And I want you to forgive me a personal indulgence. Because by founding this global resource center, by founding this institutional instrument to enable capacity building, what we have tried to do is to create an avenue for global expression, but more importantly, a reservoir of information and knowledge on which the world can draw to create new vistas, to innovate, and to find a new way of solving old problems. Because vulnerabilities are not new. They may change their form based on the exigencies of the moment. But the world has had vulnerabilities from the beginning. And disruptions are not new. They only change their dimensions or become more aggressive in terms of their action. But vulnerabilities and disruptions we've had ever since Anthropocene Earth. COVID-19 made the biggest statement of it all, when for the first time in our history, every single human being was impacted by a single phenomenon. But what we have done by way of establishing the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center 2 years before COVID-19 was declared by the WHO, was to say that the world of tourism that we're so much a part of, that we rely so heavily on, has to find a way not just to resolve difficulties and differences when they arrive and they come about us, but how to foretell these difficulties, how to mitigate against these difficulties, how to manage the difficulties when they arrive, and how to recover, but more importantly, recover quickly, and finally, how to thrive. And so, in the past few years, the quest to build resilience, digital technology and its allies, artificial intelligence, for example, and data analytics, have become part of the reservoir of knowledge and information that the center has embraced and is enabling the development of toolkits and different forms of action that can enable those 5 touch points that I mentioned a while ago. First of all, real-time data analytics, to be able to monitor travel flows, consumer trends, and potential risk, allowing us to make proactive decisions. Secondly, virtual engagements and marketing, to offer immersive experiences that can keep destinations top of mind, even during travel pauses. And I give you an example. During COVID, we were able to have a virtual mass wedding at Laughing Waters in Ocho Rios, where I was the master of ceremony, and there was a minister, and we actually married 140 couples across the world and said to them, when COVID is over, come to Jamaica for your honeymoon. Thirdly, smart destination management, enhancing visitor experiences through digital ticketing, crowd management, and personalized itineraries that promote sustainability and authenticity. And fourthly, robust crisis communication, facilitating swift and clear communication with stakeholders, travelers, and local communities in times of crisis. The world is geographically ignorant. We know very little about everywhere. When we had hurricanes here that hit Barbuda and Antigua, the calls were going to Barbados and Bermuda. And more importantly, they were coming to Jamaica because it was Caribbean. Nobody knew the geographical location properly. Getting precise information, adequate and proper information about what's happening, where it's happening, how it's happening, who it's happening by, who is affected is critical to crisis management. And that's a huge part of the job that we have to do to enable robust crisis communication. And by weaving these digital tools into tourism strategies, we can foresee disruptions, respond effectively to crises, and ensure the continuity of this vital sector. At the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, we focus on a range of thematic areas that advance tourism resilience worldwide. We have led innovative programs and strategic alliances that speak to our commitment in areas such as climate tourism resilience, so that in partnership with Japan International Cooperation Agencies, JICA, and Airbnb, we have launched initiatives here in the Caribbean to support small tourism enterprises and coastal communities, ensuring they are more robust in the face of climate-related threats. Secondly, pandemic management. Through collaboration with the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, we develop guidelines and framework to prepare destinations for health emergencies, enabling them to weather the storm of COVID-19 and any further pandemics more effectively. Thirdly, entrepreneurial resilience. In Jordan, for example, through cultural heritage projects, we have empowered local entrepreneurs to protect, preserve, and promote Jordan's rich historic sites, ensuring that tourism growth aligns with heritage conservation. Fourthly, digital resilience, AI initiatives. Now we are pleased to announce a new frontier of work focusing on digital resilience. Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management will be rolling out a series of AI-driven initiatives designed to enhance destinations worldwide, from dedicated training and capacity building programs to thought leadership and advocacy efforts. By equipping tourism stakeholders with cutting-edge digital skills, we aim to reshape the industry, making it more agile, inclusive, and future-ready. These initiatives collectively stand to transform global tourism. They illustrate how resilient building efforts can range from environmental sustainability to public health, from heritage preservations to digital innovation, all converging to create a seamless and sustainable global tourism environment. The final spark of inspiration that has driven us is that we invite each and everyone from across the world to embrace the essence of tourism resilience, not just as a means of being able to track, mitigate, manage, recover, and thrive after disruptions, but as a means of ensuring sustainable development and growth. Because resilience is a forerunner to sustainability, and that you cannot, in fact, be truly sustainable until you are resilient. So this is the day that we invite the world to reflect on its true self, to find itself by building capacity to understand how to navigate disruptions of the future. I want to close by thanking the teams that have come from the various centers across the world. And we've established 6 centers across the world. And I particularly want to single out the East Africa Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center and Esther, the work that they have done. I recall when I went there in 2019 to establish the center, December 2019. 3 months after, we had COVID declared. And when I went back to the university in 2021, as I walked in, the Vice Chancellor said, "Here comes the prophet." And I said, "Really?" And he said, "Yes, because who knew that in 2019, when we established this center, the world would have its most disruptive experience in history." And so we don't want to be made into prophets. What we want to be made into are activists driving this great campaign to build capacity, to be able to foresee crises, to mitigate against crises, to manage crises when they come, to recover and recover quickly from crises, but most importantly, to thrive after crises. Have a wonderful, delightful Global Tourism Resilience Day, and it is my pleasure to also declare open this great conference on digital transformation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's what they say when Jamaica's rhythm moves the world. Thank you very much for that scintillating performance and for bringing us a taste of the nation's heartbeat. We are going to break for coffee. Can we please request you to come back in 10 minutes? We're running a bit behind schedule. 10 minutes only, please, and we're ready for 5 panels back to back. 10 minutes break. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
wanna stay or you wanna go? rise and fall like dominoes. Every night we argue, gunshot. You dish me dirt and I dish it back. Call me worse and you know the facts. Can't believe how far the ratings drop. And if me leave, you go want me back. Dish me dirt and I dish it back. Can't believe how far the ratings drop. You call me worse and you know the facts. And if you leave me, I go want you back. Actions have spoken. Arms open for you, and time has proven. Arms open for you, our bond's not broken. Arms open for you, my arms are open, open for you. My arms are open.
Sometimes she give me headache, but you know, so she a feel me said way. Yeah. I drive you crazy and I give me no break. Dish me dirt, but don't keep on my name. Got my love, not a price, but still you know I'm there for you.
and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, this is mic testing. Can we have the microphone on, please? Is it? And it's back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is mic testing. Am I audible? This is mic testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? This is mic testing. Can you hear me? Good. All right. Welcome to a day of bold ideas, breakthrough conversations, and transformative strategies. Tourism is at a turning point, and today we're not just talking about the future, we are shaping it. From AI-driven resilience to cybersecurity, digital innovation, and sustainability, this isn't just another industry discussion, it's a call to action to future-proof our sector. You have 5 panels coming up today with a lunch break in between. From digital power of destination resilience to building digital trust and cybersecurity in tourism to future-proofing tourism amid global shocks, expect powerful insights, unfiltered discussions, and tangible solutions. Whether you're here to challenge the status quo, spark innovation, or connect with global trailblazers, today is your moment. Are you ready, folks? So let's get started and make some waves. They can't hear me? Can someone help me with the mic? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel that's about to shake things up. Fasten your seatbelts because we are diving headfirst into the first panel of the day, which is all about the digital revolution of tourism. Tourism has always been about experiences, the sights, the sounds, the flavors, but now it's also about big data, crunching numbers, AI making decisions, the Internet of Things keeping connected, and artificial intelligence turning your reality into sci-fi, and robots, well, robots just doing robotic things. The big question is, are we ready to embrace this digital wave, or are we about to be outpaced by our own technology? Can we use these cutting-edge tools to make destinations more resilient, future-proof, and dare I say, unstoppable? We've got a great lineup today, 1 brilliant presenter to set the stage, 5 expert panelists who are going to bring the heat, and a moderator who's not just here to keep the peace, but to stir the pot in all the right ways. So, without much ado, let's get this high-energy, no-holds-barred conversation started. Professor, the stage is yours. Fiona is doing it even better. We have the lovely, indomitable, incomparable Fiona Fennell. Fiona, please come on up at stage and moderate the next panel.
Thank you, Aradhna, and good morning. Yes, it is still morning. This session is going to change just a little bit. So whereas we would normally have a presentation and discussions following, I'm told that all of our panelists are now presenters in their own right. So I now ask Mr. David Tepper, the co-founder and CEO at PAI Inc. And the conversation that we're about to have is the rise of artificial intelligence, opportunities and challenges for tourism. I would also like to invite on stage Dr. Luz Longsworth, Sandals International Senior Corporate Director. Yay, Sandals is in the building. Sandals Corporate University, Sandals Resorts International. Oh, we'll ask them to just wait. All right, so center stage is for Mr. David Tepper first with his presentation.
Good morning, everybody. All right. Let's get my slides up, please. Some help in the back. We got it? Okay, great. Awesome. And we're good with the audio? All right, thumbs up. Awesome. Hello, everybody. My name is David Tepper, and I am the co-founder and CEO of PayEye Inc. I'll talk a little bit about what PayEye is, at the end, but suffice it to say, it means that I have the pleasure of working with AI for 12 plus hours a day, whether I want to or not. A bit of my background: I've been working for Microsoft for about 19 years, stayed there until about 10 months ago when I decided to fund my own company, and been in the AI space a really long time. My first patent in AI was back in 2011, and so I was really excited when I got the opportunity to come out here and speak to you all today about AI and how it's going to impact tourism resilience and sort of the whole conversation that we're having today. So I'm going to do three things in this talk. The first thing is that I'm going to get everybody on the same page about what AI is. I'm going to discuss how it affects our daily lives already, and then I'm going to tie it back to its impact on tourism, and hopefully this is more fun than a traditional lecture, because this is a special lecture. So okay, let's start with this. What the heck is AI anyway? So let's ignore the name AI for now. Let's imagine you've got a building. So I'm from Seattle, so we use the Space Needle, and you want to have a computer simulate this building. You may want to use that simulation for structural testing. You may want to simply be able to see it in 3D, like on a computer. Maybe you want to ride an elevator up to the top and take a look outside. So you set out to build a digital version of the Space Needle. But where do you stop? Do you include every pipe and every screw? What about the paint streaks or the rust? Do you write code to simulate each individual molecule that makes up the Space Needle? Probably not. And so it becomes quickly apparent that you cannot replicate it exactly. And so the best you can do is to create a good enough model. This is actually a gingerbread Space Needle that I made, right? So this is my model of the Space Needle. And any model is going to have its deficiencies, places where it's fundamentally different or lacking from the original. And that means that whatever you're trying to use it for, the incompleteness of the model will introduce error. And as the march of technology progressed, we needed to reduce error to continue to improve. And so we created systems to take a look at the original building and identify patterns in the model. And it turns out that by repeating those patterns, the model doesn't actually have to be a perfect replica of the original in order to represent it far better than trying to copy every single thing about it manually. So now I can use this statistically enhanced version of the model of the Space Needle to do things that I wanted to do with the real Space Needle. And I'm realizing here that my animations are not working. Okay, this is back and working. Okay, great. There we go. Thank you, folks. Okay, great. This type of modeling has traditionally been called machine learning. It's an extremely advanced pattern matching so that we can create statistical models that approximate the real world and use those models to make predictions, test out theories, and simulate the consequences of actions without first having to take those actions. And we see this everywhere in modern society. Weather forecasts are done by modeling weather phenomenon. There's too much weather data to program each individual thing manually, so we build statistical simulations for it. Stock market predictions are based on financial models because the real international financial system is simply too complex to be exactly replicated. But most of us deal with this type of modeling far more frequently and far less obviously. And that's social media. Social media is a machine learning product. They leverage machine learning to understand our preferences so it can increase engagement and show us more relevant advertising. In order to keep us scrolling on TikTok for as long as possible, the algorithms learn what will keep you present. At its core, social media is a form of modeling that's designed to curate the information that you see. And in order to keep you, scrolling and engaged, the model statistically represent your engagement patterns and decide what to show you that will keep you present. And it's obviously been wildly successful. Most of the major tech companies are in some way using this type of AI to gather your data and sell it back to you in the form of ads. It's modeling the part of your intellect that decides what to click on, what to watch, or what to buy. And the tourism industry is already affected by this. If someone goes to a search engine and asks where they should go for a vacation, it's these curation models that decide what the user sees. If someone looks up best resorts, top beaches, top reviewed restaurants, and so on, who decides what gets shown and in what context? Systems like Google, Expedia, TripAdvisor, they're not actually incentivized to show you some version of the truth. They're incentivized to show you what their models most predict that you'll be likely to interact with. So things like investing in search engine optimization and generally providing a good service to get top reviews from customers will enable a company to leverage the upside of this technology, improve discovery, the ability to get your brand message in front of a bunch of people who are most likely to interact with it, and so on. But having widely deployed systems that are extremely powerful, extremely popular, and solely incentivized to show you what you will click on has powerful side effects, which I'll discuss in a moment. But for now, why all this renewed talk about AI? At what point does modeling an intellect become an intellect of its own? So up until this point, we've discussed systems that approximate real life so that you can simulate reality and take actions based on the findings. But for the last few years, these systems have been expanding their capability to not just be able to simulate the thing that they were built to model, but to extrapolate and to create new representations of the data. And so for the longest time, there's been this discussion about what is machine learning and what is artificial intelligence. But upon seeing models that are able to so accurately replicate and expand on their training data, we as a civilization seem to have landed on calling this AI. And more specifically, since it's generating content instead of simply representing old content, the term for this is more commonly generative AI. Now, generative AI will usher in the intelligence age, and what used to take 85 to 90 intelligence workers will soon take 1 or less. And this is likely to happen at an incredible speed, far faster than the agricultural revolution, which took place over hundreds of years. And the economic and political implications are as of yet unclear. But why are they so unclear? Part of the problem is that when you say the words hostile AI, everyone's mind immediately go to robots in the streets shooting laser guns at people, right? That's because for most people, Hollywood is the only model for what happens when AI attacks. Robots fighting us in the streets, unfortunately, though, is not what AI looks like. This is what hostile AI looks like.
Part of our family. So if you could pray for us, we appreciate it. I love you guys. Come closer for the video. Come closer. Come closer. Put your head right here. Come closer. Closer down. Put your head right here. Act like you're crying. Really good. Go like this. No, Mom, I'm actually seriously crying. No, I know, but go like this for the video. Go like this, put one hand up, like this. No, go like this. Put your hand like this. But let them see your mouth. Let them see your mouth. Look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me. I know, look at me, look at me. Look at the camera, look at the camera. It's okay.
So hostile AI is what creates the incentives for this type of behavior. She posted this by accident and still continues to be an influencer with hundreds of thousands of regular viewers, but this mother and her son are victims. We're ignoring the real effects of real AI that's hostile right now. But why? So for that, let's talk about the stories we tell ourselves and how they shape our perception of reality. And I'm going to jump into something that I know you were definitely expecting in a talk about AI, and that is the ancient Egyptian crocodile god Sobek. Right. And I might be thinking, whoa, what the heck just happened? Let me explain. So ancient Egyptians lived near the Nile River, and the land was mostly crocodile-infested swamps. And they revered Sobek and believed that he could offer protection from the dangerous Nile crocodiles if only they could build temples of worship to him. So this religious devotion to construct these temples led the Egyptians to perform incredible feats of civil engineering, turning unusable swampland to temples of Sobek, where the crocodiles were fed and the land was usable for farming. And inside the temples were these little avatars of Sobek. It was like an actual crocodile that they would feed and worship and keep a crown on. And by worshiping him, the Egyptians transformed a dangerous crocodile-infested terrain into a holy and sacred ground upon which they continued to build their civilization. Sobek had come through for them, right? They were protected from the crocodiles. And so my question to you is, was the god Sobek real? So he was certainly real in the minds of the ancient Egyptians, and through that shared belief, Sobek's power was realized. Where there was once inhospitable swamps full of deadly crocodiles, there were now temples to Sobek and usable farmland. And anyone who lived in that time and thought to doubt his power could simply look around and see how he had transformed the land. This shared understanding between subjects of how the world works is called an intersubjective reality. Money, religion, governments, borders, all of them represent shared understandings that we ascribe power to. Money only works because we live in an intersubjective reality where money has value. The concept of Jamaica as a country does not exist except in our shared sense of reality. And if you point to the legal documents that define Jamaica's borders, you'll discover that even the law is a shared reality. The United Nations, as an entity, also does not exist except in humanity's shared context. This is the definition of an intersubjective reality, a reality created only through the shared perception of multiple subjects via the stories we tell ourselves. And so when you create an idea and establish it in the minds of others, we work collectively to make it real. And the fervor with which people will defend that reality is a function of how established that story is in their minds. Think of the religious wars like the Crusades, where for nearly 200 years people would suit up in thick armor and they would walk thousands of miles to fight other groups whose views of reality were different from their own. Or the tulip mania in the Dutch Republic in the 17th century, where tulips became so valuable that by 1637 a single tulip bulb sold for 10 times the annual income of a skilled craftsman. And you may look back on them and think that they were morons, but they weren't. They were just as intelligent as you and I. They just believed different stories than you do. The stories define their reality. That's actually how much tulips were worth to them. And you may think that our modern civilization is immune to something like this, but have you seen the price of Bitcoin lately? So Curation ML hyper-focuses the information you receive. In the same way the type of food you consume will affect your body, the information that you consume will affect your mind. And when you curate which thoughts are exposed to wide portions of the population, you're also curating the stories we tell ourselves, and therefore curating the realities that we choose to live in. And since these realities are so powerfully and consistently reinforced, we will vigorously defend them and take action to realize them. This is why, despite having satellites in space, a growing percentage of the population suddenly believes that the Earth is flat again, and absolutely nothing will change their mind. And despite having a child sobbing about your dog dying directly in front of you, getting likes on YouTube is suddenly more important than being a parent or even being a human. Social media gives us our feed, but it's not providing a balanced information diet. And the widespread effects of this are felt and known by everybody. Again, these models are only targeting that which will get people most engaged. The algorithms do not have a sense of morality. And so for many of us, especially the younger generations, we're faced with the negative side effects of widely deployed curation machine learning daily. Virtually all of us live or with them or in some way impacted by them. And like every powerful technology, there's two sides to the coin. And so this was our first encounter with wide-scale hostile machine learning. So now moving back into AI, if curation machine learning selects our reality for us, what generative AI does is create new ones. It tells new stories. It can shape our worldview in awesome or in terrifying ways. Now, I'm sure you're all familiar with the text generation capabilities of large language models like ChatGPT. For those of you who haven't tried it, I encourage you to. But this is not the only generative AI revolution that's happening right now. Let's take a look at some examples.
We cannot afford to become complacent now. There's still that risk. Therefore, we must continue to strictly observe all the infection prevention and control measures, including wearing a mask, washing hands, and social distancing. And just like that, I can clone the likeness of a voice, and I can use it to say anything that I please. You can imagine how this might be used not just for heads of state, but to simulate influencers who are visiting Jamaica and talking about their experiences at various resorts, beaches, restaurants, and so on.
What you just heard was a generative model that I created on a small snippet of the Prime Minister's voice. And from that, I was able to extrapolate out far further than the training data. The gaps between the gingerbread supports are filled with statistical models so accurate that it can be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to discern them from reality. Let's try it out together. I'll give you guys all a second to look at this. One of these 4 pictures of donuts is fake and generated by AI. The other 3 are real. This is not a trick question where they're all fake or they're all real. 1 is fake, 3 are real. And by a round of applause, I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead and clap if you think number 1 is the fake one. Okay, a few people. What about number 2? All right, number 3? And number 4? All right. And the answer is the truth doesn't matter. What matters is that we can't all agree on what's true. So that means that with generative AI, tourism boards can create compelling, culturally appropriate marketing materials almost instantly. This could range from crafting blog posts and social media captions in multiple languages to generating stylized travel videos that highlight underrepresented destinations. These campaigns can be constantly refined based on incoming traveler feedback and seasonal preferences. They can be highly specialized to the user viewing them, making them more likely than ever to want to visit by telling them customized stories about exactly what they want to hear. Small and medium-sized tourism enterprises like boutique hotels, tour guides, craft market vendors, and so on can leverage Gen AI tools to create polished marketing materials at extremely low cost. And this reduces their dependence on expensive advertising agencies and levels the marketing playing field, potentially boosting local entrepreneurship and community-based tourism. You can even use things like chatbots to handle, an onslaught of questions from customers in a way that was previously only, limited to larger enterprises. But it also means that with generative AI, it makes it easier than ever to produce convincing but entirely fabricated images, videos, or influencer endorsements. Operators can create fraudulent promotional materials that lure tourists into substandard or even non-existent accommodations. Such scams can damage the entire destination's reputation and set tourists up for disappointment and result in a flood of negative reviews when it does not meet their unrealistic expectations. Gen AI could also be misused to create false historical narratives, videos or articles suggesting non-existent cultural rituals or misrepresenting historical figures. This can distort countries in the eyes of its would-be tourists and over time undermine the trustworthiness of any information that's coming out of the region. Now, this isn't likely initially to happen intentionally, but more through a model trying to keep the user engaged. And so the user will ask a question, and in an effort to give the most appealing response, it'll create a wholly fake narrative distorting the truth for that user. Like the time Trump visited Jamaica, right? He had some jerk chicken with the boys. What, you guys don't remember this? All right, so, no, oh man. Well, these types of fakes have been possible for years, right? Ever since Photoshop. So there's nothing new now, but what's different is at the extreme ease with which these can be created. Now, historically, something that's much harder to fake has been movies. And there's been, somewhat of an unofficial benchmark for fake AI movie quality. And simply put, that benchmark is to create an entirely AI-generated video of Will Smith eating spaghetti. I didn't make that up. That's just the reality of it. So there's no base video here. This is just totally created by the AI. And so what I'm going to show you now is the state of the art of AI video generation a year and a half ago.
Uncle Bill, come try this. Fresh pasta of Bel Air.
All right, very obviously fake. Let's look at the state of the art of video today. That's a completely AI-generated video. Would you know that if I didn't tell you? It might be a little easier if the spaghetti was feeding itself to Will. Maybe we can tell it's fake then, right? So here's my very favorite resort commercial, now with narration from the Prime Minister of Jamaica himself.
Are those people riding a sea lion?
Yeah, it looks like it.
For a limited time only, you can ride any of our lovely sea creatures.
Sandals Jamaica sale is now on. Visit sandals.com or call 1-800-SANDALS.
Everyone's favorite commercial for Sandals Jamaica. So let's talk about the more nuanced trade-offs. Gen AI can simulate an authentic cultural immersion, giving visitors a richer sense of local norms, etiquette, and values. Tourists can engage more thoroughly, both with landmarks and with people, easily understand patois with live translation, not only of the words, but of the visual context of what's around them, and can ask questions and self-navigate to optimize their experience in any country. Models like the ones available in ChatGPT are far more invasive than traditional models because humans can tell it exactly what's on their mind right then and there. And so this can lead to a proliferation of niche-focused tourism. People already come to Jamaica for reggae, but what about heritage tourism or sports tourism and so on? Gen AI can shine a spotlight on these niches, curating tailored itineraries that reduce the over-reliance on marquee attractions. However, the reliance on models to provide in-context exploration and immersion erodes the human connection that can make tourism so special. It diminishes the perceived value of local experts, tour guides, cultural interpreters, historians, and so on, all of whom bring intangible value through their lived experiences and storytelling. AI might also unintentionally promote certain cultural elements, such as music, dance, or cuisine, purely for their so-called Instagram appeal, disconnecting them from their actual cultural context. And over time, these pieces of culture might be cherry-picked, repackaged, and stripped of their meaning. And this subtle commodification may not immediately be visible, but can erode cultural authenticity in the long run. And then competition begins. And with tools that can generate polished marketing content at scale, every destination risks sounding familiar. Seemingly perfect beaches, universally friendly people, vaguely authentic experiences. When every tourist board can produce AI-polished narratives, it becomes harder for anyone to stand out. And over time, this narrative homogenization can erode genuine destination branding and reduce the uniqueness that drives tourism choices. AI-generated fake reviews and testimonials can flood travel platforms, and in fact, they already are, making it harder for visitors to distinguish genuine guest experiences from synthetic ones. And this erosion of trust can lead travelers to lose confidence in booking systems and official tourism board endorsements, negatively impacting legitimate tourism businesses around the globe. And local tourism boards may find it increasingly difficult to maintain a consistent positive brand identity. You can have things like rogue actors, including competing destinations, malicious lobbyists. They could systematically produce negative or misleading content, driving potential visitors away.
Today I'm announcing a state of emergency for Jamaica. Creatures from the deep are threatening everyone and everything that comes close. The beaches are not safe. The land is not safe. Do not come to Jamaica if you value your lives.
Sandals Jamaica sale is now on. Visit sandals.com or call 1-800-SANDALS.
I like this one next to them a little bit more. Oh my God, they've run out of burgers at the resort and the Americans have gone wild. Don't come to Jamaica unless you've brought enough McDonald's for everybody. This one's a bit of fun. Demonstrates how hidden messages can be encoded in imagery. So this is a bunch of people having fun at a Caribbean beach. It's pretty obviously a fake image. I think that guy over on the right has his butt out. But if you squint your eyes or view the message from afar, something else starts to appear. Go ahead and squint your eyes now. You can raise your hand once you've seen it. Can everyone see it? Squint your eyes. Here's some recognition from the back there. So let's briefly discuss some potential mitigations. And I won't say that these are comprehensive or bulletproof, because frankly, the entire world is going to need to go through growing pains to understand the implications of the new technology. From hotel managers to community tourism operators, increasing AI literacy is crucial. Understanding the capabilities, biases, limitations of generative AI enables stakeholders to harness its strengths while thoughtfully avoiding its pitfalls. And anything that supports widespread comprehension of its capabilities will help mitigate the negative side effects. Imagery and other content can have a coded, verified, authentic seal with a value that can be referenced in a trusted system to help differentiate registered content from generated content, helping governments and institutions control their own narrative. And because AI evolves rapidly, related regulations should be living documents. A multi-stakeholder committee composed of government representatives, industry leaders, tech experts, and cultural custodians can review the latest developments in generative AI and update policies, ensuring that regulations remain relevant and responsive. In the longer term, climate change is going to be significantly accelerated by generative AI. There's several companies that are building data centers at an entirely new scale. There's a new data center being built by Oracle, for example, that has 130,000 of the latest AI chips, and it's powered by 3 nuclear reactors. And that's just one of these new scale of data centers. And so, hundreds of billions of dollars are being poured into this worldwide in order to make this happen. And so the world's energy generation is growing at a massive rate in order to accommodate this new technology. Any plans that have been made to handle increased acidification of the oceans, rising sea levels, increased weather variability and strength will need to be considered sooner, since humanity is collectively throwing more energy at this type of technology than anything that's come before it. Lastly, I wouldn't be much of an entrepreneur if I didn't mention my own company. My team and I are bringing all of our years of AI and cloud technology expertise together to create the most unique and expansive set of tools to let you harness the power of Gen AI. PAI helps companies or governments to achieve, value, control their costs, and accelerate their development with Gen AI. So when you need to pay for AI, come to PAI. And if any of you in the audience are building with Gen AI solutions for tourism, otherwise, please let's talk. And with that, I think I'll end the talk. I think we can move on to the panel and Q&A.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tepper. And I don't know about you, but it has, we know about AI, but to look at the depth of it, to look at what's real, what's fake, what can be done if it's not real but is fake, and the lies moving ahead of the truth, just because it can, and it can go viral. I know that we're crunched for time. Aradhna, I'm trying to stay within the limit. Dr. Loz Longsworth, may I have you here, please? I don't know, your chair side is on the right, so I thought you were sitting with them. And I'm gonna ask that your presentation will be 10 minutes. Yes.
Good, are we in morning still? Good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin, let me just assure you that there are no monsters at Sandals. And you are very welcome if you want to have a really, I guess the only monster would be the monster good time that you're going to have in Jamaica and at Sandals. And today, I'm going to pick up where David left off, which is basically the intentional use of digital strategies, AI, and other digital tools in order to create wider literacy around the issues of AI and their positive, or as I prefer to call it, the virtuous use of AI. And I hope I virtually know how to use this. So let's see. No, that's not it. Okay, the big green button, yes. Okay, so I believe it was Natalia who spoke about digital transformation as a journey. And so very briefly, I just want to take you on the journey that we've had over the last 5 years at Sandals and through the Sandals Corporate University. The Sandals Corporate University was launched in 2012. And in 2012, all of our learning and development tools were, of course, manual. So on the photograph, you can see a little blue booklet, and that was called your passport, your Sandals passport, where all of the training certifications that you received at Sandals was recorded. Moving on to 2019, again, fortuitously, Okima, just before our COVID pandemic, we acquired and launched through the amazing team of people who are cheering for me, a learning management system. And I'll show you the effect that that learning management system has had on our ability to create a sustainable training model for Sandals. And then in 2023, we moved on to launching our virtual reality, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence tools for training. If you look at the smaller picture on your screen, I'm not sure if you can see Minister, who is always in the avant-garde. He was at that launch and trying on, and he was cutting meat, if I'm not mistaken, with his Oculus. And there is our chairman, Mr. Adam Stewart, and the chairman of the company, Eon Reality, with whom we have partnered. So we have moved fairly quickly, I would say, in 10 years, 13 years, from pen and paper into digital. But I'm going to show you just how fast it has ended up being. Between 2019 to 2024, we issued 158,152 digital certificates to our team members at Sandals. More than almost half of that number has occurred in the last 12 months. So that gives you a sense of how rapidly we are now adopting our digital training. We serve 20,297 team members across 9 countries in the Caribbean, and our learning management system has 100,000 plus digital courses available freely to all team members. We use it primarily for our online courses, which are self-paced. We track training completions, even those who are face-to-face. Scholarship applications and approvals are also done through that system because Sandals offers scholarships to our team members, and performance evaluation tracking, which is a collaborative arrangement with our human resource department. So we track all training hours and sessions. But what are we doing in terms of leveraging AI, and how has it actually affected our business and our development of our people, which is in fact the ethos and the mantra of Sandals? First of all, we have several ongoing projects utilizing AI and digital tools. I want to point out our environmental health and safety training, which is one of our compliance training. Every hotel has to have a compliance with the EHS. And we have done quite a bit with 360-degree imaging and virtual scenarios to accelerate the training model for our EHS. We use our AI assistant through an interactive chatbot to help with customer service training. And we do virtual resorts orientation and teaching our rooms division about the rooms, because Sandals has a tremendous number of great rooms, and we'll show you a little bit about that. But each member of our rooms division has to understand what the room is, and through the filming of the room, you'll see we're able to do that so much more quickly, so much more efficiently. So I'm going to share with you a couple of use cases. So I spoke earlier about the environmental health and safety, food safety training, and because our conference is about sustainability, I thought I would give you just a sample of some of the things we're seeing. So while we were doing training in a face-to-face environment, we were clocking something like over 1,000 hours of training time of the trainer in preparing, in delivering to the target group. We were also clocking total training days, over 200. So you're talking about the target group taking 8 months to complete their training. If you look on the other side, you will see that with transforming that using our digital tools, we no longer need to use our training hours for our learning and development professionals. They're now reallocated to doing a lot of other things. And we have moved from 8 months to complete the target group to 3 months. So in 3 months, we can complete 80% of our staff can do the environmental health and safety training versus 8 months before. So they are ready to go out on the floor and to be very, very good employees. Another use case, and this is now just to look at paper usage, which is something that we're really reducing. We have a diploma in hospitality leadership that we partner with FIU and a company called ALS. If we were going to do a manual application process, which is the old system, we would be using somewhere in the range, I think, of 9 sheets of paper just for the application. With our new system, we're using about 3. And what does that work out for our 2024 applicants? Instead of using over 1,200 sheets of paper just for the applications, I'm not talking about then photocopying the applications and circulating it to the interview committee and so on. We're using 57 sheets, and that is a 71% saving just on paper. And not to talk about the ability then to make it a lot more efficient, where we're processing things through our system, and our reviewers can also see the applications from wherever they are. We use it for our compliance, and here is an example.
Chloe, can I post pictures from last night's company event on my personal page?
Not without checking a few things first. The policy says you must avoid sharing anything that could harm the company's reputation, like unprofessional or messy photos.
Right. So let me just hold there. So that is one of our videos that we're using for our policy manuals, because our young people are not going to sit and read a 300-page policy manual. Let's face it, somebody spoke about Generation Z over there, right? Would you prefer to see that about a policy, or would you prefer to read a 250-page policy? Right. So we're using our technologies to appeal, of course, to our new generation of team members that are coming in. So apart from that, and you spoke about the fact that we have to get our people to understand what AI is about, what the digital transformation is about, and that is our strategy. We are actually teaching, I know this is my e-learning manager's best phrase, we're teaching them to fish, because they are the ones that we want to create the content, they're the ones that we want to be literate, because they're the ones that have to deal with the world that is coming at them in the industry. So I'm going to share with you 3 cases, use cases, very briefly. Is that my time? Okay, very briefly. It's just a few seconds. So what you just saw was the Christmas decoration contest, which was a sustainability and eco-sustainable decoration contest. And we decorated our office totally using AI. Not one piece of decoration. We came second, but we think we deserved first. All right. And finally, the interaction with AI and the immediacy of the learning. And this was a particular case. This gentleman interacted with an AI where he was given a scenario, a customer service scenario, and he responded to the AI. The AI responded to him and gave him ideas as to how he could have done it better. Right after the session, he went out, and this is what he had to say.
My name is Javon. I'm one of the Club Sandals concierge here at Sandals Grand Antigua. And after engaging with the Eon XR training offered by SCU, I was able to perform one of my tasks effectively and professionally. And it was due to the AI interaction that I had during the training. So thank you, SCU, for such a program that you have created.
Immediacy. So my last words are, let's start a movement, and that's the collaboration element that we've been talking about. It's not enough for one company or one group of people to be adopting this. We think the entire industry needs to come together to create content for training so that we can enhance our human capital. This is the future. The future is the present right now. So we need to adjust it. And that is not an AI-generated version of me. I think it's fake. The head is a little bit big, but the earrings are the same. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lunsworth. We have learned so much, and I can only come up with the word efficiency in this program and initiative. Thank you. I would like to ask Ms. Natasha Marzolf, please, to make her way for her presentation. She's the IDB Group Country Representative for Jamaica.
Good morning. Very happy to be here on behalf of the Inter-American Development Bank. My name is Natasha Marzolf. I'm the IDB country rep in Jamaica. All right. Can you all see the screen? Perfect. So I wanted to talk to you today about what IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, has done in tourism, and particularly sustainable tourism, since its creation. First, numbers. As you can see on the screen, in this context, tourism represents about 11.5% of Caribbean GDP. The workforce that works in that sector in the Caribbean is estimated to be 15.7%. The IDB has financed over 50 projects in Latin America and the Caribbean for over $4 billion. Currently, we have in our pipeline $382 million of sustainable tourism projects across Latin America and the region. What is also very important is we are a key partner for technical assistance, or in other words, non-reimbursable resources that help deploy investments. And we are very happy and proud to say that we deploy close to $16.5 million in technical assistance that is non-reimbursable. On this slide, I want to tell you a little bit about how we see the challenges in the tourism industry and what is it that we are doing to address these challenges. The first one has to do with environmental and climate management in tourism. While tourism in the region is adversely affected by negative environmental degradation, tourism itself is also contributing to that degradation. Climate adaptation strategies need to be reinforced by creating the necessary analytical and technical capabilities in the tourism sector, while also promoting the development of innovative opportunities such as the use of natural capital, seed capital, and green and blue infrastructure. The second challenge that we believe is also key in addressing is the issue of tourism governance. Tourism governance is key because it involves three sets of actors. It involves the private sector that has to provide the services. It involves the public sector or the public authorities. They have to set up the right enabling framework, and it involves also local communities. Local communities are key in making sure tourism is sustainable and tourism can last. And what is very important to tackle this challenge is an urgent need to strengthen the capacities of tourism institutions so they can successfully lead the sector at the regional, national, and local level. And this is how we see that this challenge can be addressed. The third challenge, sorry, my laptop doesn't go as fast. The third challenge is really what I call sharing the economic benefits with the local communities. Although we have seen a gradual increase in tourism expenditure in the region before the pandemic, spending in Latin America and the Caribbean in what we call international arrival has been one of the lowest in the period 2014 to 2019. In Latin America and the Caribbean, international arrival are estimated at $726 per person. At the global level, we are above $1,000. So there is definitely a gap. One of the keys to address this challenge is to develop robust and solid market intelligence powered by AI, powered by machine learning, so we can identify the trends in tourism and supply and demand. The first challenge is how do we build a resilient tourism sector, the topic of this conference today. The tourism sector is a highly vulnerable sector to external shocks, to natural disasters, to economic downturns, and global disruptions. Strengthening the resilience in this sector is critical for its long-term sustainability and competitiveness. The sector has faced challenges, particularly with direct regional tourism GDP experiencing sharp contractions. For example, in 2020, tourism GDP fell by half. That is a far steeper decline than the broader services sector, which fell by 6%, or the industry, which fell by 7%. To mitigate the impact of such future disruptions, it is essential to enhance crisis preparedness, diversify the tourism offerings, invest in digital transformation, and build capacities and technical capabilities. So who are we and what do we do in the tourism sector? We have three roles. We enable, we support, we empower. How do we enable? International financing plays a key role in supporting long-term, tech-driven sustainability projects. We are able to offer resources, expertise, know-how, knowledge, cross-sharing of experiences across the region, and this is how our AI-driven initiatives can start at a small scale and then get bigger, and we help them scale them up. I'm going to go a bit faster. We also support partners by creating policies and regulatory framework. Particularly, we work with governments across the region to enable and shape regulatory frameworks. And we also empower technical capabilities that are absolutely critical for tech-driven sustainability in tourism. This slide is an important slide. It gives you three examples of the kind of projects that we do. For example, in Dominican Republic, we have a project called Circular Economy Model for Organic Waste in the Tourist Zone, which basically looks at capturing and reducing the negative environmental impact that is produced by organic waste in hotels. We use cutting-edge technology to weigh and capture those images of organic waste. We identify the kind of waste using AI, and then we analyze key metrics, such as calorie consumptions and waste water volume and environmental impact. AI-driven sustainability is an example of a project that we are financing. This is called the IDB FAIRLAC program, where we are helping governments to shape policies and regulatory frameworks for AI-driven models in tourism. We do two particular focuses. We support FAIRLAC with the policy and the regulatory framework, but we also have a focus on ethical implementation of AI and also inclusive AI. Last but not least, skills. In Belize, we are financing a project that works as a Belize Tourism Innovation Lab that aims at adopting digital technology and improving digital skills. We have been able, in that project, to have key features such as AI-driven recommendation engine, analyzing data from multiple sectors, designing courses in training in local tourism, as well as virtual platforms. Last but not least, what is it that we can do moving forward? More collaboration between the public and private sector, mobilizing resources. As I mentioned earlier in my presentation, not only do we provide funding on an investment level, but also on a technical assistance level. Third, empowering local communities so they can have and they can share the benefits of tourism. And lastly, utilizing big data, AI, and machine learning. It is in bringing all of these different parties together that we are supporting the tourism sector in the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marzal, for that presentation. Collaboration, mobilization of resources, and utilizing AI and big data, which all spells out coming together to make this more sustainable, in my estimation. Thank you. I now ask Mr. Ibrahim Ayoub, you're right at the front, Group CEO, International Tourism Investment Conference, to give his presentation.
Thank you. Well, I don't have a presentation, but I've listened to everybody this morning, and I have put some notes. I'm going to read some of my notes of deliberations and some of other ideas, what could be implemented. So I'm Ibrahim Ayoub, Group CEO of International Tourism Investment Corporation Limited. We are headquartered in the UK and having an outsourcing office in Mauritius, all the way from Mauritius to Jamaica. So who we are global advisors that structure and facilitate investment in the global tourism sector. I mean, one of the continents where we really focus and where we are really facilitating investment is in Africa. So we are very pretty involved in South Africa, Cape Town, Eastern Cape, Botswana, and Rwanda. So there are 3 different places in Africa where we are empowering our clients and looking at their business model and their financial modeling in order to raise capital, either debt or equity with lenders and DFIs and private and institutional investors and so forth. So first of all, I would have to commend Minister Bartlett for bringing us the Tourism Resilience Day, and happy Resilience Day. And also Dr. Waller, who has been spearheading the Global Tourism Management Crisis Center since inception 2018 up to now. So hearing about this morning some of the inspiring speeches and ideas, and especially from Dr. Tepper. So you have made a presentation, Ms. Longsworth, about your dedication of implementing training and now AI, and the lady from IDB, right. So I believe after hearing all that, we need to build a global digital tourism infrastructure for destination. And GTR CMC, which has already come up with interesting ideas and headquartered here, and hearing what has been developed in Eastern Africa, and also other centers that are going to be deployed in the Middle East, in North America, in Southern African region, in Asia, and all around the world, I think GTR CMC could become the main organization working in collaboration with UN Tourism in order to build that global digital tourism infrastructure for destination. What I mean by that is it will come up with a global security and legislation for others to adopt. Education and training, human resource factor, preparedness, marketing, and there can be other topics as well to come in. I mean, when you look at education and training, train and educate people. So to use AI or digital tool in order to enable the digital transformation of our tourism businesses around the world. So, like me, I come from the Generation X. A lot of you maybe in the room are from are baby boomers. Now you got all the other generation that came after that are more IT savvy. And I think also that we need to educate our people, our leaders, also how to use the digital tool, because at the end of the day, the digital transformation will enable enable through the leaders. I mean, we have seen Minister Bartlett that came up with a visionary idea that has been implemented today after so many years. So I think this could be one of the ways is to train our people, and also the integration that will equip our children. I mean, digital transformation must come into the curriculum of school. Our children are the future leaders with essential skills that will enable them to effectively navigate and utilize these tools in their future daily lives. This will facilitate digital transformation in our increasing advanced world and foster resilience across various levels of society. Security aspect, it is essential to establish appropriate legislation to effectively address the risk associated with fraudulent activities, to disseminate of false information and misleading advertising, which may lead customers worldwide to buy the wrong tourism packages. We have seen with Sandal, for example, right? So, better preparedness against catastrophic situation and disasters. AI can be utilized in disaster recovery centers to analyze and monitor potential threats associated with earthquakes and other catastrophic events, thereby improving preparedness and responses to develop strategies that will prevent us and better prepare for catastrophic disasters in the future. Last but not least, human resource factor. Regarding digital solution, it is imperative to consider the necessity of preserving employment. Tourism remains the largest employer globally, responsible for 1 in 10 jobs. Therefore, it is essential to evaluate how advancements such as artificial intelligence can enhance the value chain while also addressing the potential redundancy of certain positions. Strategies must be developed to reskill and redeploy affected employees into roles where they can contribute most effectively. The primary aim of tourism should be to enhance the livelihoods of local communities, with employment creation being key component of this objective. Thus, a balanced approach to digital transformation is crucial alongside the training of employees to adopt innovative practices for industry continued advancement. Thank you.
Well, that was is a presentation. Thank you, Ayu. And our final presenter is Ms. Lilia Boronchug, Country Director for the Caribbean for World Bank.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope it's not death by PowerPoint, but all the discussions so far have been really interesting and good. I'm enjoying it very much, and I hope that everyone is enjoying it. Let me see if I know how to operate this. Okay. I don't need to tell everyone that tourism is a driver of growth in the Caribbean. It is a sizable percentage of the GDP, and it actually provides a lot of jobs in the Caribbean. However, the Caribbean tourism sector is facing challenges. I want to say that the traditional high-volume tourism model has actually led to low spending per visitor. If you can see in this graph, this is how much the Caribbean gets per tourist in terms of spending per arrival, and the Pacific, which is twice as high. And this is just a comparison with the Pacific. Other tourist destinations are even higher. So I don't want to say that this is bad news. I would like to say that this is good news, because there is a huge potential for the tourism sector in the Caribbean to get to the level where other tourist destinations are. I heard from many presentations, actually almost everyone mentioned climate change. And this is very important, because we know that resilience is the name of the game, and climate change is creating a lot of difficulties in the region. So beach erosion, sargassum, another big problem, hurricanes, this is all impacting the tourism in the Caribbean, and you cannot just talk about tourism without talking about strengthening resilience. What I would like to, I want to go fast so that I don't hear the bell, so that it's not really the death by PowerPoint. So what I would like to say is what we witness is a twin transition. It's a transition of digitalization and AI, but it's also a transition of sustainability, and the two go hand in hand, and one actually reinforces the other. And we've had many examples of how one can actually reinforce the other. And also, it's important to note that demand for sustainable travel is on the rise. The World Bank did a survey in the Caribbean. By the way, we prepared a regional tourism report, which you will have it presented in the coming days. But some of the interesting findings from this report I will mention. For example, 55% of adventure tourists in the Caribbean consider that sustainability is a top priority when they plan their holidays. It's a little bit different for the tourists on the cruise ships. Only 36% prioritize sustainability. However, almost 60% of US outbound cruise passengers are willing to pay higher fees for sustainability purposes. And this needs to be taken into account. And the global trend is that 80% of global travelers state that traveling more sustainably is important to them, and 76% of global travelers say that they want to travel more sustainably over the coming 12 months. So these are very important figures. These figures tell us, the consumers, the tourists, tell us that they support a more sustainable tourism. And I think we need to embrace that. So digital transformation, the other mega trend that is being reinforced, which are reinforcing each other. So over 50% of present tourists are booking their hotels directly online. They're no longer using the platforms. And this means that the tourist sector needs to readjust. It means that small and medium enterprises, but also the big enterprises, they need to do their marketing differently. Tourism actually learn most and choose the locations based on social media increasingly. For example, social media was a top reason, actually second top reason for inspiring a trip to the Caribbean as a result of that World Bank consumer market research that I mentioned earlier. However, the region lacks on key elements of digitalization and embracing the digital space and embracing AI. We did a private sector, regional private sector diagnostic about 2 years ago, and one of the big issues that came out of this research was the gap in skills. Because if you don't have the skills, you don't have the program. You are not able to implement the digital program. You're not able to implement the digital transformation. If you look at the STEM graduates, they represent less than 10% of all tertiary graduates in 10 out of 12 countries. So, and the lack of skills impacts both small companies and big companies, so this is really important. Another important aspect that came out is digital infrastructure. Look at the broadband penetration in the Caribbean. St. Kitts and Nevis is the highest, and it's less than 50%. And you can see that all other countries are lower. Jamaica is at 15. So there is a real need to improve the digital infrastructure, actually to focus on the basics, if the countries want to reap the benefits of the digital development and AI. So, and of course, AI is the center of the twin transition, but it actually can be a double sword because AI has its positives and it needs to be implemented in the right way, country-wide approach, sector-wide approach to make sure that the issues of sustainability are also taken into account. We heard about high demand for energy. Energy prices in the Caribbean are very, very high. The issue of data governance, and I'm finishing, and the issue of data protection, privacy, consumer protection, and so on. And job displacement. We heard the presentation from Sandals where the trainers are no longer needed to provide the training because this is done by AI. So it's important to have a strategy. How do you retrain these people to do other useful tasks? Because other useful tasks emerge. I think I'm going to finish here. And I'll be happy to participate in the discussion, and I can provide a little bit more information when we have the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baronchuk. And I know that we are trying to get back on track. We're a little bit off. But our panelists are here today. If you have any additional questions, please feel free. But before we close, please give them a round, strong applause. Thank you so much for your insights. And I now hand over to our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Radna.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think we have time for questions. All right, let's be real. If the past few years have taught us anything, it is that unpredictability is the only predictable thing. But what if we could anticipate these challenges before they hit? What if we could use data not just as a rearview mirror, but as a compass, guiding us towards a smarter, more adaptive tourism sector? That's where big data analytics comes in. Today, we are peeling back the layers of how data can transform tourism, not in a theoretical sense, but in a real, tangible, impact-driven ways. And to unpack all of this, can I request, please, up on stage, Professor Dency Williams, from the Global Tourism Resilience Center, to invite up the panelists and have a discussion. can we also request the panelists to come up on stage? It's Mr. Atif Enins, Senior Research Fellow of GTRCMC, Ms. Nicola Madden-Gregg, Immediate Past President of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association. We have Mr. Elliot Ferguson from Destination DC, Mr. Harry Theo Harris, former Minister of Tourism for Greece.
Okay. Atif? Just let me make sure that I have everybody, yeah? Quick. Okay, wonderful. I know I stand between you and lunch, so we're going to be as efficient as we can with this very, very important panel. Let me firstly acknowledge everybody who's here, and I especially say a big thank you to Professor Waller and his team who have actually conceptualized and put this forum together. I think it's a very important set of conversations that we will be having over the next 2 days on tourism resilience. So I really want to lend my support to Professor Waller and the team from the ministry, Minister Bartlett, and everybody else. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a very distinguished set of panelists today to talk about the issue of big data and analytics in tourism resilience. You have their bios. They are actually in your package, so I won't go over, but just to recognize Mr. Atif Ennis, who is the Senior Research Fellow at the Global Tourism Resilience Center. I would also like to recognize Ms. Nicola Madden-Gregg, who is the immediate past president of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association. I would also recognize Jesse McComb, who is the senior private sector specialist at the World Bank, and also recognize Mr. Elliot Ferguson, President and CEO of Destination DC, and Mr. Harris, Theo Harris, former Minister of Tourism at in Greece. Okay, so I think we have everybody on stage. We are going to take 7 minutes each for you to make your opening comments, and then we will have a conversation with the audience on the importance of this subject matter today. But before I begin, I would like to just quickly make a few quick comments on setting the context for this particular subject matter that we're dealing with. As you know, big data is such an important thing for the whole issue of tourism, resilience, etc. But the important point about this particular panel is that what we really ought to be looking at for resilience is how we improve productivity, because both go hand in hand. And so if we're going to improve productivity in the workforce, there are two important elements that are key. One is upskilling the skill set, and two, providing the workers with technology. This panel is geared towards discussing how we provide the worker with technology to improve their performance. And as a result of that improved performance, then we can deal with issues around resilience as well. And so technology is not just gadgets, as we all know, but it's a matter of how we organize ourselves in order to do work better. Big data is indeed part of that conversation, how we organize ourselves to do work better. So you will recognize that research has done to show that over each day on the internet, we produce roughly about 1 exabyte of data. And those of you who are mathematically inclined, an exabyte is about 10 to the 18th power. That amount of data can be stored on 250 million DVDs daily. Now think about that for a second. The amount of data that you now have to start throwing through to understand issues around resilience, management, etc. That's a lot. You can't do that. So what big data is about is to really provide you with the technology to now better help you to manage that vast amount of data so that you can make more informed decisions. So you look at the issue of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and all of those trends in big data that will now help you to look at the data, analyze it, make decisions about how you structure the future of tourism to deal with resilience. I think this panel is worthy of commendation today because it is really driving you in that direction of using data-centric decision-making to ensure resilience in tourism. So I look forward to the speakers. We're going to go in the line as we have it here from my left. We're starting with Nicola Madden-Gregg, and then we will go straight down, hear you for 7 minutes, and then we interact with the audience. So Nicola, please, over to you.
Thank you for that. Let me see if they have my presentation queued up. Yes. Okay. So as mentioned, I'm the immediate past president of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, and we represent 32 Caribbean destinations, as well as with individual members. The CHTA, basically through our entire process, and since I was president in 2021, just coming through the COVID-19 pandemic, we say that it all starts with data. One of the data points that we have used to guide us then and to guide us now and into the future is coming out of this economic impact report that was done in collaboration with WTCC. If you look at the bottom, we talk about 2032 and the potential of GDP contribution, as well as the growth in travel and tourism jobs. It is anticipated that we should see a rise in jobs in the region of 1.32 million additional jobs and doubling of our GDP. So when you see a forecasted data set like this, we at CHD said to ourselves, how do we achieve this? And what is the data sets that we will need to use to be able to analyze what is happening in our industry, and then also to help our members to achieve this forecast that we see in front of us. So, as I said, this was highlighted very, very seriously during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we created our first ever technology task force. The reason that I chose to put a task force together focusing on technology was the absolute recognition of what technology would mean for us as a region and how it can transform what we call small developing states into powerhouses in tourism. We developed strategic partnerships with data partners such as Forward Keys and MasterCard and STR, and their collaboration with analytics helped to provide our members, as well as ourselves at CHDA, with data for benchmarking, analytics platforms, and improving our performance matrix. We also developed a strategic partnership with the Hospitality Sales and Marketing Association International, as well as the Hospitality Financial and Technology Professionals. HFTP does every year their annual High Tech, which is the tourism platform for anything that has to do with technology and data. And we have been with them, been able to carry many members to visit High Tech and to participate in their conference, to find out what is cutting edge, what is leading edge, what is the new technology that we in the industry need to avail ourselves with. We have shared this information with our membership, and we have put together training and developmental strategies, including webinars and master classes on digital marketing, social media, revenue management tool, and digitization of payments. We recently launched our AI guidebook because there was a recognition that as AI continues to dominate the media space, it would also continue to dominate our lives. And we wanted to make sure that our members, small and medium, as well as our large players who have resources, could benefit from integrating AI into their Caribbean tourism, enhancing innovation and technological advancement. As mentioned in the previous panel, of course, there's a good and bad of AI, and a lot of our members were concerned about job replacement issues, privacy in terms of their own data, their financial records, and everything else that you have to sometimes upload into these engines in order for them to assist you in your planning and financial and development process. We also launched our Caribbean Construction and Pipeline Report. But what is this all in aid of? This is all in aid of applying technology along the stages of the customer journey, both pre-travel, travel, transportation, through their accommodation, food activities, and their travel back. We looked at some data sets, and as I said, this is through our data partnerships, and we were able to see how the Caribbean was performing against other regions. This gives us a snapshot of where we are in the world and what we can do as a region to improve our own performance. The Caribbean was the fastest at the beginning recovering region of all the regions coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this was not by accident. This was by collaboration, this was by the use of data, this was by using serious analysis and data sharing across those 32 destinations that I mentioned at the beginning. It was utilized both by private sector and public sector collaboration, and this ensured that we were able to pivot very quickly and continue to grow. So as you see in our last forecast, which is October to December 2024, the Caribbean was up 8% and continues to see progress going into 2025. Yes, we are challenged, as mentioned previously by some of our speakers, with issues around climate change, with issues about training and upskilling, but we are not shy to be able to put in the work, because that's what it requires. So one of the things that we all collect, especially our tourism organizations and our national hotel associations, is statistics on visitor experience, looking at off-peak and peak trends, customizing experience by market segments, and enhancing local infrastructure and attractions. These are some of the destination levels, but it's not homogeneous. Many of our destinations collect some of these data sets, not all collect them. We need to be able to move to the point where we have harmonization across data sets so we can better plan and utilize resources across the region. We use this to be able to predict future demand, be able to see what is happening across the region so that we can also move human resources throughout the region, because we are in fact a CARICOM region that does allow us to move resources. Additional data points that we need to focus on: booking and accommodation preference, spending behavior, visitor movement data, how they engage with digital platforms, satisfaction scores, and feedback. These are all things that will help us to better understand the market, better understand how we can perform both as individual hotels, attractions, even the craft vendor, the taxi driver, as well as at the destination level. We need to integrate stopover arrival destinations so we can develop AI-powered recommendation engines to offer visitors customized travel itineraries, create predictive models for better demand forecasting and price optimization, and also have personalized re-engagement campaigns. These are powerful tools that combined together can give us a smarter, data-driven approach to improving our visitor experience, boost repeat visitors, and effectively attract new travelers to the region. One of our data partners, who is one of our sponsors today, MasterCard, does a very good job of pulling some of this data together, and I just share this with you. We have been a partnership with them where we have 4 destinations: Barbados, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, and the Dominican Republic, that we have been looking at this trend data just to see how people spend in terms of utilization of their card. You see there is a perception of security, perception of climate index, and there is mapped against global perception index as well as global hotel satisfaction index. So this is something we have been using. So guest experience at the property level is also something we're looking at with PMS, as well as guest data collection for personalization, booking, registration data, on-property behavior, social media, review, custom room experience, targeted promotions, and exclusive loyalty perks. Sandals mentioned earlier what they're doing with AI and CRM. Marriott's use their Bonvoy, and Atlantis in the Bahamas use guest analytics to create curated experiences. We're seeing robotics delivering room service, and these all will help to increase guest loyalty, higher revenue per guest, brand differentiation, and enhance guest satisfaction. As I'm running through this very quickly, we are just seeing a case study that Hotel Planner introduced, and their AI agents managed 40,000 inquiries and processed £150,000 in room reservations. But all of this, we must be agile and flexible. We maintain customer engagement with all the tools you see there. I won't read through them. We must maintain trade engagement, use new ways to conduct business utilizing these tools, identify new revenue streams, and better safety and security using chatbots and digital health passports. I'm going to jump over this because time is of the essence, but Caribbean tourism price competitive analysis is something that is also one of the case studies where we saw with tourism analytics that they found, as we said, the cost of travel in the Caribbean is more expensive, and we have to reevaluate our pricing strategy, and this is using big data to analyze our 3- and 4-star level accommodations. You also have another example of Jamaica's Community Tourism and Open Data Initiative, which is done in Trenchtown, and they were able to detail information about local attractions, cultural heritage sites, and community experiences. This is again looking to enrich visitor experiences. Room accuracy in revenue forecasting, advanced analytics help us to better understand our revenue streams, how to price our rooms, how to be able to use different types when it's midweek versus weekend, lower floors versus higher floors. There are all different ways in which a customer behaves, and they're willing to pay more for it, and using analytics. There are hotels like Hilton, who has implemented a data-driven pricing strategy, as well as we see that RevPAR is something that is improved with AI-driven inventory and yield management solutions. This is how we saw the RevPAR performance of 3 top Caribbean destinations. We talked about that earlier, and we're seeing that improve. One thing I always want to mention here is for health crisis and epidemics, we worked with CARFA and CTO during the COVID-19 pandemic and used data to train as well as online training, and we had our health certificate to monitor, and this continues to be one of the data sets that we use for health monitoring throughout the region. I'm going to jump over that. Lastly, I just wanted to bring up the Caribbean Construction and Pipeline Report. This is an annual report that the CHDA will be doing. And the reason why we want this data set is to be able to understand the new bills that are coming throughout the region. We have a lot of demand for not only human resources, but airlift. And we find that destinations individually know which hotels are coming, but as a region, we're not quite sure. And you know you can't swim to the Caribbean. So we all have to be aware of the bill that is coming, demand for airlift, and that has to drive how we decide and approach the airlines in terms of bringing additional lift to the region. So this is one kind of accumulating all this data in one place so that we can understand what kind of new bill is coming and the timelines that is happening. So if you look in 2017, we had 17,000 rooms in the pipeline, 2019, 29,000, and for 2024, we had about 30,000 rooms in the pipeline. This is a major game changer for us at the regional level to be able to understand what's happening throughout the region and to better plan. So sustainability, those factors to consider: inclusivity, over-tourism, reskilling and upskilling, data management and privacy, environmental factors, as well as diversification. How do we use this data to link with other sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, and the creative industry to ensure that tourism not just provides for itself, but the backward linkages, because it's very important that tourism is the driver of our economy, not just for us in tourism, but for the entire industries that support tourism and for all our nationals within the region, because that's why we're all doing this. I'm going to share one other thing, and if you want to scan it, this is our Artificial Intelligence Transformation Guide for Caribbean Tourism that we had put together to provide comprehensive insights on AI applications, challenges, and prospects in Caribbean tourism and travel. So this is, and we are going to be developing a second phase of this AI transformation guide to share with our members and the tourism sector to ensure that we are right where we need to be in understanding the good, the bad, and the ugly of AI. So we're using data to achieve our Caribbean vision, both for crisis preparedness, environmental protection, natural and cultural preservation, authentic product offerings, and seamless collaboration. We are also looking at it for air connectivity. How do we build out multi-destinational travel experiences? How do we develop and foster local entrepreneurship? And how do we continue to collaborate seamlessly, both regional-wide and with governments? Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep this party going. I'm going to try and humanize a topic that typically people have very little interest in, but don't realize how important it is in your life. So 10 years ago, big data was considered to be replacing oil as in terms of its layer of importance. And today, data is considered to be the new currency. As a matter of fact, it's been referred to as the new gold because gold is so safe. And the reason for that is data is considered in most instances more important than money. And I'll explain what I mean by that. Let's just say you take $100 million. Can somebody just bring up the presentation on, and I'll continue speaking. Let's just say you go to your bank and you invest $100 million, or you deposit $100 million in your bank account. And over the next 3 to 6 months, for some unknown reason, there is a catastrophic event that wipes out all of their systems. So there's no indication, visibility audit of this information being available. How useful is your money to you? It's not. You can't use it, you can't access it, you can't do anything with it. But in a lot of instances, data has the propensity to transform lives. In healthcare, it saves lives every single day. In academia, it is transforming the intellectual capacity and human capital that we need to drive our innovation forward. In our everyday interaction, we need data to be able to predict what's going to happen next, how we move forward, all of those faculties that we need on a day-to-day basis because of how technology is becoming more infused in our everyday lives. So if you think about it and connect it to tourism and what's going on here, last year, 800 million people booked their vacation online. That's 800 million out of 1.4 billion that traveled. Of that 800 million, more than half of them were considered to be Gen Z and millennial travelers. And the importance of that is Gen Z and millennial travelers, they actually, 75% of them, made a decision as to where they would vacation based on how Instagrammable the location would come out in their photographs. And a lot of us may not understand the importance of that, but we live in a realm where social media has transformed how we perceive, how we interact, and how we view the world. And if they can't see their pina colada sipping or a rum and coke coming out beautifully on the beach with a lovely backdrop, they're not going, regardless of how great that destination is. The other important factor that you need to think about and why this group or this demographic is important to tourism is that they are spending money. They're spending serious money. They're spending twice as much as everybody else. $11,700 on average a Gen Z spend when they go on vacation. And what they're doing with that money, they're actually going out and experiencing the culture, and they're going on tours and so on. And it's not because they're flossing, as we would say in Jamaica. What they're actually doing is they will go online and look for deals and they know where to find them. But when they go, they're spending more money. So it means that whichever location they travel to, it's creating value because a lot more money is being retained in that location because they're spending on craft, they're spending on fashion, they're spending on food, they're supporting the gastronomical industries, and they're going on tours. So it's an important demographic. So when we start to think about how big data transforms or impacts this industry, for a very long time, tourism got away with just focusing on the natural resources that we had. We had beautiful beaches, we're blessed with that, powdery sand, white sand. You know, we have beautiful blue waters, clear skies, sunshine all year round. But so does a lot of other locations. And I think when COVID hit, that entire dynamic was upended because it exposed our vulnerability points. And even though Jamaica was one of the few countries behind Greece that was able to recover as quickly as we did, it still taught us some invaluable lessons. And some of the lessons that it taught us was this. COVID impacted an industry that accounted for 10% of the world's GDP. And in doing so, we took 2.5 years to recover to post-COVID, that's 2019, numbers. In addition to that, we were only able to do that because we had certain mechanisms in place and we were able to leverage data in a very critical way to make informed decisions. So it's expected, for example, that in the next 8 years, we're going to be spending or seeing a market size grow of just under $500 billion, where hospitality-related companies are going to be leveraging data as a true mechanism to go forward. And I remember the story maybe 15 years ago where we were having a discussion when I used to live in Jamaica. We're having a discussion with a hotel, and we were trying to get them to implement some technology solution that cost maybe $10,000 or $12,000. And I remember the CEO looking at me dead in the eye and telling me that $10,000 or $12,000, I would prefer to spend $100,000 renovating a bathroom in a room because I can see and feel and touch. That dynamic has changed tremendously because now technology integration into hospitality is no longer an IT problem, it's a boardroom problem. So when you start to ask for information that you were not too concerned about, how was this information being produced? How am I making decisions? What data points am I leveraging to be able to do that? If you don't have the infrastructure to support that, then you're flying blindly and you're going off gut feeling, which is not the ideal way to run a business. So I think in terms of the discussions that are going to go on for the next couple of days, a couple of things that we're going to recognize. One is we're already leveraging big data in our own respective lives when we consume social media, for example. When you consume, when you go to the bank, when you go to the doctor, all of us are part of a data repository where we're contributing not just in terms of inputting data into centralized data repositories, but we're also extrapolating analysis from the data that exists. And in order for us to continue being informed, understanding the dynamics of this, we have to also understand the landscape that we live in. So for example, the rise of AI was made possible because we're very predictable people. 1 in 3 people in this room right now still use password as their password. 2/3 of the people in here are using either their wedding date, their children's birthday, or their birthday as their password. And if you think through, just go through maybe a week of activities and look at the similarities of we're creatures of habit. And that is why AI can accurately represent our mannerisms or behavioral patterns because we're predictable. So we can mirror models of behavior by saying, I know that when you walk into this room, you're going to take the back and you're going to walk down here and you're going to sit in the middle row. Or I know that somebody's going to walk along the left and they're going to come and sit in the front row. We're predictable. So AI allows for people to look at a model of behavior and then you're able to predict what's going to happen. And that is why a lot of us will see this happening more and more now. You go on Google, for example, and you look at a pair of shoes. Women do this all the time. And within 5 seconds of looking at that pair of shoes, you get 15 messages. If you live in the States, hey, this is on sale at Macy's or at Nordstrom or wherever, right? Or it's online at some place, 30% off. And the messages keep going and going and until eventually it evokes a reaction. And that reaction can either be, I click, I no longer want to receive these messages, or 90% of the time, what do? You buy the shoes. And then you have buyer's remorse and you carry it back for the ones that are responsible. But in terms of the level of interaction that we're going to get from seeing big data more immersive in our everyday lives, we have to recognize how we can leverage that to our benefit. And the only way to do that is to become more and more informed. If you're in business, make sure that there's a level of infrastructure and an ecosystem that supports decision making, and you make that pervasive across the business. Every single member of your team need to understand the value of information and the value of having quality information being presented in a format when you want it, how you want it, and being able to utilize that in an effective way in your decision-making skills. So I think for us, I don't want to keep you too long because I know it's just before lunch, but for us as a team at GTR CMC, some of the strides that we're making in terms of making a lot of the resilience techniques, in terms of training, in terms of knowledge transfer, a lot of those are being passed on to our member countries. and we're just building out the innovation capacity to be able to support the industry in a meaningful way so it can continue to grow. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that, yeah, that's great. Excellent. I prefer to speak from here. Thank you for having me in this panel. I'll try, we had two excellent presentations in terms of actual on-the-ground problems and discussions about making use of the data and ensuring that the data is useful and provides valuable analysis and insights to the tourism community. I'll try to make a suggestion, but basically try to see the picture from a higher level. I'm a software engineer by training, and I've worked as a software engineer for 20 years almost. So for me, it's very clear that the use of a lot of data creates a huge advantage to the regions and to the entities and to the industries, the communities that decide to use them. So it's not a question about whether we should use the data. I think the competitive pressures, the need is such that it's irrefutable that we have to use them, and that's why the trend is clear. More and more of the data is being used. That's number one. Number two is that we have, because we need to link this not just to the growth and the marketing story, we need to link it to the resilience story. We have a huge, non-competitive, but a huge social and political pressure to ensure that we recover from the crisis, and we don't just bounce back, but we bounce forward. Because, as I say, whenever a crisis hits you, if you're a person, you're an organization, or even a country, there are only three possible outcomes out of that. The first, of course, is that it's so huge, it just kills you. It stops you from being existing as an organization, as a company, as people, in the sense of, obviously, genocides, wiping people from the face of the earth. The second outcome is that you manage to somehow recover. You have bandages, you have the things that you have after an operation, like in my hand, and you struggle, you have to do your exercise, you have to get back into shape and be able to come back at some point to the level that you were and be able to continue, having lost a lot of time in the process, having lost a lot of opportunity, what the economists call hysteresis, which is a Greek word meaning that you have a setback, you cannot gain again the potential that you had before the crisis. And the third option is to actually leapfrog, to actually become better. When a bridge is destroyed, to build it stronger, to build it so that it can withstand the crisis, the earthquake or whatever, the fire that destroyed it, much better than the bridge that was built perhaps 30, 50, 80 years ago. So this is what we're all presumably are trying to do, are trying to help people, organizations, and countries, or even regions, to be able to bounce back stronger and deal with those crises in a better way. Now, the next point I would like to make is that we cannot do this alone. We have to unite, we have to cooperate. I mean, it was so clear to me that the first presentation would be meaningless if we replace Caribbean with Jamaica. We replace Caribbean with Belize, okay? It's only if we get data from the whole of the region and we compare it and we analyze it and we compare to the other regions, to Europe, to Africa, whatnot, that we can actually have meaningful outcomes. And now this cooperation does not come out of the blue. I'm a software engineer, as I already told you, so we know that we need to get the data points, homogenize them, make them comparable, understand how they collect them, the countries, and make sure, or the institutions that collect them, and then try to bring them in such a shape that they are readable, machine readable, and analyzable by researchers, by practitioners, or whoever is going to use them. So that requires maturity. So we need maturity models to help the countries collect the data, because not all the countries collect all the data that we need. And that, of course, leads to changes in the framework, laws passing in order to force people to collect the data, and all the changes that need to make, and projects to be implemented. And of course, that takes us to the financing. But we have to do it. It's difficult, but we have to do it. And what I propose and I suggest is that we all, and I was very happy actually because I didn't know it, but Minister Bartlett's morning speech mentioned it in his 5 points. So I didn't know about that, and it was, I think we're thinking in the same kind of mind. We need to create a UN Tourism in collaboration with the Resilience Center, Resilience Data Center. We need to collect this data across the regions, across the countries, but we also need to help the countries assess their maturity, how easy it is for them, how far away it is for them to collect this data. I mean, the previous speeches show that. I mean, they showed how much value they got from the existing data, but the next slide was new data points, new things that have to be collected. So we need to grow. This is a maturity model process where you actually, each step takes you to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. And then UN Tourism is uniquely positioned to provide this guidance to its member states. It can also collaborate with other multilateral institutions because we need data outside of tourism as well, because we're talking about resilience. And resilience is not just about tourism. Resilience is about communities. And we need to see what kind of information we can collect about the risks, about the weather risks, about other things, and then analyze them and then see what implications exist for education. For example, we have started seeing in Greece tornadoes. We never had those phenomena before. So we're starting to see things that we are not prepared for. We don't know how to deal with. Perhaps for you, it's in your DNA. You know them from as a kid. You know exactly what to do and how to deal with them. We don't. We know earthquakes from the day we're born. We talk about the earthquakes, what to do when they happen, et cetera, et cetera. So those kind of things are important. So I'm closing because I don't want to take more time. As I said, I'm going to stay on the high level. This is a call to action. This is a proposal that's specific, it's grounded, it's doable, but it's a proposal that requires effort, it requires leadership, and it requires our common organizations that we care and we love about, the Resilience Center, UN Tourism, to take the steps necessary to coordinate and show the way, because this is something that the countries together we can implement, but somebody has to show the way, and I think the joint collaboration could be that someone. Thank you.
In the spirit of sitting, I'll stay put as well. So, some say we're hours away from the next crisis. And I think that one crisis we all experience, I don't have to tell you, is COVID, whereas usually we're sitting around and looking at something that's happening somewhere else in the world and saying, we never thought it would happen to us. I think in the U.S. it happens quite a bit. It happens all over the world. I represent Washington, D.C. We live in a spirit of dealing with situations that impact our industry. I do have slides. If they show up, I'll go through them real quickly, but if not, I'll just continue to talk with you all. So, some of the key things for us. I moved to D.C. in 2001. That's right after 9/11. So since 9/11, we book in crisis. 9/11 was when I moved to D.C., the last major one was January 6th. And everything else in between, including an attack in Paris, whereas all of a sudden, as a world leader or a nation's capital, suddenly we see less tourists coming to our destination. And it's always a problem for us. It's something in which we deal with, and we use data, as was reflected and referenced not only by this panel, but so many others, to really focus on recovery. focus on how do we manage through a crisis. Sometimes selfishly not looking at a crisis that's happening somewhere else in the U.S. and saying, how can we benefit from it? But there are certain realities. You know, after 9/11 in the U.S., there was Hurricane Katrina. And as many cities went after convention business that was not going to New Orleans, I said to my team, we're not going to take that approach, but inevitably they're going to come to us because we know that there's an opportunity. And there was an opportunity. And I think that as we're being realistic about hospitality and tourism, there are certain things in which we all benefit from. COVID was awful for all of us. The Caribbean did extremely well. So many female trips to the Caribbean. My wife was on one of those trips. My father's from the Bahamas. I saw an uptick in visitation. It's not as if the Caribbean was leveraging or taking advantage of what was not happening in other parts of the world or the U.S., but they were really looking at the opportunity and the fact that people wanted to get back out and travel again. And I think that's really a part of the lesson, because for us, we're a city that creates over 108,000 jobs specific to hospitality, not the number one industry, but a large industry, and over $5 billion in tax revenues that our stakeholders benefit from. So it's an extremely important industry. The data told us, and finally for our stakeholders that said, oh, visitors are going to come to Washington because we are a great destination. And the reality is that's not always the case. I mean, we're the 8th most visited city in the U.S. by the global community. And everyone always asks who's 1 through 7. There's always someone who's going to be above you. And for us, it's New York, Orlando, Miami, Las Vegas, L.A., San Francisco, and then people forget about Honolulu. But then it's Washington. And who have I not mentioned? New Orleans, Philadelphia, Boston, Chicago, and the list goes on and on. So we're always using data to analyze opportunities. We work with a lot of stakeholders, including our airports authority. I know for a fact in Jamaica that if you have a nonstop flight from Greece, you're going to get more Greek citizens coming to this country. I know for a fact, as we look at issues in the United States, from the process of getting visas, political climate, the perception of the political climate, and the list goes on, those things all impact us. I also sit as the chairman of the board of Brand USA, which is the equivalent of Tourism Jamaica. And in that space, we look at it through a different lens as well, simply because there's so many dynamics that impact a visitor's perception of coming to the U.S. Politics leads that role in a lot of parts of the world, but not all parts of the world. So we're leveraging ways in which we get more visitation. But one thing we know for a fact is that no matter what people may say about traveling or not traveling to a country, we still do well overall. And that's not to say that, like Jamaica, you have so many great reasons for individuals to come. It doesn't mean that we're just going to sit back on our hands and just wait for it to happen. But we also recognize that perception versus reality can be two different things in terms of what people say and do. My favorite is when Americans say, that's it, I'm moving to Canada, as if it's that easy for us just to move into Canada. So for my Canadian friends, you all know what I'm referring to. We're not talking about politics, but these are things that all impact us, and data plays a huge role in interpreting it from a global perspective and from a national perspective, and for a city like Washington, D.C. There's so much more I can share with you, but I know you guys are hungry or hangry at this point, so I'm going to stop and allow my colleague to my left to continue on.
Lunchtime, and we need to get the blood flowing. Could we have the slides up, please? I do have some visuals that I think will help make my presentation a little bit more interesting. So in addition to being the last PowerPoint before lunch, I am also going to talk about math, right? Which is math and statistics, not necessarily the most exciting topic in the world, but most importantly, I'm going to talk about what all of my fellow colleagues and presenters just spoke about, which is how can big data be useful and practical in making evidence-based decisions. And this is really something that's incredibly important to the World Bank. So we support the use of data and big data through a couple of different mechanisms. The first is when we are designing a new investment operation. We work very closely with our colleagues in government and our client countries, with tourism authorities, with ministries of tourism, to be able to understand what's happening in the country, right? And we do sectoral diagnoses, we look at national statistics, we very, very much rely on our friends at hotel and tourism associations because they have the best data. But more recently, we've also started to reach out, build partnerships with other sources, particularly MasterCard. So wherever the MasterCard representative is in the room, thank you very much. And also with Visa, so that we can actually understand what's happening with consumer spending in a real-time basis, and then be able to look at how our investments actually impact consumer spending and tourism over time. So partnerships is incredibly important. This also flows through to our actual investment projects, right? So the World Bank provides financing to our country, to our member countries, to the governments, to implement tourism development projects. We actually have about $6.5 billion of tourism investment globally. 1.2 of that is in the Latin American and Caribbean region. Traditionally, a lot of this investment has gone towards more sort of normal things like tourism satellite accounts or exit surveys, right? These are very foundational parts of tourism data. More recently, what we've tried to do is think a little bit outside of the box, looking at how we can use big data, how we can use online surveys to modernize tourism statistics at the country level. We also have really fostered partnerships. So through the World Bank financed Indonesia Tourism Development Project, we partnered with TripAdvisor, and the partnership sort of centered around a couple of different things. One, understanding how many businesses out there are actually tapping into digital resources. Two, being able to assess the quality of businesses, so how well are destination products and businesses and services being able to satisfy customer needs. And then the third was looking at digital training. So we worked with TripAdvisor to actually provide training to small businesses so that they could better access and use digital tools for marketing and for selling their products. And then the third area that we focus on is through our research, right? So we do global, regional, and national analytics to be able to address specific research questions. And my lovely colleague Lilia spoke earlier that we are just about to launch a new study on the Caribbean called Rethinking Caribbean Tourism. And we did a couple of really interesting techniques with data in this study to answer some really big questions. The study takes a look at both, or at sort of the trifecta of tourism, right? So not just resilience, but also sustainability and also competitiveness to ensure that countries are able to tap into more valuable forms of tourism and to mainstream sustainability in their current forms of tourism. So this study looked at 12 countries across the region, and we did a deep dive onto 3 priority segments, so cruise, accommodation, and adventure tourism. And I'm going to focus a little bit on adventure tourism in this study. This is where we had a lack of data about trends and preferences, but also in the context of resiliency is an important segment because it talks not just about the sort of on-ground physical resiliency that we've talked a lot about today, but we talked about demand resiliency. Right? So when there's a demand side shock, this can cause a lot of problems at a destination level, particularly looking at the cruise industry. So how can destinations be able to diversify their demand and create more market resiliency? So we did an online survey with about 1,300 respondents from the U.S. Outbound market focused on adventure tourism. And we wanted to be able to understand what are the motivations in travel for adventure tourists, and then how we can actually put this into a tool to allow country governments to understand what types of investments can actually drive more adventure tourism visitation to their countries. So this is where we get to the math part. There are no equations. I use some graphics instead. But essentially what we did was we leveraged a novel data analysis approach called a Bayesian network, right? And essentially what this allows us to do is understand all of these different perceptions about a destination and these destination attributes. So Everything from the quality of natural and cultural resources to the availability of tourism products to accommodation to the accessibility flights, also things like utilities, infrastructure, how easy is it to get around, and to understand what of those things are the most important to adventure travelers, what did adventure travelers think about those things for the Caribbean, and then be able to use this network model to understand how you can push on the different levers to increase visitation. And I think the most important thing about this tool that's really useful in the context of big data and of data analysis and statistics is there is a mantra for those of you self-proclaimed data nerds out there. I am one of them. Yes, wear my badge proudly. The Bayesian network allows us to actually look at causation and not just correlation, right? So we can actually say something with confidence that if we improve a certain element of the tourism destination, we can actually start to attract more adventure tourists. That causation element is really important. And essentially, this network identified 4 broad areas that adventure tourists really look at when they're choosing a destination, when they're selecting their destination for a holiday. So the first is around safety, stability, sustainability, resilience, right? How is the infrastructure in the destination? Am I going to be safe there? Can I get around? The second is around the suitable provision of services. So how good is the accommodation? Are there lots of good entertainment activities? The third is around the ease of access to get around the destination. And then the fourth is around the destination assets, so those natural and cultural assets and the actual tourism and adventure tourism activities. So what this model enables us to do is to be able to actually quantify how changes in these different tourism attributions, destination attributions, will impact adventure tourism demand. So, for example, what would happen to demand if we improved accessibility, if we had more flights come online? What would happen to demand if tourism activities were improved, more adventure tourism activities, and actually look at that causation linkage. So, this is a little overwhelming for what was supposed to be a 10-minute, but apparently is a 7-minute presentation. So I'll go quickly through this, and happy to talk to any of you later about this. But essentially, these are the 29 distribution attributes that we looked at. And the first thing that I want to mention is that adventure suitability is right in the middle, right? So this is where all of these attributes flow into. So the perceptions of the destination all come down to whether or not it's suitable for adventure tourism. The second thing I want to notice is that sustainability is directly linked to adventure suitability. And sustainability was by far the top driving selection factor for adventure tourists to come to a destination. Far, far above, 11 percentage points above the second choice. So this is critical that if you want to attract more adventure tourists, who, by the way, are higher spending, stay longer, spend more locally, and really benefit your local economy, you have to really think about sustainability. The next thing that you need to think about is government trust, right? Do tourists actually trust the government to be able to help them in emergency, if there's a natural disaster, if there's a pandemic? And also thinking about how well your tourism is planned. These things are really connected into the concept of sustainability and the concept of whether a destination is suitable for adventure tourism. And this is really an important element for tourism authorities, for ministries of tourism to be considering as they start to go after adventure tourists more, is making sure you have those resiliency systems in place and you're being able to sort of proclaim and market that you have these systems in place. Now, I don't have time to go through the example that I put together, but essentially I want to let you know that while that's a very lovely, fancy network map, what does that actually mean and how can you all actually use this? So what we did is we took the data behind this and we created an HTML-based user-friendly tool that allows you to go in for each of the 12 countries in our study and look at what are the perceptions of adventure tourism on that country, what are the how important are those perceptions in order to actually get an adventure tourist to be able to come to this country? And then you can run a simulator. So you can go into the model and say, okay, we're going to improve the perception of sustainability in our destination. We're going to improve the number of adventure tourism products. We're going to improve the range of accommodation. And then you can run a simulation that then returns numbers that say this is how many more adventure tourists you can expect over the course of the next 10 years. This is what it translates to in terms of additional spending. And this is what it could translate to in terms of additional visitor nights, right? So this is a tool that allows you to quantify potential investments in adventure tourism. Importantly, you can run a couple of different simulations, and then you can compare those. There's an effort score in this as well, so you can see which one of these simulations gives you a higher return on investment for a lower amount of effort, and then you can use that to make evidence-based policy decisions around growing this incredibly important market. So I've gotten 2 bells. I think that means I need to stop. But thank you so much for this. I'm very happy to show you a demonstration of the tool if anybody is interested in running through it with me. Thanks.
Very well done. Thank you so much. Please give the panelists another round of applause. Okay, so we've heard really good information on how data is used to drive decision making at not only the institutional level, but at macro policy level as well. We've heard how you humanize data in order to drive decision making using big data as well. And importantly, we've also heard a call for resilience data center so that we can start measuring things that we never used to measure before. I think these are all important ideas that would have gleamed from the panel. I do not know if we have 2 minutes for like 2 burning questions from the audience. The presenters will be here so you can interact with them, but if you have a burning question that you would like to ask, we take about 2 minutes to do that. If not, can we thank the panel? Can we thank the panel then? And then we will move to the next one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Even the Bible says that food and rest are part of God's blessings. So I suggest we take a break for lunch, and I look forward to seeing you after the break in 45 minutes, 2:45 in time for the next panel. And delegates can go to lunch at any of the 2 buffet lines on the floor below this one. 45 minutes only, I'm sorry. Thank you, and see you later.
Love is in the air with Flow this Valentine's. Sign up for Yard and Road for only $6,300 plus GCT and get a supermarket card valued at $25,000. Don't miss out. Visit discoverflow.co. Conditions apply.
Okay, awesome. It works. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I think we're going to get started. Now, imagine this. You are on a dream vacation, sipping a cocktail on a beach, and suddenly your phone buzzes. Suspicious login detected. Next thing you know, your credit card is maxed out, your hotel reservation is mysteriously cancelled, and your personal data is floating in the dark corners of the internet. As travel becomes more digital, mobile bookings, AI-powered recommendations, smart hotels, and biometric boarding, there's one big question we need to ask. Are we building a paradise for travelers or a playground for hackers? Let's hear from a fantastic panel of experts ready to share insights, real-world case studies, and solutions. Can I just invite Damien Gordon from GTRCMC, University of the West Indies, to moderate this panel. Damon, thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, government officials, and industry leaders, as well as everybody who is here today on conference floor, as well as those who are joining via live streaming from all across the world. My name is Damian Gordon, and I will be the moderator of this session that has brought together 5 experts across diverse fields, including academia, government, e-commerce, and digital risk management, to share their insights and perspectives on, let me give it a second, on the following topic: cybersecurity, privacy, and security measures for protecting digital infrastructure in tourism. So this discussion is both timely and relevant. So tourism enterprises have been embracing digital technologies to improve key aspects of their operations. They have been leveraging digital technologies to improve how they deliver, how they serve, and how they connect with their customer base. They have been using digital technologies to achieve greater levels of efficiency and to also cut costs. However, while we understand and acknowledge the benefits and the opportunities of digitalization, we must also recognize the risks and some of the threats. So within the context of digitalization, obviously vast amounts of data are being digitally collected, aggregated, and stored. And this data can now be easily transmitted within borders and across borders within the era of wireless networks. So it is important for us to have this conversation so we can identify some of the emerging trends in terms of cybersecurity challenges, some of the gaps in terms of our cybersecurity architecture, as well as some of the recommendations to enhance or to build cyber resilience. So without further ado, we will invite the first panelist to come to the microphone. Is Dr. Kerry Wallace, and he's the CEO of the Tourism Enhancement Fund. And before Mr. Wallace begins, Dr. Wallace begins, I want to outline the presentation rule. Each presenter has 10 minutes to present. We're operating under a tight time constraint. So 10 minutes to present. We have a warning system that will indicate when there are 7 minutes, the presenter has completed 7 minutes, and there's a second warning, there's a second signal that will indicate when the presentation has come to an end. And if any of the presenter goes off track, I will intervene to bring them back on track. So that being said, Dr. Kerry Wallace, you may proceed to the microphone.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, wow, you're so kind. And it's right after lunch. I'm impressed. All the energy. So our topic today, unfortunately, is going to probably scare you a bit. It's about all the threats that we have in data management. And I tried to make up by having some nice slides. So there you go. So protecting your infrastructure. I mean, the thing with tourism, as everybody here knows already, is that our service happens right in front of the customer. It's not like a product that you're creating where you have a chance if you're making podiums and you didn't make it well and your quality control catches it and then fixes it and so on. Everything gets perfect before it gets to the customer. No, in tourism, the service is being delivered right in front of the customer, to the customer. And so the best thing that we can do is be able to predict what the customer wants, to predict the experience that the customer will have. And how do you predict? You gather data. And that's what is the real challenge with us here in tourism, where it needs data. In fact, the more personalized the data is, the better the service we can provide. Go into any luxury resort, and if they can't tell me what my drink is when I stayed there last year and come back this year, if they're asking me questions like, is this your first time? That can't be luxury. They're supposed to know that I was there before. Welcome, Dr. Wallace. Welcome back. Yeah, another martini, shaken, not stirred. All right, that's not me. That's somebody else. But you get the point. The idea of delivering on the service means you have to have the customer's data. And the more you can find it and garner it and record it and keep it, is the better the service you can provide. So we have quite a challenge on our hands in this digital revolution where it's all about data, and then that thing called data that's so valuable becomes at risk. Because once you have it, once you're storing it, and it's your personalized information, not just the drinks they want, but health information. You know, you need to know their shoe size for their fins that they swim in. You need to know their weight for the airline seats. You need a lot of personal information that you then in the tourism space have to store. Therefore, it becomes crucial that we have extremely robust cybersecurity systems in place. It's enough to have the infrastructure in your own establishments, but there has to be also a collaborative effort for us to share best practices, for us to collaborate and prevent the attackers from getting to our data that we're holding on behalf of our guests that we are serving. And so the way I think of it is, don't be too scared. If you're going on a holiday in Australia, it would be helpful for you to know of the poisonous snakes or anything that could be a threat. It would help that you have information about it, but it wouldn't make you say, okay, I'm not going to Australia. It would make you just go there and be safe. So I'm more pre-warning you. My next set of slides is like that, to understand the threats there so that we can be better as an industry to be able to protect ourselves. So I'm going to go through 6 of the attacks that we can have. I'm going to I had some fancy slides with examples and so on, but what I'm going to do, if I can go back here, is just kind of just list them out from this. So the first one is data leaks, is when you don't have enough of an infrastructure in place and the data that you are garnering from your customers isn't stored in the right way, and then it's almost equivalent of leaving your handbag in your car with your windows down. So, it becomes vulnerable, others can easily access it, and because it's valuable, you have a strong chance of losing it. The ransomware and malware is when you are actually attacked with digital software that goes into your systems and then garners your data. The ransomware is where they say, hey, you're in trouble now. We have all this data for your customers. We can pretty much ruin your brand. So, hey, it's time to pay up, and we will give it back to you and go our merry way. Phishing is when they are sending you emails or correspondences soliciting you to click on something or to go somewhere. So a phishing email that tells you about you've won something or tell you about something enticing, and you end up clicking on it. In fact, spear phishing is when they actually do some research on you and know exactly what your preferences are. So you're a golfer and a golf enthusiast, they'll send a golf-related phishing to you with a link to click on. And when you click on it, you know what happens. You have whale phishing as well. That's not on the screen, but that's where they use the authority above you. And it's an email from your boss, right, Godfrey? Coming to me and say immediately, send money right away. And I don't have any time. And because you think it's coming from him, my goodness, that power of authority makes you take action without the necessary protection. And next thing you know, they're gone with your valuables. DDoS is distributed denial of service, and that's where it's really just like a sabotage. They They know that you're operating, know you're operating well, know that data is crucial to your business. And what they do is they clog the servers. So they have bots and so on that go in and clog all of your, like hitting your sites 1,000,000 times per second, and the servers can't handle it, so your site crashes, and your business is just affected because somebody malicious has come on to spite you, or a disgruntled former employee or something can do that to you. The fifth one is the man-in-the-middle attacks. And that's a bit of a fake, where they place a screen in front of you that you think is from the sincere source. So it's a banking app, and it has the bank's logos, and it has the bank's colors, and it looks like it's a banking app, but my goodness, it is actually a fake one that pretends as if it's a banking app. You click and give it your information, and all of a sudden, that information is taken from you. And finally, it's the supply chain attacks. And this one is important for tourism, because the supply chain attacks is when you may have, for your organization, a very robust system of protection, and you have all the data protection officers, and you have all the training and everything, which you will see shortly, the slides of the measures that you can take. And then what happens is that you have to do business with others. No organization stands alone. You need supplies. And usually, that channel to your suppliers is a lot more trusting. You've done business with somebody who supplies you for 10 years, and you're asking for data and so on. You are providing it to them for them to be more efficient. But if they don't have a robust system, the hackers can get to them, and from them through that channel, that trusted channel that you have with them, to get to you. So that's the risk of supply chain attacks. So again, it's not to scare you, it's just to let you know that as we, like Australia, explore this new field of where digital transformation, where data is king. It's like having a car where before you had horse and carriage. There's tremendous value in having the car, so much more efficiency and so on, but you can die from a car accident. So what do? We know about the car accidents, and so we build better tires. We know about it, so we build seat belts. We know about it, so we build airbags. All these things we are doing to make it safer and safer and safer, because we're not going to just give up the car because it has these problems of crashing, where we recognize the value of it. And similarly, that's how the digital transformation is for tourism. The value of it is just too much for us to get scared from these threats and throw out the baby with the bathwater. So our best bet is to have systems in place. And I'm going to go past, okay. So, see how resilient we are? I have a lot more slides, and the bell is ringing. But what I would say is the first thing that you have to do is ensure that you are training your team. Remember, it's not just the one officer in IT that has the responsibility of data protection in your organization. It's every single person who uses your servers, who has the emails on their system and so on. That's an avenue from which all the hackers can go into. So it's very important for them to be trained, for them to have the eye to notice phishing emails, to notice any potential attacks, to be able to put measures in place quickly to either prevent or recover. And in Jamaica, well, thankfully, the world has recognized it. The GDPR from Europe has put in place laws and acts and so on. In Jamaica, we have the Data Protection Act of 2015 as well that we put in place to have those protections. We've even adjusted our acts for the criminal convictions against cyber crimes. So we've recognized it here, and what we rely on is for fora like these, conferences like these, where more and more of us can become quite aware of these threats, these poisonous snakes, so to speak, that we can ensure that we traverse as we go into the future, growing tourism, using data, that we can still protect ourselves from these attacks. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Wallace. So the key takeaways from Dr. Wallace's presentation is that the tourism industry, by definition, handles a vast amount of data, and this underscores the importance of building cyber resilience and instituting mechanisms for data protection. And he also used the opportunity to identify the main data-related risk that the tourism industry and other enterprises spanning the private and the public sector face. So we'll now invite our second panelist to the podium. He is Mr. Marlon Cooper, and he's the CEO of Simtai Consulting Firm. Mr. Cooper, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, observing all the protocols. I want to talk to you about cybersecurity and about the nexus between cybersecurity and data privacy and protection. A cyber attack should no longer be considered a possibility. It should be considered an eventuality. The fact that we're talking about resilience in the tourism sector, and we're talking about resilience of shorelines, resilience of other critical infrastructure areas in tourism. We're talking a lot about digital transformation, storing exabytes of data. It becomes critical that we treat with cybersecurity and data privacy and protection. I'm going to use 3 case studies very quickly and talk you through that nexus. I'm only going to use information that's publicly available. So how are data breaches occurring? Well, Dr. Wallace mentioned one of the key ways, phishing. 90% of all cyber attacks come through email attacks, through phishing, and he described phishing for you already. Now, this is a question for you in the audience. Do you know what happens when your data is stolen? Do you know where that data goes? Anybody from the audience? When there's a data breach and your data is stolen, do you know where it goes? You can shout it out. It goes to the dark web, all right? And that's important. The dark web has over 7.1 million unique email addresses. These are email addresses that are connected to organizations that have been stolen. I heard a presenter earlier say that 1/3 of the people in this room use password as their password. Now, if that is the case, and they have your email address, then there's possibly a 1/3 chance that they have your password. Now, here's what makes it worse. The same email that you use for work is the same one you're using everywhere else, right? Case study number 1, publicly available information. The Bureau of Standards in Jamaica suffered a data breach. Now, a data breach is when that critical data is accessed by an unauthorized person. It gets worse when the data is exfiltrated. That means it's taken from out of your systems and taken into the dark web, right? There was a phishing attack. That means that one employee got an email, either clicked on a PDF or clicked on a link, and infected the systems of the organization. It means that that person may not have been properly trained. It means that beyond the training of that person, there weren't systems in place to detect that malware was moving laterally across the organization, looking for critical assets, communicating outside of the organization, and finally, having found critical assets, encrypting them to launch a ransomware attack. The Bureau spent $231,000 to recover from the breach. Pressed on the wrong button. Here we go. Now, the challenge I'm having with organizations in Jamaica is that 63% of our organizations only spend money on cybersecurity after there is a breach. If we're talking about resilience, then that does not make sense. 74% of the breaches involve the human factor. You like to click on stuff. Yes, you like to click on stuff, right? And the average cost of a data breach last year was $4.8 million US. That's the global average cost of a data breach. Case study number 2. This involved a school in Bermuda called Power School. Now I'm going to show you the connection between cybersecurity and data privacy. Bermuda implemented its Personal Information Protection Act on January 1 of this year. There was a breach in an external system that affected schools in Bermuda. It happened on December 28, 3 days before the act became effective. The source of the breach was a third party. Information compromised include the parents' and students' names, students' date of birth, email addresses. Those are used for phishing attacks, which Dr. Wallace already described for you. Bermuda's Data Privacy Office, PrivCom, was contacted by the Ministry of Education in Bermuda, and the breach was reported within 72 hours, which is what their law requires. Power School has committed to offer credit monitoring and information protection services for every person whose information was breached for 2 years. That's because that data is going to the dark web. The spear phishing attacks are going to come. So people are going to call you and say, is your name Joy Clark? Do you have a daughter at so-and-so school? Is her date of birth so-and-so? Well, can you fill this out for us, please? That's what Dr. Wallace described. Very targeted, focused information to perform spear phishing. So that's one case where a very new regulation was complied with in another jurisdiction. Case study number 3. This is the most recent data breach in Jamaica, biomedical labs. They have gotten personal information, email addresses, names, etc. They've gotten sensitive personal information, cancer screening tests. To date, we do not know what personal information or what sensitive personal information has been breached. This breach took place in November of 2024. I saw the Information Commissioner publishing an article in February noting pronouncements in the media space about breaches and what companies are doing to resolve them without notifying our Information Commissioner's office that there was a breach. Our Data Protection Act came into effect December of 2003. If we're serious about building a resilient product, if we're serious about transformation and storing and creating exabytes of data, we have to get serious about cybersecurity, and we have to get serious about data privacy. Our Data Protection Act is actually as a result of the GDPR. This industry is probably the reason why we have a Data Protection Act, because more Europeans engage with this industry than any other industry in the Caribbean. So it's very important that we work to stay within the legal frameworks that have been created for protection. I'm going to leave you with this final slide. You probably can't see all of it. Your strategic mission, if you run any organization in the tourism industry, is to create a resilient organization, one that is able to operate through a disruptive event. It becomes critical. I'm from Simtai Consulting, we're ethical hackers. So all the things that Dr. Wallace says, those are the things that we do when you hire us. We come into your organization and we trick people to click on stuff. And we get in and then we tell you how to secure it. Now, imagine you run a 10-person hotel. You can get security awareness training for them that's digital and continuous for $5 per month. If you run a 100-person hotel, it can cost as little as $1.50 per employee per month. To monitor the dark web to see if your credentials are there can cost you as little bit as $80 per month. To do data privacy training for each of your staff members can cost you as little bit as $3.50 per employee per month. To get our data protection officer as a service can cost you as little as $125. I'm just giving you the numbers now. You remember how much it cost the Bureau for a breach? $231,000. I'm saying that in order for us to preserve this beautiful product, I love the tourism product, I love experiences, I love what it creates. In order to preserve and protect it, we have to get serious about cybersecurity and about data privacy. And we have people here at Digital Business Simtai Consulting. We're here to support you on your wonderful transformation and maturity journeys. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Cooper. So just to provide a brief synopsis of Mr. Cooper's key points, some of his points overlapped with some of the points made by Dr. Wallace in terms of identifying some of the main data breaches that companies face. But he went a little bit further. He identified the important place of data protection law in terms of building cyber resilience and also strengthening data protection protocols. He emphasized, though, that enforcement is key because he used the two case studies of Bermuda and Jamaica to show differences in the responses of both countries to cyber data breaches. So thanks, Mr. Cooper. So our third presenter is Mr. Hernandez, and he works with MasterCard. So, Mr. Hernandez, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andres Hernandez. I come from Colombia, and I belong to the cybersecurity practice in MasterCard. And today, I would like to talk about a very interesting topic and around the tourism industry, and it's about cybersecurity. And you know, many times when I mention the word cybersecurity, come to my mind one word: trust. And for MasterCard, trust is a cornerstone, you know, in our strategy. We are talking about trust in every single interaction, in every single transaction. We need to build trust with our customers, with our partners, with our stakeholders. So, beyond all these stats and data that we have been sharing with you and my colleagues as well, here I would like to mention something. Great amount of data and interactions leaves us all more vulnerable to infiltrations. And here, greater security is very strategic because greater security is required to protect all the entire ecosystem, all the stakeholders from all sorts of risk. So when we see some stats around cybersecurity, we see that the global cost and lost revenue from a cyber attack is estimated to reach $10.5 million. But beyond that, I think that it's important to discuss and notice that as a cyber attack increase, the alarming trends across the ecosystem, you know, highlighting a constant and evolving risk. And here we have many trends. We can classify the trends or categorize the trends into three buckets. The first one is related to identity theft and data breaches. Many of my colleagues mentioned many situations, many use cases that has been happening here in the region, globally. And here I would like to mention and complete from my colleagues about the data breach cost average is $4.88 million, right, globally. But do you know for the hospitality industry, how much is this cost? It's more or less $3.8 million. On the other hand, we have another bucket, the ransomware and malware. And here we can see many interesting facts. One of them is daily. We have 190,000 malwares daily creating in the environment around internet. It's so high, right? And also, finally, we have a third bucket, and my colleagues mentioned earlier about cybersecurity hygiene practices. And here we can talk about an interesting topic related to third-party cyber risk management. This is a practice that every single company must to do it in order to avoid cyber risk. Also, here we have a couple of interesting indicators, because I don't know if have you heard, but MasterCard recently, last year, acquired a big cyber intelligence company called Record the Future. And now we have the capability to see everything on the internet, but also in the deep and dark web. So right now we have a very strategic capability that is called visibility. And as you can see in the slides, globally, we can see for the hospitality industry, the customer financial information is the most asset requested by cyber attackers. But also, we can see that malware is the first type of attack that is, doing over the hospitality systems. And when you see these stats, you can, thinking in many things. For example, major players in this industry has experienced substantial cyber attacks. And, the cyber criminals obviously targeted, as my colleagues mentioned, the personal data. And the rise of ransomware attacks was notable with attackers employing social engineering tactics. For example, maybe you heard last year in a biggest hospitality company in the US, the attack was because somebody did phishing, it's voice over call phishing, for the help desk. So he was able to get a lot of information and cause a data breach. Also, all these stats and all these facts, I think that for the industry stakeholders experience all these negative effects for threats. So we can see many effects: financial losses, compromise of customer data, loss in business reputation, and loss of customer trust. So we are talking about how to build trust. So from MasterCard perspective, we have a strategy in order to support you in your journey in order to build cyber resilience for the industry, for the entire ecosystem. And basically, the strategy that we are following, it's based on, we are focusing on enhancing trust in these main areas. So you already know that MasterCard is working in the payment security stuff and resilience and decisioning. Also, we are working in the financial crime against AML and so on. We are working in the post-transaction optimization, but also we are working and investing a lot of time and money in the identity part, for sure, and also in the cyber risk area. So for the cyber risk area, we are doing many things, but the most important here is that we are trying to protect the entire ecosystem, protect the trust of our customers. And if we do that closer look about our capabilities, I can summarize in 3 big activities. Right now, we are able to assess the risk exposure of your company. We are doing this through many kind of services, solutions that allow us to help you in this journey. On the other hand, we are also doing and protecting against attacks through different kind of services, different kind of solutions. Here in the region, we have been doing a lot of simulations, breach attack simulations, a lot of cyber crisis exercises, and so on. And lastly, we are organizing the ecosystem trust. How we are doing that? I don't know if have you heard, but MasterCard belongs to the, for example, Not Ransomware initiative worldwide. So we are supporting a lot of initiatives, global initiatives, in order to improve the security of the ecosystem. And for sure, how we are doing this? Definitely, we need to have a holistic approach, and our holistic approach has 2 parts: the outside-in approach and the inside-out approach. Basically, the outside-in approach comes when we need to, the external posture assessments for all the business and all your third parties. So we need to know things like how you can gain reliable and accurate assessments of your company, of your third parties. So we are trying to get that pinpoint, that digital signals, and try to understand how is the security posture of your third parties and your organization. And on the other hand, we have the inside-out approach, and basically it's data-driven assessment. We are doing cyber risk, quantifying the risk. We are also getting the financial impact if you receive any kind of security breach. And the most important thing, we are giving recommendations about how you can mitigate your cyber risk. And finally, how we can support you in this journey. Basically, we have many activities, as you can see. We can help you in the initial stage, identify how you can develop organizational visibility into your cyber risk systems. Later, we can help you at the protect stage. So we can help you to, develop and implement appropriate activities to identify your current cybersecurity posture. Then we can help you in the detect stage in order to detect all the threats that you are facing right now, but also in the latest stage, respond. How you can respond to these threats and how you can recover after these threats. So, in summary, as MasterCard, we can do and help you in many ways. So The key word here is visibility, greater visibility to fight against the cyber threats and manage the risk. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hernandez. So the key takeaway, or my synopsis of Mr. Hernandez's key points, he underscored the fact that the rate or the incidence of cyber breaches are growing, and he provided data to support this analysis. He also examined the implications of cyber breaches for industries, and he also provided data to support his analysis. And finally, he looked at some of the strategies that MasterCard has implemented to improve or enhance cybersecurity, and obviously there are lessons, and those strategies can be adopted by tourism enterprises. So I will now invite our only female on the panel, and she's a colleague of mine at the University of the West Indies, and the areas that she teaches intersects with the focus of this panel discussion. She teaches courses on regulation, constitutional law, administrative law, and also public management analysis. So Dr. Campbell, the floor is yours.
All right, so coming in as the third speaker, I have the difficult task of keeping you awake. And also, I'm at risk of repeating too much of what has already been said. But anyway, I will spend the next 10 minutes I've been allotted, and I'll be very exacting with the time, hopefully, talking about measures for protecting the tourism sector from cybercrime or cyber threats more generally. And as someone who is passionate about regulation as a problem-solving tool for government in solving what we like to call in public policy wicked policy problems, my main focus will indeed be on the regulatory architecture. So any threats to tourism that contributes as much as 30% to GDP in some Caribbean countries, and which has interlinkages, obviously, to so many other sectors, including transportation, for example, ought to be subject to robust discussions among industry, government, academics, international players, and subject, of course, to continuous research. And COVID, in my view, has provided many lessons about the need to be proactive in protecting the tourism sector and ensuring that it continues to be resilient. The sector must always be prepared to deal with threats that could damage not just the profitability of the sector, but have severe consequences for people's livelihoods, employment, and the economy. Much like COVID-19, cybersecurity could have far-reaching and devastating impacts if we do not put the right measures and systems in place in a timely and strategic manner. Cybersecurity has become increasingly important, and we've heard it ad nauseum from all the speakers in this century, as technological innovation continues to move at a rapid pace and as it transforms how business is done in the tourism sector. And tourism has indeed come to rely significantly on technology, as seen in payment systems and so on. And artificial intelligence has also accelerated the pace of technological changes. Now, what this means is not only that the tourism sector is increasingly reliant on and made to be more efficient as a result of this technology, but this technology also make the tourism sector extremely susceptible to cybercrime, right? So the sector faces a high probability for incidents of compromise, and we've heard that. And the landscape of these threats have become quite far-reaching, ranging from cybercrime, cyber espionage, cyber terrorism, cyber warfare, depending on what state we're dealing with. And in line with this, we've obviously seen increases in internet fraud, in identity theft, stealing of data, and so on. And the motivation is not always commercial. Cybercrimes could be politically motivated as well, and it makes the picture even more complicated in terms of coming up with a formidable and robust regulatory architecture. And part of the reason the tourism sector is attractive when it comes to cybercrime is obviously because the sector handles a huge amount of customer data, which is stored on computers, servers, networks, and so on, of various industry players, hotels, airlines, booking agencies, car rental companies, restaurants, and so on. And at the same time, as we've heard, the sector is quite fragmented, right? So this makes it difficult to provide effective defense of its IT infrastructure and points of sales system. So we've seen past incidents, and we've heard of some in the Caribbean. And there's been some internationally, such as attacks on Marriott, Hyatt, threats against airlines, right? Booking platforms as well, travel websites such as Expedia. And I was reading an article about maybe 2 weeks ago or so that there's been a 900% increase in travel scams for booking agencies. And I think in this particular case, booking.com. Right? And compounding the problem, of course, is the limited use of threat protection mechanism by online users, clients, and customers, and so on, right? Which sometimes is because they have limited awareness of the extent of the threats. And perhaps the regulatory system ought to contemplate that as well. So again, the threat of cybercrime looms large for tourism in SIDS that are already quite vulnerable, right? And as we've heard again, part of the problem is that cybercrime can obviously damage trust and put the reputation of the tourism sector at risk. And we can't afford that, especially in small island developing states. And for the Caribbean, we have a huge amount of American citizens, Europeans too, who interface with the tourism sector, intensifying the risk as well and the consequences. Having said all of that, I want to spend the next 5 minutes talking about how the government, by investing in a robust and resilient regulatory architecture, can improve protection for the tourism industry against cyber threats, right? So we need to think about how the government's regulatory architecture is currently constituted and to raise questions perhaps about whether this kind of regulation is sufficient and whether we have strong enforcement across hardware, software, services. And in line with that, what can we do perhaps to make it more effective? And my main argument is that the state must play a crucial role in ensuring that we have the best and most effective measures in place to accomplish this. To begin with, we're talking about security, and it's something I write on, but in terms of cybersecurity, it's not the sort of boots on the ground security that we're accustomed to. But it's security nonetheless, and security is essentially seen as the domain of the state, right? But states are generally more equipped to deal with physical and visible threats, right? Originating internally, such as gangs, drugs, or externally from other states, terrorism, and so on. Defending against cyber threats is quite different in some ways and a fairly new phenomenon for most states. And it poses particular challenges, right? And it's something that Caribbean states are struggling to deal with. We're even struggling to deal with the traditional type boots on the ground security challenges. So, and although I'm arguing for a very strong role for the government and the state, I'm also arguing that the industry has a huge role to play in ensuring the success of any regulatory architecture. In fact, cybercrime is a shared threat for both government and the tourism industry, and both entities, therefore, have an incentive and a shared interest to effectively tackle this threat. Where there might be divergence is on the extent to which enforcement should be pursued. That can be quite contentious. But I'm for tough regulatory and enforcement measures to match the level of threat that we've heard. However, the main aim should be to ensure this through cooperation, right? So tougher regulation should be pursued via a consensus approach. The private sector has significant capabilities and resources, and the state, of course, has the advantage of carrying the backing of law to punish wrongdoers and those who violate cybersecurity laws and regulations. The problem that we face usually is that we're very good at setting up the initial phases of the regulatory architecture, developing the laws, establishing a regulatory agency to monitor. But I think that we face this perennial problem, certainly in many places in the Caribbean, of actually providing adequate oversight, implementation, and enforcement. And I think this is where we have to pay keen attention if we're going to actually focus on prevention in the regulatory architecture, right? So we have to also apply penalties, and we've seen penalties applied internationally. In the case of Marriott Hotels, for instance, they had to pay 18.4 million pounds because there was a breach, exposure of 500 million, the data of 500 million guests. That's quite huge, and they were made to actually pay for it, right? But again, you can only have an effective regulatory system if you actually enforce and have penalties in place when you have breaches. So I think a lot of Caribbean countries are doing fairly well in terms of setting up the laws and so on, right? And they have data protection laws in a number of countries. There's a Cybercrime Act in Jamaica and so on, and it criminalizes certain activities, which I don't have time to get into. And I think there are efforts to actually also build capacity, seen through the development of cyber security strategies and so on. But there are challenges, right? Because the technology moves at such a rapid rate, and so the threat is also constantly changing. And for countries that have limited resources, this can actually pose a problem, this problem of limited resources. But I think some of these can be overcome through capacity building, utilizing public-private partnerships, regional and international cooperation, and so on. So by way of concluding, I think there's need for a comprehensive and an enforceable cybersecurity regulatory architecture. So we still have some work to do, and I think we should emphasize a zero-tolerance approach, right? Place emphasis on contingency planning, tough penalties for serious breaches, continuously build out the technical skills, build human resource capacity, and so on. And I will stop there. Thank you for listening. I hope you're still awake.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. So what I'm hearing from Dr. Campbell is that our robust cybersecurity architecture will not just simply happen. We need to regulate, right? However, she identifies some of the difficulties or complexities associated with regulation, especially in the context of the tourism industry, particularly as it relates to the fact that many cyber breaches emanate from end-user activities. That is more difficult to regulate. She also examined some of the historical challenges with regulation in the context of Jamaica. She looked at she also identified the preferred approach to regulation, yes? And so that's a summary of Dr. Campbell's presentation to us. So we'll now proceed to our final panelist. Is Mr. Let me just ensure that I get the pronunciation correct. I wasn't able to speak with him before the panel discussion, so let me just ensure that we're on the same page. So you could come to the microphone and pronounce your name, just, yes, to keep it on the safe side, all right? Yes.
I thought he would be able to pronounce my name, but it became very difficult. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me begin by pronouncing my name, since he was not able. My name is Ololtua Lekakeny John. I am from Kenya. The few minutes that I've been given, first of all, I'm not a cyber security expert. And secondly, I'm the last presenter. And therefore, I risk repeating. But I will be able to highlight a few areas, especially with specific reference to Kenya. But first and foremost, it's very clear from the presentations that we are between a rock and a hard place, because tourism depends so much on the internet, on the cyber. For us to be able to propel or even convey the attractions that we have in each of our countries, it's very, very important that we use the digital technology. And it has come out very clear that cybersecurity is real. And it is real because we have come across financial fraud, we have come across data breaches, we have come across all those examples that have been mentioned. And they are not different. They are almost the same in every country. In Kenya, we have also undergone or come across these cybersecurity threats that touches on personal data, touches on even financial institutions, and even to the core of government business. And therefore, it's a very serious thing that's happening across the world, which therefore calls upon a collaborative effort, learning from each other, seeing what each country has done, and particularly from the experts, like, for example, MasterCard and others that have been able to deal specifically with data security. In Kenya, what we have done is that, number one, we have been able to come up with what we call Data Protection Act of 2019, which is really, which has been able to help us come up with a number of regulations and rules that ensure responsible handling of personal data. We also have been able to come up with Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act. That is a law that we came up with in Kenya. It's a legal foundation for tackling cyber threats, so that those who are found to have been able to breach the law are punished accordingly. We have also been able to set up, I said from the beginning that I want to use Kenya as an example, because actually what we are doing here is just to see what each country is doing. And I'm sure every country has something that they have done. And collectively, when we combine what each country has done, then probably we will be able to counteract this cybersecurity problem. In Kenya, we have also come up with the National Kenya Computer Incident Response Team. This is a team that is dedicated and plays a crucial role in monitoring, detecting, and responding to cyber incidents. So this is operating in Kenya, and it has been able to assist, detect, and respond accordingly, because the cyber threats are very, very real. There are a number of other strategies that I think the tourism sector may look at in overcoming this problem of cybersecurity. One of them, of course, is what we have been going through since in the morning, artificial intelligence, which is AI-driven security solutions, which can detect and mitigate cyber threats. We can also be able to look at enhancing cloud security, can be another element, another strategy that can be used to fight cybersecurity, so that what we mean here is that secure cloud environments through cloud access security may be able to help. We can also be able to do a lot of training. There's a lot of training that is required for people to understand what cybersecurity is, what are its threats, and probably what needs to be done to be able to overcome it, or to be able to overcome the problem. I think there's also need to do for countries across the world, or nations across the world, to invest in cyber threat intelligence platforms, so that you utilize real-time threat intelligence to stay ahead of emerging cyber risks. Because the truth is, cyber risks become new every day. Even as we detect what has been, what has come, they are always ahead, and they'll try to come up with something new or something much more challenging. And therefore, I think there is need for governments across the world, and particularly because of tourism, to invest much more in intelligence platforms that can be able to monitor this. I suggest that it's very important to look at standardization and compliance, whereby we say integration of all businesses, micro, into cyber security, and ensuring compliance in the enterprises into cyber security to protect data. Finally, I think it's also very important. As you know, tourism is private sector driven. Yes, it is true that governments across the world will always play a critical role in the transformation of tourism, particularly in coming up with laws, policies, and regulations, and also providing infrastructure, a friendly business environment, just to mention a few that the government does to promote tourism. But tourism is private sector driven. most of the things that happen in the tourism sector are private sector driven. A very good example is this very, very beautiful facility, and I really want to commend the owner of this, this particular facility that is really amazing. I mean, I don't know, it could be the biggest in the world. I don't know whether there's another bigger one than this one, but at least I was admiring the way they have so many rooms and beautiful places. And that is a private sector person who has invested in the tourism sector. And therefore, I'm saying that the private sector plays a critical role. And therefore, for us to be able to fight this cybercrime, it's very important for the government and the private sector to collaborate, because cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. The government cannot address these challenges alone. We must strengthen collaboration between the public and the private sector. And our key priorities, therefore, would be able to develop comprehensive cybersecurity strategies, to be able to develop comprehensive education and workforce training, and also to be able to develop and strengthen our regulatory enforcement and compliance. And of course, encouraging homegrown cybersecurity innovations, tailored to each particular nation. And therefore, with those few highlights, I want to submit now, being the last speaker of the panel, I would like to submit that let us work together, governments, private sector, international partners, and the globe as a whole, to be able to overcome this monster called cybersecurity. And I want to end by saying it is possible, it can be done, we can do it, and it is doable. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ololtua. All right, that's correct. All right, so I feel obliged to address the service to Mr. Ololtua. Not only was I not able to pronounce his name, but I also did not or failed to acknowledge his credentials. His response is the Principal Secretary for Tourism in the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife in Kenya, right? And he's responsible for tourism development, promotion, and industrial development in Kenya. And he has shared insights into the Kenyan experience in terms of building out the country's cybersecurity architecture. So we have come to the end of this panel discussion. We, as I noted at the beginning, we are operating under a tight time constraint, but we will open the floor to accept two important questions from members of the audience. If there are no questions, are there questions? Two important questions from members of the audience. Yes. So could you indicate your name and the panelists who the question is directed to? So essentially the question is, how do we regulate AI agents that have access to vast amounts of data, right? Is that the essence of the question? How do we, yes. Yes. All right. So, CEO of SimTide, it sounds like, yes, this sounds like your question.
Well, thank you for giving me the hard one. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, I mean, so as Dr. Wallace described, cybersecurity, there's a term that we use called defense in depth, which is you apply layers and layers and layers, which is one of the analogies that he used in his presentation. So there are layers of technology currently available that deals with all the different ways that systems are accessed and how data is used, right? Which is a part of what we're talking about in terms of transformation. So similar to how AI is being used to create cyber attacks, AI is also being used in cyber defense, right? And so that in a short way is how we're protecting these systems. A lot of my other colleagues talk about it, advanced threat detection, SIMS, SOCs, XDR. I can get very technical with it, but there is technology and processes in place, but I want to caution us before we run off and start going so far with AI. I want us to come back to people, technology, processes, because that's where we are as a region, right? Listen, we are nowhere near the digital landscape. One of the presenters earlier talked about the digital landscape. I was in India last week. If you go on the side of the road to buy coconuts, you are paying for it digitally. If you take a rickshaw, you are paying for it digitally. We are nowhere near the penetration and use of technology today, right? And we need to prepare ourselves for where we are, make sure people are educated, put systems in place, layers upon layers of systems, and then for the use cases around AI, we can deal with those as well.
All right. Thank you for your response to the question from the audience, Mr. Cooper. So first of all, give the panelists a round of applause. Yes, yes, yes. All right. So the effectively manage your time, that is something I must acknowledge. And I'm quite sure that the ideas they shared today are instructional, and they will form part of the toolkit that will be adopted by the tourism industry moving forward to address cybersecurity vulnerabilities. So stick around for the two remaining panels to come. That's me.
Thank you very much. Okay. This session is going to delve into the Internet of Things and its transformative impact on tourism. From enhancing guest experiences through personalized services to improving operational efficiencies and safety, the panel will explore case studies, tech challenges, and strategies for successful IoT integration. Can I please request the moderator to come up on stage? We have Carolyn McDonald-Riley, who is the head of Tour Linkages Network.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm sure I have not gotten the sleeping audience, so we're going to be very, very interesting. So, what are we going to be talking about today? Today, we're going to be talking about the Internet of Things. And what exactly is that? We're really going to be looking at not just the technical devices, but how it is that we use these devices to harness information that we'll use in terms of our analytics, how we carry out our business functions, how we enhance our experiences, and how we actually run our offices in a better space because of the Internet of Things. And I'll introduce to you my panel, and I'll tell you a little about them as they make their way up. So, our topic is utilizing the Internet of Things for enhanced service delivery. And who do we have with us today? We have first Miss Anika Shuttleworth. She's the CEO of eGov Jamaica Limited. Let's make her welcome. We have Dr. Aisha Bailey. She's the CEO and founder of MLR Tech. We have Mr. Shane Monroe, CEO of MBG Airports Jamaica. And by no means least, we have our ED for JAMVAC, Ms. Joy Roberts. And my dear panelists, our time has been cut by 2 minutes. We have 8 minutes each.
But I'm sure we can make up with time. I'm going to tell our audience briefly about us here. And who do we have? We have Miss Joy Roberts. And Miss Roberts, as I said before, she is the executive director for JAMVAC. She's dynamic and results-driven, a professional with over 25 years of experience in the tourism, aviation, and also real estate industries. Her journey in tourism began in 1977 with Air Jamaica, where she spent 6 years mastering customer service operations. Recognizing the growing demand for curated travel experiences, she transitioned into entrepreneurship, establishing a successful travel agency and pioneering tour operations in the Caribbean. So we just heard of Joy Roberts. Moving on, let us speak about our CEO from eGov Jamaica. She is an experienced information and communication technology executive with over 24 years of experience within the industry. Her background includes strategic management, business and product development, project management, business analysis, software development, and quality management. She wholeheartedly believes in nation building, delivering efficient and effective service to customers, as well as empowering young people to achieve their fullest potential. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our CEO from eGov, Ms. Anika Shuttleworth. Dr. Aisha Bailey. Dr. Aisha Bailey is a founder and principal consultant at MLR Technology and Innovation. Her specific focus on product and service development and capacity building in life sciences and health and wellness. Dr. Bailey's work focuses on the application of technological and agro-processing methods in the development of novel products, foods, pharmaceuticals, and cosmeceuticals using medicinal plants and local agricultural input. So we'll hear some very interesting ideas from Dr. Aisha Bailey. And the gentleman in our midst, Shane Monroe. Shane is the Chief Executive Officer of MBJ Airports with over 20 years of experience in the airport industry. Mr. Monroe has a deep understanding of the aviation industry, airport operations, management, and development. He's passionate about developing high-performance teams, fostering innovation, driving business growth, and achieving critical business results in the aviation sector. Let's welcome Mr. Shane Monroe. So each of our panelists will speak for 8 minutes in total, and some of them will be shorter than the 8 minutes, but they will be giving you their expertise in terms of how it is that they have used the Internet of Things to enhance their service delivery. Then we close after everybody has spoken, and we invite you to ask questions where my panelists will be able to provide the answers. And let's start with Ms. Shuttleworth.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. Thank you so very much. This is a very interesting panel. And by the way, the panel that went ahead of this, I'm going to try not to repeat aspects of what they have gone into because there is a close linkage between cybersecurity and the Internet of Things. Let's try this. All right, the Internet of Things. How many of us are wearing any IoT device? I'm sure all of us are wearing something, but we probably are not thinking about them like that. No, the Internet of Things that you are hearing about, it is a network of physical objects, things as you would call it, that are implanted with sensors, aggregators, software, and other technologies for connecting and exchanging data. A lot of data is being exchanged right here as we speak. Can you imagine? How many of us watch the movie The Matrix? Okay, just think about it. That's what is happening right here. But there's a purpose behind us having these various Internet of Things devices connected, of course, over the internet. The purpose is, 1, improved guest experience, improved operational efficiency, reduce cost, and of course, why business exists, to improve profitability. Tech analysts have projected over 41.6 billion IoT devices in 2025, which is where we are now, so you can project that going forward. We will see a dramatic increase in these devices. By the way, we have heard about Internet of Things, or IoTs, but there are IIoTs as well. You have industrial Internet of Things devices. These are used in the manufacturing sector. This is where you now have sensors, automation, doing things to do with safety, quality checks, that kind of thing. Then on the other side are the consumer Internet of Things, the ones that we tend to use, even those with the smartwatches, being able to track your steps, that kind of thing. Smart homes, electronics, alarms, and so on. Now, the Internet of Things is actually a very, very important space because it means connecting devices all the way through to human value. We are not just wearing these devices just because they are cute or because they are the hip and, you know, the trendy thing to do. Data, devices are connected, okay? Through sensors. These are transported across the internet. That's the reason it's called Internet of Things, by the way. Then there's a big matter of data analytics. What are we doing with all of this data in this tourism hospitality sector that is being collected quite a bit? Actionable intelligence ought to be taken, not just having the data, storing the data. By the way, storage is extremely expensive. So you have to be harnessing the potential of that data which you have to make proper business decisions. And there's an aspect of the human value that comes forward. Now, there are several use cases, and I'm sure Jamaica is already implementing such, and I do know that we have some of our colleagues from Kenya and Barbados and other places as well. Let's look at them a little bit. Guest room automation. We have smart thermostats that are used to determine, well, they're set based on occupancy and even guest preferences. Some of us don't like the rooms too cold. Smart curtains or blinds. Just think about it. We are in Jamaica right now, and it's quite sunny. Imagine you go in and your blinds are closed so as not to have the place being too warm, but then you didn't have to directly interface with all of that. Smart mirrors, that's another big one. Being used to share updates. Imagine the hotel has updates to share with you. News, the weather, some of those kinds of things. Access control and security. Smart locks. We are all familiar with this. For those of us who are staying at hotels, we are familiar. The use of keyless entry, using near-field communication, biometrics, that kind of thing, to gain access to various spaces. And by the way, this conversation is not just about hotel rooms. It's also applicable to restaurants and certain other places that are used within the whole tourism product. Motion sensors are being used to detect occupancy, and of course for energy management. Some persons would want to hit the beach and then leave the television and the lights running, you know, so those are some of the things that we can think about implementing. CCTVs and AI surveillance being used for real-time monitoring and analytics. Housekeeping and maintenance. Internet of Things enabled housekeeping. Can you imagine being at a hotel and not have someone come to disturb you, to come to clean the room when you're in there? Well, here it is now that they are tracking room status to have an idea whether guests are present or not in the room. Smart minibars to facilitate payment, automatic payment for items that are removed. Need I say, leak detection sensors. We don't want the water, the precious commodity, to be wasted. Guest personalization, and I heard on the previous panel now about the particular type of drink and not having to be asked the same question when you come back next time. Again, this is the power of data that is at our fingertips. We are wearing wearable room keys, RFID wristbands, and in some hotels we know that they're still using smart cards, that kind of thing, for access and payments, and cruise ships also utilize some of these things. Smart TVs, entertainment. And the very last one here, smart hotel infrastructure, energy management systems, or EMS, to optimize energy use in real time. There are so many various use cases in which we can apply the use of IoTs. Now listen, there must be particular strategies employed for adopting IoTs for tourism resilience. So there are several things that we have to be thinking about, lots of questions before we even decide to invest. And I will get into those a little bit more. And the obstacles are many. There are many, many obstacles. Lack of knowledge in some cases. Our previous panel spoke about those security concerns to do with privacy matters, consumer privacy. All of this data is being shared. Sometimes there isn't sufficient budget. And of course, the matter of regulatory compliance. Now, the Internet of Things is quite a complex network, quite complex, and there are lots of things that we have to think about. Governance. What should I build? What are my concerns? Where should I build it? Why does it need to be built? So we have to do our business case. We don't just go ahead and run and implement IoTs because they sound good and other people are doing it. We have to look at the matters of ethics, the technical operating model. We will then look at the controls, security, again, that was spoken about earlier, compliance with particular standards. We do have our Data Protection Act in which we have to comply with, and of course, this industry, the GDPR coming out of the UK as well. Now, we have to look at staffing our teams. So here it is now, you have an IoT ecosystem. It means that we have to be now upskilling people. So not just are you hiring persons to clean rooms, etc., but there are other jobs that emerge in this particular industry. Of course, the business leaders will lead from the front in terms of setting a strategic vision. IT folks, of course, have to get clear guidance as to what it is. The strategic objectives are to see how it is as IT, we will facilitate those. Operations, we have to ensure there is alignment of our operational plans with our strategic plans, looking at tracking of assets and that kind of thing. Infrastructure and enterprise architecture. You probably would not have imagined listening to job titles like these or domains such as these at a conference of this nature, but this is the nature of this pervasiveness of the data that we have to contend with. We have a steering committee that has to be put in place, and of course there has to be tracking of and measurement of the value of the IoTs. The government continues so many efforts towards supporting this particular industry as it relates to digital transformation, modernizing the government's infrastructure, providing the government's data center, broadband, national broadband, the citizen-centric services, fostering digital inclusion because, again, training is very important for all of us, including looking at incentive programs and collaboration with the various sectors. Data-driven decision-making is critical, as well as providing innovation and collaboration. Finally, we have to evaluate digital transformation opportunities with particular guiding principles for these smart solutions that are so exciting. One, we have to look at the problem and the opportunity. Search for real problems to solve, not just look at some random things because we see it happening in other hotels and in other spaces. Don't choose technology just because you know that there is a technology at play. Okay? Two, look at the piece. Do it piece by piece. Strategic. Be strategic. Don't do the big bang approach implementation of IoTs. Thirdly, user buy-in. We want to ensure that there's collaboration with the community because it is a community, the citizens, the guests, the businesses, whoever it is that we're serving that will benefit from these IoTs. With that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Anika. Dr. Aisha Bailey, you're next. Aisha, I want to keep this job.
Caroline, I'm going to tell you a secret. This year, I turned 40. And there are a few things that I've been noticing about my body that is changing. One of which is getting freckles. You can't see them, but I'm getting little spots. I call them freckles, but I know that it is these enzymes. It's in all our skin. It's called tyrosinase. And it's responsible for converting or creating melanin. And the older we get, the more overactive this enzyme gets, and it just decides where it's going to throw melanin. So you start to get these spots. And this is called hyperpigmentation. And there are lots of different technologies that exist on the marketplace to help with that. But this fruit here, if you're Jamaican, you know it as. If you're from South America, you know it as. Excellent. And if you're a botanist, you will call it Manilcara zapota. And there's this body of knowledge around how this particular fruit has certain chemicals or phytochemicals that can switch off tyrosinase, dealing with or removing these trouble spots that many of us are now plagued with. And there's something that apparently Jamaican spa therapists know, that this fruit does this. We at MLR Technology and Innovation, we have been getting a lot of requests about these kinds of medicinal plants that a lot of the practitioners know have significant potential for their use in cosmeceuticals. And we're a small team of 4 scientists, biochemists, pharmaceutical technologists that have been focusing on Jamaican medicinal plants to ensure that we can bring them to a level where they're ready to market, where we can look at extraction technologies, look at biotechnological processes, and develop stable and safe formulations to do that. Now, I realize that there are lots of doctors and lots of masters and well-learned people. And certainly when I was doing my PhD, I remember my supervisor at the time would give me a stack of papers to read through. My students nowadays, they don't ever hold a paper. It's all there on the internet for them. And 2 years ago, they would have to go to these different databases to pull down the papers, pull down the thesis to do our quick scan through. Today, they don't have to do that. They can upload the information somewhere and it summarizes it for them. And at MLR Technology, we are utilizing similar methods to help us to quickly go through this body of information about these plants so that we can leverage them into safe and stable products for our clients, many of which are in the tourism industry. So we are utilizing the Internet of Things to be agile, to respond to the ever-growing needs, shifts in needs that we're finding within the end consumers or guests to ensure that we're creating safe solutions for them. We are a small business, we're a micro-enterprise, a team of scientists, so we also have to ensure that we're very efficient so that we can stay in business. And we also ultimately want to develop safe products for everyone that uses them. So we have a kind of bootstrap type of tech stack, I suppose. So we use many different software that help us to deliver these services. And it's an interesting transition for me in particular because most of these things I would have never been formally trained in. But just by nature of the way things happen in business, I have to get off fair with them. So just some general kind of use cases. Language learning models like ChatGPT. I can tell ChatGPT that it's a cosmetic chemist that focuses or that is an expert in the development of products from tropical fruits. And that based on existing evidence, this particular fruit has high levels of phenolic compounds that are known for tyrosinase inhibition that can be used for hyperpigmentation. And I would like you, ChatGPT, to come up with a 4-step regime using extracts of this particular plant. And ChatGPT will effectively spit that out. What that does is that instead of having stacks of paper to go through, I almost give ChatGPT enough information to do some of the initial legwork for me. And what that means is that when one hotel says, oh, I want something with mango, another one comes and says, today I got something, someone wants an infusion with Jamaican rum. Today I got something, someone wants an infusion with coffee. Like every day it's cannabis, it's Irish moss, it's coming at me. We don't have the time that is afforded to us during the academic exercise to spend 3 years reading scientific papers. We have to respond very, very quickly, right? We also have to figure out our inventory. We can easily do that now because it's all in the cloud. I went to Cosmoprof 2 weeks ago, And I was able to just pull up my phone and look at everything that I have in inventory. So when I'm engaging suppliers, I can show suppliers, do you have a replacement for these particular ingredients? Right from my phone, everything that is in our inventory in terms of reagents, raw materials, finished goods, I can pull that up easily on my device so that we can rapidly make decisions. Quality and safety is paramount for us. And one of the challenges that small economies have when it comes to product innovation is that we kind of have a very cottage approach, right? Everything is small, everything is in our kitchen. We kind of make our hand and make fashion. And that doesn't quite work when we're looking at this big global industry that we call tourism. We have to be securing and procuring the safest ingredients. And unfortunately, a small team of 4 scientists don't have the time to vet every single supplier of ingredients and reagents. We can do this using the prospector, UL prospector, where we can get all information from other vetted suppliers as we go through. Some of our clients have been using data from smartwatches, wearable tech, as Carolyn mentioned, in determining how they can offer very signature experiences for their guests. And they work with us in developing those signature products, aromatherapy products, to ensure that they're giving the best experience to our guests. Things like QR codes and NFTs are things we're also looking at to ensure that there is a continuation of these services that can transcend beyond the spa, beyond the in-room, beyond the in-store or in-gift shop. And knowledge sharing is also very, very important for us. And we do this using the Internet of Things. More information I can provide as we have a discussion. But by and large, we have been very, very excited to see just how information has evolved in such a short space of time, giving us the ability to venture on these very, very innovative and creative areas, such as the development of innovative products from Jamaican medicinal plants. I'll entertain any questions at the end.
Thank you so much, Aisha. Ms. Joy Roberts, Jamaica Vacations.
Good afternoon. Today, I'm going to discuss about the Internet of Things as it relates to the cruise part of our business. The Internet of Things in the travel industry, in the travel industry are primarily used to enhance the traveler experience through personalized services, real-time information delivery, and streamlined navigation, all allowing for a more efficient and customized travel journey. How does the Internet of Things evolve trends in the industry? A recent case study surmises it as has the potential to change the dynamics of the industry, personalizing services for tourists and guests, cost savings, increased productivity, greater efficiency, and customized and differentiated services. So we're going to talk a little about our experience, and today we're going to talk about what we do at the cruise ports. We implemented a little machine that, hold on one second, did I miss a set? Hold on one second. Sorry. So we implemented a little machine that is familiar to many of you. You go through the airport and you see this machine, and many of you just pass it and don't even press the buttons, right? But this machine has been very important to us at JamVac. It's completely wireless. It gives us real-time alerts. Guests instantly share their feedback with a simple press of a smiley face feedback button. It's helped to eliminate blind spots, discover the most burning issues, and implement best practices to improve customer experience. What we do is a little different because when you pass the machine through the airports or in stores, they're not manned. and nobody's there to ask you to press the button. We have somebody there who mans them. I'm going to show you a report that we get from the Happy or Not machine. This was the one for yesterday's or Saturday's at the Ultra Sport. We had main shift there, and this comes to me every night and goes to many stakeholders. What it tells us here is how many people we had coming in at, well, it gives us an idea of how many people we came in at certain times throughout the day. So you would have noticed that the highest point was in the middle there, where it's about 2 o'clock, I think. Most of the people came back from their attractions. We'd have asked them to press a button and tell us how was their day in Jamaica. On this day, our satisfaction rate was at 95%. However, we do have people that press the red button. Our goal is to have it at 98%. Before we started using this machine, our rates used to be between 80 and 85% satisfaction rates. We've been doing it. What we've been doing is once a passenger presses the red button, we pull them out of the line and we say to them, what happened today? And when we pull them out, if they said they had a challenge with a bus driver or something like that, we pull them aside same time. We get the bus driver. Sometimes we get monies returned to them. Sometimes we get an apology. Whatever it is, we work together with the Port Authority and we solve the matter before the passenger goes on board. Why is this important to us? Once they go on board the cruise ship, they have to fill out a survey. Anything negative in Jamaica is going to go against the destination. So it's very important that we deal with it before they get on the ship. Sometimes by the time they get on the ship, they would have gotten an email from not just the port manager, but also from me, myself. We're going to talk about our website, jamaicacruising.com. That's the site that we use to market to our travel agents, our cruise executives, and our passengers. And what we do here is we give these people, the minister spoke this morning about our passengers and even our cruise execs who have not been to Jamaica being geographically ignorant, because we have agents that will have a passenger coming to Jamaica, say to Montego Bay. They know Dunn's River in Jamaica. So they're going to send a passenger on a ship to Montego Bay, but send them to Dunn's River. So what we do is we go port by port and we indicate what attractions are in and around the port areas. And once suited to the passenger's passion, so we separate them as to what they can eat, shop, learn, what entertainment is available, and most importantly, what attractions will allow disabilities, because disabilities is a big thing, especially in our main source market, the US. And that eases challenges with traffic, because buses that have to leave Montego Bay to go to Oturas sometimes get held back in traffic. So that eases our traffic congestion on the road for them, and it affords a better experience. We also do surveys on a bi-monthly basis at the port, and that helps us with demographics, income, spend, what items this person's bought, the visitor's status to Jamaica, and the willingness to return on a cruise or stopover. And to manage that, we're implementing very soon, hopefully before the end of the financial year, our cruise conversion card, which will, so 60% of passengers are on their first visit to Jamaica. Or no passengers, 60% are coming here on their first visit. 50% say that they will return on a cruise, and 40% say they will return for a stopover stay. Hence, we have this cruise conversion program that we're putting in place where each passenger coming off the ship will either be able to go online or use a QR code or get a card. What it will do is it will afford them to get attractions or shopping here at a reduced price. But when they get home, we're working with a local tour operator, Go Jamaica Travel, who is in the house, David, and that will afford them to be able to get reduced prices on hotels. So quite a few hotels have come on board, and then that will increase our numbers for stopover arrivals. I usually say that cruise shipping passengers are window shopping their destination to come back for stopover arrivals. We're also introducing we have our Regal Rewards program, which is a program that we do for the travel agents. And what it does is every time a travel agent sells a cruise to Jamaica, they can go online, enter it. So it's all internet-based again. And then at the end of the year, we look at who is at the top, and we bring them to Jamaica and have a ceremony for them. We have, and internally, I'm finished? Oh, sorry, okay. So let me just wrap up quickly. We have all our services in-house are now in the cloud. Of course, we know the challenges. You've heard some of the challenges. So we're ensuring that, that's not moving. We try to ensure that from in-flight to rest, that all the stops are in place to ensure that we don't have any encryption. We ensure that there is encryption, so from in-flight to rest, that there are no challenges with our data. I would like to thank you we do have a booth next door, so if you want to get some more information, please come by. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker for this panel, we'll hear from Mr. Shane Monroe, and then we take questions.
Distinguished guests, industry leaders, and tourism partners, good afternoon. I'll try to avoid the second bell, so I'm going to move along pretty quickly. I speak from the perspective of the aviation, travel, and tourism industry, and certainly airports, as they do in many parts of the world, serve as not just a gateway, but the first and last impression of the visitor to the destination. And our lessons in digital transformation, I would say, are accelerated by our lessons learned in the COVID pandemic. You know, passengers seeking seamless, in some cases, touchless passenger experience. So I'll briefly go through some of our digital transformation efforts and use of IoT in the passenger experience. One of the things that you will see, of course, are self-service kiosks. So we normally think of IoT devices as internet connected, but they can be on a private network as well. And many devices exist in the airport that are connected on a private network, but that may extend beyond, thank you, beyond the site. So we talk about streamlined check-in, passenger processing systems for passengers. Self-service is now the most popular way for passengers to check in, and you'll see that continue to evolve in the industry. One of the things we also have implemented is interactive wayfinding, and the ability, you'll see kiosks where passengers can actually get directions. There's a QR code on it, they scan it with their mobile device, and it actually brings up a map of the entire facility, the entire airport, and they can navigate that throughout the airport using their own device. But then there's also real-time performance monitoring, the use of sensors to monitor wait times And that's something that we have implemented now, where we're able to have these sensors throughout the airport that can monitor the wait times in the screening process, in the immigration process, in customs, giving us the ability to take that data and to be proactive and predictive with it. Eventually to get to the stage where you can assign resources to match the wait times that you are seeing in real time. Other areas that we're using IoT devices include environmental sensors that can adjust air conditioning based on humidity and temperature, camera systems with video analytics, queue management, Bluetooth and Wi-Fi sensors that anonymously track passenger flow for later analysis. But again, it's the use of IoT and the integration of all of this data into our operations center for efficiency and for predicting peak travel times. So this is just showing, the type of data that we can pick out, showing the actual wait times as it progresses throughout the day. Other areas that we are looking into, and this is where the collaboration part of it comes in. Our friends at PICA and the government, of course, have biometrics on arrivals, right? And it's an experience that is perhaps not well advertised enough that, regardless of your nationality, you can use these types of devices on arrival and be able to digitally fill out a form, use a kiosk, go through an e-gate, and exit immigration, even without interacting with a physical officer. But that's also something that we are now taking to the departures journey, to implement biometrics on the departures journey, the ability for a passenger to check in using their mobile device, to verify their identity using biometrics, to come on site and use self-service kiosks. All our self-service kiosks, for example, have these cameras, so you'll see that rolled out in very short order where they can enroll at that point. But then the passenger can, again, self-service, drop their bags at the check-in counter without agent interaction. The ability for them to go through security using e-gates, again, having their biometric identity tied to their travel information, and then to be able to board their flights. So these are things that we're actively working on now, implementing this year for the passenger to be able to use their identity and for these devices to be what verifies their travel credential and their identity. Of course, always a feedback mechanism that you can get feedback from the passenger as to their experience. Ultimately, devices of this nature are not just about the technology. It's about operational efficiency. It's about reducing wait times. And ultimately, that's our goal in the travel and tourism industry, as we said. To reduce queues, wait times, you want that experience when they leave to be the best. So what's the future vision? Integrating arrivals and departure. That biometric identity existing from when the passenger arrives through to when they leave, and then not having to enroll with a mobile device or self-service kiosk and just be able to walk seamlessly through the airport. Integration of biometrics with other third parties. Could you enter a VIP lounge again without going to a self-service desk? These are advanced discussions. And then, of course, the use of AI ties all of this together in today's world. The volume of data that you are being presented and saving, can you use that for data analytics and for predictive use and to assign your resources accordingly? So, thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard from 4 of our esteemed panelists. We heard Anika giving us examples of using IoT to make decisions, visit decisions, and of course our examples in terms of saving on room efficiencies. Ms. Roberts told you about the the happy face, sad face, which I've had the pleasure of using. I'll tell you a little story about that. And we heard Shane telling you about improving business efficiencies. Don't we just love to use those e-gates without security, and looking forward to it actually coming here fully. And we heard Aisha telling us, I don't forget about the Neesberry, I'll be eating more of it. But how it is that she has used it in her business, which cuts research time. One of the stories I'll share with Happy Face, I remember borrowing it for the Jamaica Blue Mountain Coffee Festival, which, by the way, this year, it's March 1 at Hope Gardens. Hope I don't have to pay for that commercial. But we use a Happy Face, and the idea was for persons unassisted to tell if they were happy or sad with the event. Now, we knew there were some logistical challenges for people to wait on buses. But when the first year we got at 88%, we were like, we asked persons what the problem was. The problem was, oh, I did not get a coffee festival bag. So the next year, we knew we would not have had enough bags to give everybody, so we advertised to say the first X number of persons who came would get a bag. So, of course, it meant that if you didn't get a bag, you were not in the early batch, and it went up. So, Ms. Roberts, we love that happy, sad face. Our ratings continue to improve, and I'm looking forward to see what score we'll get this year as we move to the Hope Gardens. Now, my audience, I'd love if you have any questions for any members of my panel. So I thought I've given us really beautiful examples of how they have improved and saved on efficiencies using the Internet of Things. Any questions? Okay, yes, go ahead. I think we have microphones in the audience.
Thank you. Question directed to Mrs. Roberts.
Sure.
I think it's amazing that when you see the sad face, you can literally pull that customer out of the line and address that problem. What is the average time it takes you to do that?
Well, it depends. If it's a driver and they're still on the port, thank you for that question, Carol. If it's a driver and they're still on the port, that can be done within 30 minutes. But if it's not, sometimes we have to find the person, bring them back, find the chairman of the association, and that sort of thing. But what we do is we ensure that we keep in touch with the passenger even after they've left here, so that they feel that the matter has been settled before they left the island.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Okay. Going once. So there are no other questions. So I'd like to thank all of the panelists here this evening for their very enlightening contributions to all of us. It was very engaging, and we found it useful on the Internet of Things. We also would like to thank your audience for being so attentive to us, and we hope you are able to learn something, or if not, have something to put into practice. Thank you so much. Panelists, thank you.
Thank you, Carol and panelists. We are now talking about transforming developing country destinations with digital technology. And the next panel is going to examine how digital technologies are reshaping the tourism landscape across developing countries. We're going to look at the opportunities and the obstacles. And panelists will discuss how emerging innovations from mobile apps to data-driven insights can enhance destination management and spur growth across the entire tourism value chain. May I please invite the moderator for this panel, Dr. Gavin Daly, who is a research fellow at the GTRC-MC. Thank you, Gavin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the introduction. Good, and be careful with the time. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome each and everyone to this panel discussion. The theme is transforming developing country destinations with digital technology. I'm Gavin Daly. I'm a research fellow at the GTR CMC, which is based at the University of the West Indies. The presenters for this panel include, and I'm going to ask them to kindly make their way forward, Mrs. Tanisha Brown-Williams. She's the Senior Tourism Specialist at the IDB. Dr. Esther Miniari, who is the Director for the Global Tourism Resilience Center and the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center for Eastern Africa. We also have Mr. Maureen James, the executive. Oh, sorry, my apology, Miss. Who is the my apology? Who is the? Come again? Who is the executive director for the Montego Bay Convention Center? And Mr. Jürgen Steinmich, who is the chairman for the WTN, the World Tourism Network. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very interesting panel. Cassie's here? I was told Cassie was not here. My apology. Mr. Cassie Davey, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Breeze Travel Solutions. My apology, sir. Casey. Okay. So we'll take the presentations in the following order, starting with Mrs. Tanisha Brown-Williams.
Yes. I'll try. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, if it can go up on the screen. So it's a pleasure to be here to discuss how multilateral funding is driving digital transformation in tourism. I'm happy to share insights on the Future Tourism Program launched in 2020 by the IDB, and it's a really great practical example following the presentation by the IDB Tourism country representative for Jamaica, where she highlighted the bank as an enabler, a supporter, and an empowerer. So I'm looking for my PowerPoint. So the Future Tourism Program, as I said, which was launched in 2020, helped Latin American and Caribbean destinations to enhance competitiveness, resilience, and innovation through the use of technology. Basically, it was an intervention funded by a 1.5 US million grant from the Spanish General Corporation Fund. The Future Tourism Program was executed in partnership with Sigatour, which is a state-owned company in Spain. And what was done, there were two components. Under component one, we were able to assess the technological readiness of the destinations and also develop investment-driven action plans for selected destinations. Okay. So following a regional competitive call for proposals, 10 destinations were chosen from across Latin America and Caribbean, including Cordoba in Argentina, Fortaleza in Brazil, and the Galapagos Islands in Ecuador. Unfortunately, in this iteration of the program, we received no proposals from the Caribbean. However, we are going to remedy that in a future operation. Now, the program aimed to bridge a digital divide, which was a challenge exaggerated by the pandemic and which was highlighted in the World Economic Forum Travel and Tourism Index. That report would have highlighted that the region as a whole lagged behind North America and Europe and ranked just above sub-Saharan Africa in terms of digital intensity. The technological maturity assessments yielded 6 common challenges across the region. So one was in relation to connectivity and public Wi-Fi, being available in many of the tourist areas, but the problem of visitor data being properly utilized prevailed. And this was partly due to limited human resource capacity to analyze and apply insights effectively. Also, digital literacy gaps among tourism enterprises also was a common problem, which hindered their ability to engage travelers online. And when we had a closing event for the program in December, and that was one of the key issues continually raised by participants. The third challenge being regulations to support digital transformation, and not just regulations, but the ability of stakeholders to navigate funding opportunities to implement tech-driven solutions. And we heard it extensively in a previous panel. Cybersecurity remains a low priority, and also electronic payment adoption is growing but still faces challenges due to limited awareness and trust among businesses. Now on the slide, you would have seen some specific solutions, which I'm not going to go into each, but many of us were familiar with those solutions, including better digital destination strategies and so forth. But I wanted to emphasize 2 of those solutions, which is the importance of unified information systems and data integration, along with the public-private collaboration, particularly in the context of data sharing agreements. The reality is that a key challenge is the reluctance to share data due to concerns over competitive risk and lack of clear governance structures. However, we know that secure and structured data sharing frameworks can drive industry, that collective industry growth, enabling better market insights, demand forecasting, and destination management. And of course, encouraging trust-based collaboration between the public institutions and private enterprises is critical for unlocking the full potential of data-driven tourism innovation. Now, component 2, remember I said component 1 of the intervention looked at the assessments and the development of investment plans. The second component looked at defining a minimum data model to optimize visitor knowledge and traceability. While it did not develop a platform, it provided technical specifications and architecture definitions for future deployment. The program also supported the design of data collection and sharing platforms, customized to each of the destination's specific needs and available data. We also supported, through the technical cooperation, the growth of a smart tourism destination in Latin America, providing technical support for the development of a strategic and operational plan, along with internal regulations and a framework of key indicators to guide adherence to the network. We also played a key role, or rather, a main objective of knowledge sharing was achieved through the technical cooperation. There were a series of webinars. There was a online training for 60 plus national tourism officers in last year, 2024, sorry. And so there was multiple efforts for education and building awareness and equipping persons within the destinations with digital technology skills. So lastly, the closing event in December 2025 reinforced the need for continued dialogue and stronger public-private collaboration to leverage technology for tourism competitiveness. I'm happy to say that building on this momentum, the team will soon begin developing the Future Tourism 2, and we welcome suggestions with regards to the focus and the interventions that are needed in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Brown-Williams. Certainly, the role of multilateral funding agencies have a critical part in the tourism technology development process, whether it be through grant funding, loans, etc. At this point, I would like to call upon Dr. Esther Muniari.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh, it's evening. Good evening. All right. So this evening, I'm going to talk to you about how digital technology is transforming developing countries in our region. That is in the Eastern Africa region. With this, I'm going to talk about 4 initiatives. We had talked a little bit about 2 of them in the morning, but I will just elaborate a little bit about them so that you can understand how much technology we are using in our region. So the first technology we are going to talk about, or digital technology, is M-Pesa, then Future Leaders Challenge, then Top Talent Initiative, and then ArcGIS. Starting with M-Pesa. This is an initiative that started in 2007. It was conceptualized in Kenya, and in everywhere you go in Kenya, you find shops that are green in color. And when you get into those shops, you can transfer your cash money into M-Pesa money. This M-Pesa, M means mobile, then Pesa is money. So this is mobile money. So you put your money in the phone, and you can use that money to transact in any kind of business, including buying vegetables across the road. So using this, this has transformed the way we do business in Kenya and 8 other countries. And so this is one of the technologies that have really changed the landscape of our businesses within the continent, in 8 countries in the continent. Now, with this M-Pesa, you can go with, okay, let me try the technology. All right, so yeah, that is M-Pesa. So those are the shops that you see. And within these shops, you can do a lot with your phone. You can put money in your phone. You can buy anything from 1 shilling to 100,000 or even more, and you can transfer money from one person to the other. You can do some of these transactions free of charge, so you don't have to carry cash. Like for me, I no longer carry cash. I just use M-Pesa. It's very secure. You can pay your bills, pay your airtime, pay loans, borrow money from banks, get money from your bank, get statements from your bank. All these you can do within that mobile network. Of course, we have others that are similar to it, but this is the one that has a lot of coverage because it has over 60 million customers. So with all this, you are able to transact. And when I'm out of Kenya or out of the area, there's 8 countries that use M-Pesa, like here in Jamaica, we use M-Pesa Global. So we can send money to other M-Pesa users. Not to you who is not an M-Pesa user, but maybe at home where we have M-Pesa users. So this is very transformative, and people in these countries don't believe that in other countries you're not able to do this. So that has transformed us. The second one is Future Leaders Challenge that we talked about this morning a bit. And this is some platform and initiative that we are doing in collaboration with several other partners. And it is within the MEA region, the Middle East and Africa region, where we are using top talent, top students in hospitality and tourism to come up with solutions for future problems in our industry. So we identify in the various schools, over 80 schools, they identify problems that are facing our industry, and then they provide solutions within a year. And this year, we went for the finals in Dubai, and the top 3 were very, very innovative. They are saying that in 20 years, people will be traveling alone, so we need apps that will guide people traveling alone to navigate the system and make sure that they are safe. So with these mobile gadgets that they are, and the apps that they are developing, a person traveling alone is able to know what is happening, what are the dangers, what to see, how to navigate around, etc. So this is a great initiative where these young minds are transforming our industry. And it is expanding. Before it was in Africa and Middle East, but now we have interest from across Europe, and US also has expressed interest. So this is also transforming our region. And for the East Africa platform, I am the country director. Now, the other one is Top Talent Initiative. This also we talked about a bit in the morning, where we are creating hubs in the Eastern Africa region where young people are using technology to work for US companies. Of course, with what is happening, we have graphic designers, journalists, video editors, digital advertisers, and many other web developers. So all these youths are working for these companies, and they are transforming our digital world. The last one is ArcGIS. Now we have 100+ youths working in this platform. This is a very diverse platform where you can create maps, input a lot of text, photos or images, videos, all this in one platform. So you're able to do very, very dynamic websites for marketing the product. So we are working with, for example, with the Ministry for Tourism in Kenya to market our products, to map our products and market them. So within it, we have points of interest, like what you can see there. We can map tangibilize what is intangible, like the services, mapping the services there, connectivity. You are able to see the accessibility of your tourist products. You can map tour companies so that you see where the tour companies are located and how they are related to one another. Also, it is a mobile app where you can have a lot of information within the mobile app. Finally, we are using it to map crisis so that people on the ground, the public, can map points of interest And this can be seen by decision makers, by tourists, so you are able to know which areas are safe, which ones are not safe, etc. So those are the 4 technologies that are shaping our world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So the issue of partnership is very important in the conversation around developing country destinations using digital technology. You would have shared with us 4 technologies. You spoke about M-Pesa, the innovation and policy discussion, future leaders, I believe, the mobile app and so forth, experiences within Kenya and other African states. So thank you very much. At this point, I now invite Ms. James, Executive Director for the Montego Bay Convention Center.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest. How many of you have been to an event where the Wi-Fi just wouldn't cooperate? Where the check-in process felt like it belonged in the early 2000s? Where hybrid meant half the people in the room could barely hear the speaker on Zoom? Anyone? I see a few heads nodding and some hands up. I know it's not just me. In an era where we can book flights, check into hotels, and even order coffee with a tap on our phones, convention centers is developing destinations cannot afford to be left behind. If tourism is the backbone of our economies, then digital innovation is the foundation that strengthens it. As you have heard, my name is Maureen James, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Montego Bay Convention Center, the Caribbean premier meeting and event space. Over the last years, I've seen firsthand how the industry has evolved, how expectations have shifted, and how digital transformation is no longer a nice to have. It's a survival strategy. Tourism is evolving at lightning speed. Did you know that 85% of global travelers now expect a seamless digital experience when booking and attending events? That means everything from registration to networking must be smarter, faster, and more intuitive. At the same time, we're seeing a rise in leisure travelers. And these travelers are people who blend business and leisure into one seamless experience. They don't just want to attend conferences. They want an experience that integrates culture, sustainability, and cutting-edge technology. The question is, how do we as leaders in developing destinations keep up? How do we create convention centers that don't just survive, but thrive in the digital age? Let's talk about the elephant in the conference room. Why so many convention centers in developing destinations struggle to keep a pace with global trends? There are 3 big reasons why this happened. Limited digital infrastructure. Some convention centers will still operate on slow internet speeds and outdated technology, making hybrid events nearly impossible. No data-driven decisions, creating gaps. Many centers are still running on gut instinct rather than real-time data. And in today's world, data is just power. It is profit. Underutilization of AI and automation. Too many events teams are still buried in spreadsheets and manual processes when they should be leveraging AI to predict demand, optimize pricing, and enhance our guest experiences. The result? Developing destinations lose out on major MICE businesses, cities that prioritize digital transformation. But here's the good news. We can flip these challenges into strengths. So how do we strengthen convention centers and position them as digital leaders? It starts with 3 key solutions. Smart infrastructure investments. This means going beyond just fast Wi-Fi. We need 5G-enabled venues, cloud-based event management, and hybrid event capabilities that expand our reach beyond physical attendees. For example, in Singapore Expo, it increased international event attendance by 40% after upgrading its smart event technologies. AI and data-driven event management. AI isn't just for chatbots. It can optimize pricing, predict peak booking periods, and even personalize event experiences based on attendee preferences. If Las Vegas can increase revenue by 22% using AI, so can we. Another one is automation and contactless technologies. This is critical. Imagine attending an event where check-in takes seconds. Thanks to AI-powered facial recognitions, where networking is smarter because an AI assistant connects you with the right people based on interests. This is futuristic. It's happening now, and we must embrace it. At the Montego Bay Convention Center, we already implemented these changes, and the results speak for themselves. We don't just talk about innovation, we implement it. Here's how we are strengthening resilience through digital transformation in the center. Integrated digital booking and event management systems. No more back and forth emails and lost paperwork. Our digital booking system makes event planning seamless, efficient, and accessible from anywhere in the world. AI-powered lead capture and CRM for event sales growth. AI helps us predict demand, track customer preferences, and personalize outreach, ensuring that we convert more leads into confirmed bookings. We have seen an increase of over 60% leads and closing of business in the center in the last few months. AI-powered lead capture and CRM for event sales growth. This has helped us to predict demand, track customer preferences, and personalize our outreach, ensuring that we convert much more leads. Hybrid and virtual event infrastructure for global access. We have expanded our events capabilities beyond physical walls, allowing global attendees to participate in conferences and meetings virtually, unlocking an entirely new revenue stream. Another one is sustainable smart technologies. This is critical in our center. From energy-efficient lighting to digital temperature control systems, we have reduced our carbon footprints while cutting costs, a win for sustainability and profitability. We have transformed our digital presence, driving a 30% increase in our brand recall and an 82% surge in online engagement, positioning us as the Caribbean premier meeting and event space. Now let's talk about what this transformation looks like in the real world. At MBCC, we achieved 78% of our revenue targets within 6 months, expanded our global reach by 82% through data-driven marketing. We are monetizing digital spacing using LED screens and advertising opportunities to create new revenue streams in our center. This isn't just about efficiency, it's about creating new business models and to drive our long-term sustainability. Of course, we are not the only ones innovating. As I spoke about Singapore before, they have used AI-driven personalization for delegations. Dubai World Trade Center achieved 100% digital sustainability tracking for carbon-neutral events. Las Vegas, as I said before, they use 5G-powered smart event tech. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to accelerate our adoption of smart, scalable, and sustainable digital innovations. So what does the next decade look like for us? Immersive tech using AI, predictive data and personalized using AI-driven creations that will deliver tailored experiences for every attendee, and of course, sustainability-first infrastructure like smart energy tracking, carbon-neutral event strategies, and green tech integration. We're going all out at the center. The future belongs to those who can merge technology with the human-centric experiences to make it seamless, sustainable, and scalable. Here's my challenge to all of you in this room this afternoon. Are we simply reacting to change, or are we shaping the future for tourism resilience? Are we waiting for digital transformation, or are we leading it as leaders? If we truly want to strengthen tourism resilience, we must embrace digital innovation, not as a tool, but as a mindset. Because the best way to predict the future is to create it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. James. I now invite Mr. Jurgen. You can.
This one works. Hello? No. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Let's change it with. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished audience.
Testing.
Oh, wow, now I can hear myself. Good afternoon, everybody, Excellencies, distinguished audience here in Jamaica. I'm very happy to be here in Jamaica today, and I was asked to speak to you just literally late last night. So I'm not going to give you a pre-done presentation, but I'm going to talk a little bit about maybe how AI, how internet, and how the technology has changed the world in my companies I represent. I'm here as chairman for the World Tourism Network. We're fairly new, and we started in 2020 when COVID was at the height, and not even knowing what Zoom was, we started to have Zoom conferences during the height of COVID, and that became, under the Rebuilding Travel brand, a discussion worldwide about the future and so forth about tourism. But going back a little bit further, I remember when my company, my other company, what is eTurbo News, some of you may know, online newsletter, started in 1999. At that time, we represented Indonesia as a tourism board in the United States. And the US issued travel warnings against Indonesia at the time, and we were trying to find an effective way to respond to this. So an email became very popular. People didn't really know, how far internet would go. Internet wasn't really that much developed, but email became more and more popular. So we went and found a way with Yahoo Group to send mass emails to a large amount of travel professionals and telling them that it's quite safe to fly to Bali, even though if there's a protest in Jakarta. And this was kind of really revolutionized the way communication worked. Not only in the travel business, I think eTurbo News was the first online publication, and we went through all the hoops when people told us this really has no future, and this is not real, we need to have a paper, and so forth. And this is really how technology works. I can tell you, before that even, I lived in Hawaii for 36 years. It was about the same time we started a discussion group on the internet about tourism realities in Hawaii, and we invited travel agents to subscribe to this. It was very successful, and when I went to the Hawaii Tourism Authority and asked them for some sponsorship so we could hire someone and continue it, they told us internet has no future, and it's too dangerous, and we don't really want to get involved in it. And I think this is kind of the same situation we're standing today, because we're dealing with a development what is all related. It's all internet somehow, but it's also, there are two sides to it. And when I hear comments, and I saw an article yesterday that in 7 years AI might be more intelligent than human beings. Might have more intelligence than human being, then this could be scary. But putting this all aside and learning from the past, we know already this is not stoppable. We have to live with this, we have to develop it, and it gives enormous opportunities. And these opportunities are personalized travel when it comes to the travel and tourism industry, to be able to provide personal travel experiences to anyone who goes online and books something. You can generate descriptions for your destinations within seconds. What otherwise may cost you a lot of money to find research companies to put brochures together, all of this can be done pretty much with the push of a button or a question to AI. AI, however, is designed like the internet. What is fed into AI comes out of AI. The only difference is when you have your own computer, you feed all the information in your computer. AI, it's a combination of information put into the system by millions and others, of millions of sources, and AI, as an intelligent tool, puts these information together and comes to a conclusion. So in using AI, it still needs the human touch, I think, to work with this realistically. I can tell you in my publication, I don't allow our editors to use AI to write articles. I do allow them to use it to correct articles or do research, but using AI, I don't trust it. Am I wrong? Am I right? I don't know. But for the travel and tourism industry, and we're talking about travel and tourism opportunities for developing countries, I see an enormous opportunity here, but I also see a challenge how the private sector and the public sector needs to work together to support the majority of this industry. Specifically, if you look at Africa, these are small and medium-sized companies. These are not the Marriotts of the world and the Hyatts of the world who have the funding and the knowledge and the people to put this together. In order for a small safari operator, for instance in Kenya, to compete, they cannot do the same research a large company like Expedia can do. So with AI, this small safari operator has an opportunity here, but he needs to be trained. And I think that's where the public sector has to come in. The public sector and the industry should be supportive to small and medium-sized businesses so they can actually understand and operate with AI and also compete with the market, so it could diversifies this outreach and generate income for everyone. Now, the other thing I'm very critical on AI is, I don't know if many of you, when you call an airline, American Airlines, for example, and you tell them you wanted to make a flight reservation, you actually, if you don't go to the internet, you talk to a computer. And this computer will ask you, it talks to you like a human being, but it's annoying because it really never understands 100% what you want to do, and it takes a long time. I'm worried about that many jobs could be eliminated in relying on AI. It's important that the human touch stays in there. I'm not too really keen to get my room service delivered by a computer. It's nice to have a smile, and it's nice to look at a person's face instead of having a machine do the same thing. I remember I was in the country of Liechtenstein last year, and they had a hotel group where you never see a human being. I stayed there for 3 nights. I never saw a human being there. It's all done by AI. It's all done automatically. Do we really want this? So these are many, many question marks, and I think it takes a lot of research in order to see how AI can be useful for our industry, how it can make industry professionals profit, and how it can diversify this profit also to the small business and the original business. I see my friend Diana here from Community Tourism here in Jamaica, And she would probably be a lot better panelist to speak about this, especially here in Jamaica, to see what opportunities there are in our field to support villages, to support small bed and breakfast, and how they might be able to take advantage of AI and how the training could be. So I leave it like this. Sorry, I didn't have a prepared, this was kind of just speaking out of my heart. I had some notes here, but I thought, okay, let's forget the notes and just talk to you. And if you have any comments, feel free to make them. If you don't want to make them here, you can also go to our website. For those that don't know eTurbo News, you can go to etn.travel, send me a note, and maybe we can use it for an article or two. And if you wanted to join World Tourism Network and see how we can help small and medium-sized businesses and watch what's going on in NI, just go to wtn.travel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move into our final presentation. Mr. Casey Davey.
Yeah, you did. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. I'm not going to keep you too long. I'm going to try to beat the bell. So bear with me as I try to take you through a few slides as well as a few short videos. As I said, I was introduced. My name is Casey Davey from Breeze Travel Solutions. We have one mission, and the mission is to help digitalize travel to and within the Caribbean. So today I've been asked to talk about some of the digital tools and initiatives to help strengthen tourism in developing countries. Now, obviously, we're in the Caribbean. We're in Jamaica. Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean, one destination, as I like to refer to it, it's a natural beauty, rich culture, heritage, vibrant, but most importantly, it's a perfect landscape to utilize digital tools and try new initiatives. So I'm going to go into my next slide and talk about some of the things that I would suggest. What you have on the screen, what you should see on the screen here, is the sustainable tourism initiatives, and it's a blend of, in terms of some of the key developments, but also some of the elemental factors that are surrounding it. As you can see, it's focused on culture, the economy, environment, as well as society. And what we're going to really focus on a little bit today more is about the community tourism, as well as being collaborative. There's a lot of other factors in terms of capacity analysis that I think is super important. We all want to grow tourism. We want to implement new digital tools, but are we looking at how they're going to actually affect the bottom line, whether it's through cruises, whether it's through implementing quicker check-ins, whether it's developing smart cities. How do I go back? I went forward a little bit too much. There we are. So I'm going to touch on the one that's really popular right now, AI. Analytics, voice, and AI, or assistance as a service. It's not going anywhere. All these things, all these components are all going into assistance as a service. And that's how we're going to be booking travel in the future. Already today, over 48% of travelers in the US or users in the US are using some form of a voice tool. 93% of the information that you actually get from AI, which comes through a voice tool, is accurate or close to accurate. And if 90% of individuals really are happy with the information that they're receiving, where do you think this is going in the future? So if you're not utilizing or having tools that are going to pull your data and centralize your data in a way that you can actually be found or utilized via voice assistant or some form of AI, you're going to risk missing the bus, but you're also going to risk the future sustainability of your business or your destination. Some other factors in terms of how AI can be utilized in terms of developing nations are seasonal forecasting, utilizing the data from multiple sources, centralizing and being able to see what the future is going to predict, or predicting what the future is going to look like, rather than waiting and being reactionary to reports that are being developed or that are being pulled manually. The other thing is in terms of sentimental analysis, looking at what your customers, travel agents are really saying about your destination, really gathering that data and being able to massage it to pull out the key salient points that are going to resonate and helping you build a better strategy. And the last one is, someone talked about it earlier today, but personalization is key, no matter what type, what form or what area in e-commerce you're in today, or in terms of the buy-in process. So here's a couple of packages that we were able to do on a project with the OECS in terms of not just focusing on multi-destination, but also focusing on niche travel. Where we were able to really focus on consolidating, but also collaborating with multiple stakeholders within destinations so that we can make travel even easier. Sorry, can I get some assistance in playing the video? It's not clicking. Well, this was going to be a video showing how collaboration platforms and networks can work in terms of how you can work together and imagine what a Caribbean-focused OTA would look like in terms of utilizing local and authentic experiences and bringing them together for regional travel as well as multi-destination travel, and really trying to elaborate and utilize global partnerships, whether it's with airlines or with third-party data sources, to really create an immersive experience for customers as well as travel agents as well as influencers. This is another example. So once you've created and you've brought all this information together, what do you do with it in terms of from a technology point of view? You can use tools to help with distribution, to help, we have MasterCards outside, an easy example of taking authentic experiences and having those distributed to multiple networks so that the reach and the reach and exposure can be amplified for small operators within community tourism, as well as looking at the benefits for other hashtag campaigns, not to forget things, technologies or tools such as AR and VR that can be utilized to really bring your customer agent or an influencer to your destination without them having to leave the couch. So utilizing technologies and forms of that to really help you can establish a better relationship not only with your customers, but as well as help affect the bottom line.
The problem with current travel apps, websites, and planning tools is that they only have a distinct purpose. Once a tourist is in market, how do you engage them to keep them interested, encourage them to explore and go beyond the typical attractions and into communities, boosting the local economy? Since the COVID-19 pandemic, consumers now rely heavily on technology to navigate their lives, creating a demand for innovative solutions that provides consumer confidence. TripChat's innovative approach is strategically placed geofences that trigger our audio billboards that spring to life based on the user's interests, encouraging them to explore beyond the beaten path, providing a more authentic experience. This unique connectivity between the user and communities creates an ecosystem by providing a safe, touchless tool that inspires them to eat, stay, and play like a local.
Welcome to the Joyce Spence Appleton Estate Rum Experience. Nestled in the Nassau Valley, the newly renovated facility opens the door to the secrets of Jamaica's most iconic rum brand.
What sets us apart is TripChat's audio billboards. Our native advertising is always ad-free, yet has the ability to target the consumer while in market. This inclusive, multi-sensory approach provides affordable marketing for small businesses, the travel and tourism industry, as well as destinations.
So this was just a short example. I know I've gone over the bell, but just in terms of when we think about things like destination apps in the future, whether it's for a property or it's for the destination, we really need to look into geofencing and geotagging. My fellow panelists discussed about the example that they use in Africa currently, so that I'm not going to go into details on that, but really look at how can we immerse the customer into the experience with in-destination messaging, but as well as voice billboards, language support, accessibility is becoming a big thing. In Europe, at least, there are going to be new initiatives that are being put in terms of policies, and I'm sure that's going to follow through globally. So really taking a look in terms of how that can be used and safety feature, making sure there's safety features in case you're having large events or organization conferences like this, that we can really understand where people are, if there's going to be any safety issues, or even if there is a disaster for some reason, you can utilize this for crisis management as well. I'm going to go through the next few slides very quickly, but in terms of digital infrastructure, we talked about the convention center a while ago, but we have to look at this from a destination on a whole. I know Montego Bay is really focused in terms of becoming a smart city, but we also need to look at renewable energy, look at some of the lessons that are learned from other destinations that are focusing on this around the world, such as cities such as Valencia. Barcelona is doing a great job at it as well. Last thing that I wanted to show before I get into my last slide was just to focus on how can we make this fun? How can we add gamification to help build loyalty? And I'm going to share one more slide.
In 2022,
this is a good example of what was done in South Africa not too long ago, using gamification as a solution.
Normal, South Africa tourism invited the world to live again. By reawakening people's desire to travel and to truly live as they never have before. We were challenged to inspire urban adventurers to explore South Africa in a brand new way. We created 2 bespoke, short-lived, gamified experiences engaging users with Africa's vibrant culture and unique wildlife. The first experience was a celebration of South African music, a rhythm game to discover African sounds and traditional instruments through its diverse music. The second experience immersed users in South African wildlife, inviting players on a virtual safari to discover South Africa's 5 most popular and breathtaking species. The campaign was displayed in the most popular mobile games through our premium extended media network, Combo, and amplified by 3 influencers of gaming, lifestyle, and tourism, challenging their communities to guess their next destination and win South Africa Lonely Planet guides. Users were redirected to the South Africa Tourism website to get more information and dive into everything they had to offer. The results surpassed our benchmarks, generating powerful exposure across more than 20 countries from the Americas, Europe, and Africa. And with an average playtime of 3.5 minutes per user.
So I'm going to just stop that one there. It's immersive, but I wanted to use it as a quick example of trackability, collaboration, and really being able to see the ROI of utilizing digital tools. The last thing that I'm going to discuss before I pass it over to our moderator for questions is really focusing on capacity building and training. As an industry, we really need to make sure that we have the individuals in the next generation and our generation here today to be able to focus on these things. As my colleague again said earlier, how are we going to lead innovation rather than just importing it or relying on someone else to do it for us? So really focusing on how we can build that within the region, as well within the next generation. So I'm going to leave with these last 3 things: embrace, actively transform, and engagement with customer demand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. So at this point, we will not have a Q&A session. However, the conference continues into tomorrow. So if you are pressed for questions, I'm going to ask you to engage the panelists at that time. So let me use the opportunity to thank all the presenters for sharing their insights, their lessons based on their respective countries, about some of the strategies that they have used in their various organizations. But I just want to underscore 3 points based on the presentations. One, the importance of fostering a culture of innovation and adaptability among local stakeholders, leveraging international support and partnerships, and the importance of strategies for capacity building and skills development. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I have news for you. We're going to have the last panel for today, which is now going to happen at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. So you have a free evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today, it was fantastic. We didn't just talk about the future of tourism, we shaped it from AI to cybersecurity, big data to IoT. We explored how digital transformation is not just an upgrade, it is a necessity. The message is clear: adapt or be left behind. And for today, don't be left behind. Have a fantastic evening. See you tomorrow bright and early, 9 o'clock for the last panel, which is going to be on AI. It's going to carry forward from tonight till tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. It's goodbye. Thank you for being here.